Good morning, everybody. Almost afternoon. It's Wednesday, May 10th, and this is a regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. Welcome to all our young children that we have in here. That makes this place way more lively. Hi, guys.
Hi. Hi, guys.
And we're going to begin with the month of the young child. So, do you guys want to leave the kids sitting while I read this, or do you want them to come and stand up here? What would you like? Yeah, let's bring them on up here.
Come on, everybody.
Back to your same seats. Give them the gavel.
Hey, how are you guys?
Come on over. You want to come sit in the chair?
Want to sit in my
Well,
chair?
I call everybody.
I'm gonna stand
Boys.
back so I don't block.
Get it out. You sit. Stuck. Get it out of there.
Seat, you wanna
Got
sit
it.
down?
Got it.
Like you're driving the
I
bus.
probably both sit there.
Does someone wanna sit in my seat?
There you go.
Yeah, somebody can sit in this chair.
I want to sit.
I think you could both fit in there.
I want to. Can I sit? I want to sit in here
But
with
you can't put it. It's tempting, I know.
Violet. Something.
All right, here we go. Whereas, you guys ready to listen for a minute?
I think I know that.
Okay, whereas the first years of a child's life are the period of the most rapid brain development and lay the foundation for all future learning. And whereas 76% of children in Pitkin County have all available parents in the workforce. A high percentage of parents return work in the first 6 weeks after the birth of a child when childcare is available. And whereas participation in high-quality early childhood education saves taxpayer dollars, makes working families more economically secure, and prepares children to succeed in school, earn higher wages, and live healthier lives. And whereas high-quality early childhood education depends on high-quality early childhood educators, who ensure that children supported by families have the early experiences they need for a strong foundation. And whereas the average wage for child care providers who are skilled and valuable frontline professionals who have risked their health to provide education and care during a global pandemic averages $21 an hour, or $44,700 annual gross income in Pitkin County. And whereas at the same time the cost of 1 year of child care averages over $17,000, these costs, which frequently exceed the cost of a year of college tuition, are often paid by new parents who can least afford it. And whereas we celebrate the 33rd anniversary of the Month of the Young Child in Aspen and the contributions of Pitkin County and Kids First, so that we can continue to recognize and advance early childhood education, now, therefore, let it be proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners and citizens of Pitkin County join the National Association for the Education of Young Children in proclaiming May 2023 as the Month of the Young Child. We extend our heartfelt thanks and appreciation to all those who work so hard to care for and educate our youngest citizens, and we commend these efforts and encourage community involvement of all citizens to recognize and support the needs of young children.
All right.
So, thank you to all of you who work with young children. It is an incredible profession, and we really appreciate having you here today. I was an educator myself, but not this age. I don't think I could pull that off, but I do really appreciate all of you and everybody else in the Valley who contributes to this amazing effort.
My mom works in Pitkin County. My mom works in Pitkin County.
What about Pitkin County?
My mom works in Pitkin.
Oh, your mom works at Pitkin County?
We have a little present for you. Which we have to decide who gets which color.
Wait till we get
Happy with
Do we
this
need
one?
to keep these?
Would any of you like to speak?
guys. We're gonna open it. We're gonna open it when we leave the room.
I got pink. I got pink.
All right, guys.
Take those outside right there.
You guys are going to go back up, back to
Don't open them right now.
back to
Thank you for coming into our meeting room.
Thanks for coming.
Are we gonna go to the outside?
When we get back to school, you cannot walk and blow bubbles and dance.
How old are you?
Get everybody.
Wait, I wanna come with you.
Hey, Scouty, what are you doing?
I'm here.
Good job, I wanna go. I wanna go with them.
My niece was here.
Okay, wait, here's.
Hey, we can throw on the
Oh my god, amazing. We're already talking about
Thank you, guys.
Miss your report back there?
And we have another proclamation today.
Thank you guys.
She's one of the co-directors.
And this proclamation is recognizing Public Service Week. Do we have any representatives for that?
Just everyone.
So to whom are we going to give this?
That was a nice letter in the paper.
I'll accept it on behalf of the,
Okay. So whereas public employees at the federal, state, county, and city levels dedicate their careers to public service by contributing to such industries as healthcare, education, public safety, conservation, and national defense. This week, we recognize all those who dedicate their lives to this noble pursuit, and we celebrate the tremendous difference they make every day for our community. And whereas these dedicated public servants perform their duties with compassion, professionalism, and commitment to those they serve, there is no greater opportunity to help more people or to make a bigger difference. During Public Service Recognition Week, we honor the people who power our local, state, and federal governments, and we recommit to tackling the toughest challenges with the most talented workforce. And whereas it is appropriate to designate May 7th through 13th, 2023 as Public Service Week to honor and recognize all public employees and remind the citizens of Pitkin County of the importance of public service. And whereas Pitkin County is honored to join other counties across the nation in extending appreciation and gratitude to all public employees for their continued dedication, now therefore be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners recognize May 7th through 13th, 2023 as Public Service Week. So, John, you'll accept this? You hard-working public servant, you.
Yeah. We couldn't do it without you, John. Couldn't do it without you.
Yes, we do.
Couldn't do it without you and all. How many hundreds of employees does Pitkin County have?
Among them is Lindsay.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you. And Rye, thank you.
340 now.
Thank you, guys. Thank everybody. It's an amazing organization. We're very proud to be part of it.
Terry, Ellen. Thank you. You've all done time.
Yeah.
And now we have public comments. Oh, no, first we have additions and deletions. John?
So one deletion to the agenda. That would be item 11, a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado to review and establish commissioner district boundaries. We're taking this off the agenda to meet noticing requirements. We notice you as meeting as the redistricting commission. So we'll reschedule that at a future meeting. And then we have a recommendation to change the order of items 8 and 9 because item 9 goes with item 7, really. That's something we missed when we put the agenda together.
Thank you. That makes my recusing easier.
So 9 will be 8
Correct.
and 8 will be 9.
Yes.
Okay.
And you need to
fix
vote
that.
on those changes.
Make a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
We have a motion by Patty and a second by Greg. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, public comments. Is there anybody here who would like to speak during public comment time, either online or in the room? Yeah, come on up.
Is this where I sit?
Yeah, hopefully the speaker's on.
No, it's kind of hard to hear back there. Is there a way to adjust volume or anything, or am I losing my hearing?
It's
No comment on that.
What'd you say?
Yeah, what'd you say?
So if you could introduce yourself for the public, please.
Is his red light on?
My name's Terry Paulson. Oops. My name's Terry Paulson. I've lived in Aspen over 40 years, and I have a request today. I was here almost 3 years ago with the same request, and I'm back because the next item on the agenda when I was speaking almost 3 years ago was COVID. So guess what? My thing went bye-bye because that was more important. So today we're past that. I'm kind of hoping that we can address this issue. It's, to me, very important. You read the papers every day about everything's going up, rent, food prices, et cetera, but our wages are not. So I'm here today to request to see if you guys can address a minimum wage for Pitkin County. I don't know if you thought about it and thought that wasn't a good idea because it involves like getting reelected. Maybe that's not a good subject. I waited through the fall to get the election out of the way so it wasn't a hot topic for you guys. But there's several communities around Colorado and the US that have established a minimum wage that are beyond the federal level. And I'm familiar with a couple of them. Denver, for instance, has close to $16 now for a minimum wage. Pitkin County, that doesn't go very far. But they also put a parameter in there, a caveat, whatever you want to call it, of having a cost of living every year past the $16, which would be important. Also, Colorado passed a bill, 1210, that allows counties and cities to establish their own minimum wage. So I don't know if you're aware of that. I read through the rules. It looks like a long process, but I think it would be worthwhile for Pitkin County to address that. There's lots of issues here that could be solved with a higher wage. Like places like Portland, for instance, did a study to see how much prices went up after they established a minimum wage, and they only went up 2 to 5%.
Excuse me.
But the minimum wage was higher than that 2 to 5%. It put more money into the economy, and people were happier. It solves lots of things like daycare, et cetera, because people have more money. Like one part of the family could stay home, take care of the kid or whatever. I could go on and on about all the goods and pluses of this sort of thing. So I know it would be a laborious process, but I also have a suggestion, because I'm sure I'm out of 3 minutes, but maybe you could do an RFP or possibly contract with the newspapers to do the actual study itself, because they seem to have lots of access to all these things that are going on with the cost of living. That way you wouldn't have to have staff to address that. I'm sure staff's got plenty of things to do besides this.
Well, I really appreciate your input and your
So,
suggestions.
there's been numerous articles in the paper about cost of living, and the last article, which I tried to bring today, talked about a minimum wage of $25 in Pitkin County, minimum wage. I'm sure it's past that because that report's a couple years old now. So I just wanted to throw that out there and see if you guys could come up with something and see if we can get something higher here and get everybody to get a livable wage here.
Thank you, Mr. Paulson. We'll certainly
Thanks,
That's all I
thanks,
have
Terry.
for you.
Thanks for bringing it back again. Appreciate it.
Thank you for letting me talk.
Thanks, Terry.
Good to see you, Terry.
Ellen?
Yeah, Ellen, come on up. Sorry, I have allergy attacks every once in a while.
I'm Ellen Anderson. I'm speaking for myself as a concerned citizen, and it's me again about the curfew violation that dates back to January. It still hasn't been adjudicated. I ran into the assistant county attorney as I was walking in here, who said, "Oh, the sheriff's department will be summonsing, I guess, someone from Sky West." I said, "Who?" Didn't know. So I just ducked into the sheriff's department, and they said, well, they can't tell me, which I understand because I'm just an ordinary citizen, but they said we need to serve a person. And that's my experience too, that you need a person. And at least in talking about the assistant county attorney, I don't know if a person's been identified yet. And I'm just really concerned. This has been over 4 months, and I've talked to the Airport Advisory Board wants this moved on. You guys apparently have directed staff, I understand, to deal with it. When will this be resolved? 4 months is a long time. And still nobody's, the station manager at Sky West was summoned, and then the county attorney dismissed it, saying it was the wrong person. I believe there are two offenses. One is the curfew violation itself, and the second was the lack of timely paperwork, and both of those are outlined in the County Code, Section 10. What's taking so long?
Good question.
4 months for adjudication sounds pretty short to me, Ellen, in my experience from what I've seen. But do you want to respond to that, Ray?
I'm happy to if the board would like me to. Ms. Anderson is correct. The prior summons was dismissed at my behest because the deputy, or I guess I'll just say myself, directed the deputy to serve the SkyWest Airlines, and she mistakenly wrote the name of the individual out there on the summons, and that was not the correct defendant. So that case was dismissed, and the sheriff's office is working on reserving the summons out there. I believe that's going to happen this week, but that's up to the schedule of the sheriff's office when they can get out there. So they're working on it, and you are correct. 4 months is a pretty quick amount of time for an adjudication of an offense like this. So, but we are working on it diligently, and Ms. Anderson's other point is correct. The summons that was originally written was for 2 offenses, and similarly this one will be as well. So.
Okay, thank you very much, Ray.
Yep.
Well, when we went, United and American were adjudicated back in 2017, I think it was, 2018, did not take 4 months. And it didn't go to county court. It went to a special adjudication process that's, I don't know the details of how that got organized, but it was out at the Airport Operations Center, and it wasn't county court, and it was commercial airlines. There also has been at least one private pilot summoned, and that was county court. So it seems like the commercial end has been handled in different ways, and at least from what I learned today, I can't speak for the sheriff's department, but it was,
Yeah. Well, it's outside my purview and outside my knowledge.
Yeah.
So, but duly noted what you've pointed out.
Okay.
And as always, we appreciate your coming in and talking to us, Ellen.
yeah. Do you think it would be appropriate to have this as an agenda item to just sort of outline, when a commercial airline breaks curfew, this is the process, and this is who we summon, so it doesn't have to be inventing the wheel every time? Because, as I said, my experience in the last 4 or 5 years, it's been handled different ways, different times with commercial.
Well,
I would need
rather
to be an
leave it up to
agenda
the,
item. I think it's something
yeah.
we should maybe have staff do a memo back to us
Yeah.
and let us know.
So that it's clearly
So we
known
just
who,
know the
who gets,
process.
is it the pilot who gets summoned? Is it the station manager who gets summoned? Is it the vice president of, who gets summoned for the violation itself, and then for the untimely, the lack of timeliness in the paperwork per county code?
All right, well, we will look into that. We probably won't make it an agenda item, but we
Okay.
will pursue some kind of clarification on this.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Ellen.
Thanks, Ellen.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else in the public who'd like to speak today? Do we have anybody online? No, if you do want to speak, if you could raise your hand. Okay, seeing nobody, I will close the public comment. And we will move on to the consent items, which is simply.
Commissioner comment.
Oh, golly, I always
Gosh
miss that.
darn,
It
darn.
must be something ingrained in me. I don't know what that is.
I have a very
I
quick
love the
comment.
commissioner comments. Let's hear it.
If I were to start commenting, I would probably last the next 4 hours, so I'm gonna refrain from commenting today.
Really?
Yeah, there's just too much going on, but enjoy today because it's supposed to snow tomorrow. So welcome. Somebody said we're gonna skip spring and go right to summer. I said, let's just not skip summer and go right to winter.
We've certainly skipped spring before and gone right to summer.
Yes, all right.
Any other commissioner comments? Yes, Steve?
Well, it is springtime, and that means it is road and community cleanup time. Last weekend, we had 1 mile stretch of Highway 82 down by Old Snowmass was cleaned up by our local caucus there. I got a pretty sore back bending over many times to pick up lots of stuff.
You need one
But
of
it
those
looks-
picker-upper things.
It looks so nice down there now.
It does look nice,
Um,
Steve.
And I wish that every community along the way would adopt one stretch of 1 mile of their highway by their highway frontage, and we could clean up the whole of Highway 82 all the way from Glenwood to Aspen by doing that kind of a thing.
We do Prince Creek, a community group.
But there is an upcoming event, and I think it's next Friday at Town of Snowmass Village. Okay, May 19th, Town of Snowmass Village. You could meet at Daly Lane at 8:30, like between 8:30 and 9, and pick up trash bags and whatnot and get assigned to an area to go clean. Or they're encouraging teams to do that, and I believe they have a sign up. They want to know how many people are coming because the town provides a lunch afterwards at Town Park or down by the Recreation Center. So I encourage anybody who would like to participate in a cleanup operation. That would be a good one to go to. It's a lot of fun.
What day is that?
It's on a Friday,
Oh, interesting.
8:30 till around 12:30 or so.
Thank you, Steve.
Mhm.
Any other commissioner comments? Go ahead, Greg. And then Kelly.
On that note, I'll make one, just riding my bike into town, I notice the highway around Shale Bluffs is cleaner this year than it was last year, and I appreciate that. There are some carcasses of elk that were killed on the highway this winter, and what's amazing is how quickly they are reduced to a skeleton. I'm just amazed how fast that happens. But we had at least three elk carcasses there in the last month or so, and some are vanishing rapidly, but the general trash on the highway has declined. I did notice in my neighborhood there's a certain brand of vodka bottle which I discover in certain deposits, and it makes me really nervous knowing that whoever's tossing them out the window is
It's the
driving
same
up
person.
and down my road. I think it's the same person, it's the same brand, it's in the same location, it's just part of a ritual. Interesting things we find when we're cleaning up on the highway. So thank you,
Vodka
Steve, for
and
doing
venison, you know?
that. Yeah. So that was it for me.
Our
Greg.
biggest scare the other day was I looked down and there's like this big lizard-looking thing down on the ground there, and I started to jump back, and it was a rubber alligator
Oh, great.
about this long, and it looked so real.
Someone knew. They knew you were coming.
Steve, were you drinking vodka?
No.
Kelly.
Well, I wish Happy Mother's Day.
Oh, that's right, Mother's Day.
Oh, thanks. Sorry. Happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there and all the moms to fur babies out there.
Happy Mother's Day.
Thank you, and to you too. And I'll just note the airport's closed for the next 2 weeks. So, enjoy it while it lasts, and join us on the 22nd at the open house to kind of tour the airport and ask to see the back rooms that you would normally not get to, or to actually get in a car and tour around the whole airport field. It's very interesting. I've been able to do it a few times, and I recommend it. And that is on May 22nd, I think 12 to 2, and then 4:30 to 6:30.
Thanks, Kelly. Yes, I agree, and happy Mother's Day. And I want to point out that all the cattle mothers in the valley have little calves next to them, and it is really fun to drive up and down the Crystal River and the Roaring Fork Valleys and see all the calves. So, you should get out and see what agriculture looks like in our valley in May. It's pretty fun.
Can I add something really quick?
Mhm.
There is a little celebration for mothers. It's this Saturday, so Mother's Day is Sunday. It's at Mountain Greenery in Basalt. It's called Flowers and Art. I think it starts at 11 o'clock, and they're bringing in some of the first flowers for the spring and the summer to Mountain Greenery. And they have local artists who's going to be showing some of her beautiful artwork. So it's kind of a celebration of moms and a chance to buy your moms flowers and art to celebrate Mother's Day. It's Saturday. I think it starts at 11 with food and music, and so it should be a fun event in the Mid-Valley.
Well, Mother's Day in Carbondale is usually the day that you can put your plants out,
Oh.
but I don't recommend that this year.
Since
Be
it might be
careful.
snowing
Wait.
on.
Yeah. Any other commissioner comments?
No, but thanks, Francie.
Okay, now we'll go to the consent agenda, which is only one thing, which is the minutes of April 26, 2023.
I will move to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Patty and a second by Greg. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All right, we're gonna go right into individual consideration items. We have a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners approving an individual grant agreement with Rocky Mountain Health Plans in the amount of $250,000, which of course we'd like to hear about. Hi, Lindsay.
Hi, Lindsay.
Hi.
Happy Mother's
everyone.
Day.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, we have a few today for you. Lindsay Maish, Director of Human Services, Picken County, here with.
Lisa Yorker, Grants Analyst.
Yep. Lisa gets to take the credit for a lot of these
Thank you,
today.
Lisa.
So,
Yeah, awesome.
yeah, this is pretty amazing. So Rocky Mountain, we're doing the 250,000 one first, right?
Yes.
Okay. So Rocky Mountain Health Plans has some leftover ARPA funds that they were needing to get out the door. And they approached us about the mental health project that we're currently working on, the mental health access program with public health, that partnership. And they had a lot of interest in how that's serving individuals who are on Medicaid in our area. So they approached us and asked us to apply for this grant. We put a letter in and applied, and they gave us the full $250,000. So we're here today to have approval from you all to move forward in moving that into our budget.
We're not gonna do that, right, guys? We don't, you know,
Not
really care about
250,
$250 million. Do we have any questions for Lindsay about this?
I don't think so.
Yeah, Kelly?
Yeah, I just have a question, because the scope was brought, sorry, crunching on crackers that no one needs to know. The scope of the grant was broad, and you guys have chosen to narrow it. So I just was, can you talk about the specific programming that you want to use this on?
Yeah, so this is really going to be intended to help set up that infrastructure to start gathering all of this data for the mental health programs. The Rocky Mountain Health Plans and the Ray have been involved in a lot of, sorry, I don't know how to turn that off, in a lot of our steering and funders committees. And I think when they caught wind of this project, it's really innovative, and it's not been done in Colorado yet. They wanted to invest in it. So the scope of what they gave us was very broad. They approached us to fund this program specifically. And you'll see that there's another grant that we have too, Rocky Mountain Health Plans, same scope, same project, but they also wanted to support some of the economic assistance in adult and family services stuff that we do as well. So they were kind of specific about what they wanted to see that funding go towards.
Great.
I do have a question. And this hiring of staff is tied to the grant, so it's a term limited or a grant limited, or what?
These are actually positions that were already approved.
Okay.
That
Right.
we've hired, and, Lindsay's done a really good job convening, these partners, and this opportunity came up as a
Perfect.
result, so it's offsetting. Now, we probably will have an ask coming up around some of those funds that are getting freed up.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
I saw that.
Thank you. Yeah.
Any other questions? Well, I'll look for a motion then.
Go ahead.
I'll
Patty
make a
can
motion
it.
to approve.
I'll second it and pass it.
All right, we have a motion from Patty and a second from Craig. All those in favor of accepting $250,000, please say aye.
Oh, aye.
Aye.
Aye. It passes 5-0.
All right.
And now we have the resolution of the Board of County Commissioners approving an individual grant agreement with the Colorado Department of Human Services for the Homeless Initiatives Grant.
Okay, these all came all at once for us. It was so exciting. Happened in a week. So we've been working really closely with a group called the Valley Alliance to End Homelessness. And the Colorado Department of Human Services has been looking for ways to try to support some of the efforts around ending homelessness. It's not really an area that they've ever supported. So they created a grant program in partnership with the Department of Labor and Affairs and the Department of Housing. But this was separate, really to be specific towards human services. So we convened our partners up and down the valley, our Garfield County and Eagle County colleagues, and asked if there was interest in applying for this. And there was, and it's really specific to positions, so 2 positions for housing navigation. And really what that means is people, so it's FTEs that are that are devoted to developing landlord relationships and creating a profile, essentially, of housing, of affordable housing options through these types of relationships. We found it to be really successful here in Pitt King County in some of our partnerships with Town of Snowmass Village, Ski Co., some of those things to really help some folks who were needing additional support for housing. So the interest was for the whole valley to be developing those landlord relationships. We know in human services at Pitt King County that we're not experts in housing. So this funding is really meant to, we're going to approach a formal RFP process, request for proposal, to pass this funding through to our partners who are already doing a lot of this work, like the street outreach work and some of the community navigation services. So we're working on that. We were really lucky. There was only $750,000 for the entire balance of state, and we received a $150,000 grant, which was huge. And so they did tell us that this was the most that they granted any region, that our application was robust and convincing enough that they really wanted to invest in this part of the region. So it really is meant to cover all 3 counties. We're the fiscal agent, I guess, and we'll be moving it through an RFP process.
Great. Do we have questions for Lindsay on this?
No, I'd like to make a motion to approve this resolution.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion from Steve and a second from Greg. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
Tangential, but are we a member of the Colorado
Coalition for the Homeless?
Yes.
I do not believe so. I
Okay.
think we were historically, but in the past few years, we have let go of that membership.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, and there is a lot of movement happening at the state right now. The Colorado Coalition for the Homeless is they provide the services for the continuum of care for the balance of state. And we were just notified in the last week that organization is no longer going to be contracted for those services through the Department of Labor Affairs and Housing. The state will now be providing a lot of those services. And I think we did let go of that membership a couple of years ago. Mhm.
Thank you. That's helpful.
I have to double check though. I'm not
It's hard to
100% sure.
they're-
Yeah.
I looked on the website. They don't list members, so
say.
I was really unclear.
I can look into that and
As
I'll double check and let you know.
Okay.
That would be great.
Yeah.
So-
Thank you.
So one of the state offices will be handling that instead,
Yep. It's the Department of Housing now that will be
Department of Housing.
managing.
Okay. And next we have a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners approving an individual grant agreement with the Aspen Skiing Company for the Caring for Community Fund grant.
Okay, so as you all know, we're always looking in human services to offset some of that mill levy general fund that covers the services that we're mandated to provide. So we're always looking for grants and trying to find ways to offset that. This was a really good opportunity for us. Some of the things that our allocations don't always cover are the upstream kind of prevention services that we feel are vital to some of the things that we do. So it takes us out of not so much of a reactive state and a more preventative state with our families and children and families. So this one was really, this grant was really intended to help focus on getting upstream on some of that stuff. So it's a small grant. I think it's $5,250 really to help get our families and adult and family services, child welfare better connected to upstream and more preventative mental health services. So,
I have a question.
Patty?
Now, this comes from the ski company grant process that I think is contributed by their employees.
yeah.
So I want to reach out and thank the ski company and their employees for creating this fund. I think Odd and Schindler was pretty instrumental in the creation of this fund some years ago. It kind of goes along with their environmental fund that they have that employees can also contribute into on a paycheck by paycheck basis. So I want to reach out and thank the ski company for setting this fund up. And of course, I want to thank them for awarding us the $5,000 some odd because, as we know, every little bit helps.
Yeah.
I have a question. Can we go back to the homeless initiatives grant? I don't remember hearing the amount of that grant.
That's 150,000.
Okay, oh,
Mhm.
yeah. Okay, oh, yeah, a fifth, 20%. Pretty
Now,
amazing.
you, the math teacher, need to add all these up.
What's
I
the
think you
total?
can handle that. Any more questions for Lindsay on the SKICO grant? I'll look for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second it.
I have a
I was
motion
watching
from
her.
Patty and a second from
She's quick
Greg. All
today.
those in favor, please
Aye.
say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye.
And these are set for public hearing on May 24th.
That's right.
Thank you, thank you.
All of these.
All of them, yep.
That's true. It's a good thing there's 5 of us, as I say. The next is a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners approving an individual grant agreement with Rocky Mountain Health Plans in the amount of $10,000, and this is also set for public hearing on May 24th.
Boy, all this money.
Welcome back, Lindsay.
Thanks. Yeah, so this is similar to the one for the mental health program, but because it was so broad in scope, they also wanted to support some of the services that we do through Human Services and for those folks that are on Medicaid. So this is also going to pass through. It's a small amount. It's $10,000. We're going to contract with Aspen Family Connections on this one by helping them support the purchase of sporting, recreational goods to help members improve their health and life outcomes. And then, of course, we can also use this funding to cover the cost of admission or membership fees for like summer camps and any sort of recreational activities and things like that. So we thought that it made the most sense to work with our close partner in the schools who is working with all of those individuals to pass this funding through.
That sounds great. Any comments or questions? Yes, Steve?
So this sounds similar to the efforts for Medicare patients who can get, there's the Silver Sneakers program, which recently there's been issues with that, and the Senior Council's been working to get one other program in where seniors who are in the right program can then use the Aspen Rec Center.
Yep.
Under a couple different programs. Now, this is kind of similar to that, to get people out doing recreation to help keep them healthier and have a better life. This one being for Medicaid people, not
Right.
Medicare people, but
Yep, and
it's
families
kind of
too,
a
yeah.
similar principle, I think, and I really applaud the effort.
A lot of these dollars that are coming towards us are focused on prevention, which is a little bit of a new world for us. It's something that we've always focused on but haven't always gotten a lot of funding for. So we're really excited.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kelly?
I'm wondering, how is Aspen Family Connections engaging with families that are not in the Aspen School District?
That's a good question. They're engaging with the, you said Aspen School District.
Because that's sort of,
Right,
you know,
they're
just
part,
the way I think about this is they're sort of housed in the Aspen School District, but there's families.
right, and they're
down
also
valley.
serving like Basalt School, right? They're also helping to serve some of the Basalt schools as well. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, they are Mid-Valley also. but
Yeah, they're
I
Mid-Valley.
don't think they do community school, but I think they do Country Day because it's part of the school district.
I think they do both, actually.
Yeah, so then they
they're
would be
doing
covering
all
all
the
the
schools.
I'd like
Yeah.
some clarity on that.
Is that strictly an Aspen Foundation, or is it a county-wide?
For
For the Aspen, what did you call it?
Family
Family
Connections.
Yeah, Family Connection.
Yeah, I understand it to be countywide. And that's how we fund them in other ways as well, through the Healthy Community Fund.
It
to
started
be
up here
county.
and then grew to Basalt and surrounds.
Well, there's quite a few Pitkin County residents who go to the Carbondale School as well.
Yeah.
So that's a different resource center. That's the Roaring
found-
Fork.
That's
Yeah.
from our school district.
So
Resource
even though
centers.
they live in Pitkin County, they still use the Roaring Fork Community Foundation, or Community Services, I forget what it's called.
It's Roaring Fork Resource Center, or,
Yes,
yeah,
Resource Center.
the-
Resource
yeah,
Center.
the Roaring Fork School District Resource Center or something
So
like that.
it doesn't matter what
yeah.
county they live in, it's the school district that determines which agency they go to.
Yeah, the resource center, right, the resource center
Yeah.
for that district, but for us, it's county. It's for the whole county, it's not just the Aspen School District, but I'll get clarification on the way that they're serving
It's such a
the
great
entire county.
service.
But that's what I'm saying, that is part of the county, so I'm confused.
Carbondale?
Crystal
Except-
River Valley and a lot of those kids go to the Carbondale School.
But they get the services provided by the Carbondale School
Right,
District.
but so it's not quite the whole county. See what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So it's a
It's
little bit
provided through
confusing.
schools in the county, though.
right, exactly. Through the schools in
Isn't
the
it the
county. And-
centers based out of the school systems?
But Basalt is in the Roaring Fork School District.
Part of it's in Picken County.
Some
I'm
of
just a
it's
little
in Picken
confused
County.
about what you mean when you say the whole county, that's all. Or that-
Yeah, let me get clarity
Okay,
from
thank you.
from Aspen Family
Those
Connections
folks
about
up in
their.
Crystal, those
Yeah.
folks.
Those troublesome people. Any other questions or comments for Lindsay? Well, I'll look for a motion then.
Keep them coming. I'll make a motion to approve.
Second the motion.
And this will be, there'll be a public hearing on this on May 24th, so all those in favor, please say aye.
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 And before you go, I want to tell you that I saw Matt at the Northwest Cog Economic Development District
Yay.
seminar.
Nice.
It was great to see him there. We had a little chat. I did not know he was such a baseball fan.
Oh.
He was going to Rigby Field to a baseball game. He was
There
so
now.
jealous.
Yeah, yeah. There.
It was great to see him over there. It was really good to have him there. So
Great.
thank you.
Thank you. And just a special thank you also to Lisa Yorker for writing all these grants and
Good
starting
job,
to really
Lisa.
bring in some of these prevention dollars. We're
No,
grateful.
without that, we would.
Now she gets to figure out how to spend them all.
Right. That's the next part. Thank you so much.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, ladies.
Take care.
Lindsay.
Great job, thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Okay, now we have an ordinance from the Board of County Commissioners approving and accepting the deed of conservation easement for 2211 East Cypress Creek Road. We have Paul Holsinger to talk with us about it.
Thank you, Francie. I'm gonna get a map queued up here to help with our discussion. I do know Sarah Oates should be joining us just in case you have questions.
I hope you're not expecting us to hear that.
He's mumbling.
No, I didn't.
She was online, I think. Sarah? Yeah.
Correct.
Did you see Sarah?
All right, yeah. As Francie said, my name is Paul Holsinger. I'm the Agriculture and Conservation Easement Manager for Open Space and Trails Department. And I'm coming to you with an acceptance of a conservation easement associated with a resolution that allowed these property owners, John and Janie Bennett, to obtain a TDR, and it designated their property structures historic. Through that application process, they committed to conserving 46 acres of their property as a conservation easement, which essentially restricts it from any residential development, any major changes to that property. A few of the main things that it also does is ties water rights that are associated with the property to that place. It's 0.66 CFS of water that irrigates a small pasture there. And the map I have up right now is a context map. The greater property is this red outline. The conservation easement is from Sopus Creek, which travels right through here, everything to the west there. It also has critical wildlife habitat, some severe winter range for mule deer and elk. You can see some of the other work that we've done as Open Space and Trails, conserving this East Sopus Ranch with Ron and Zana Timroth is a big piece. And then Aspen Valley Land Trust, our frequent partner, has conserved these other two pieces up here. It's almost in holding now, surrounded by protected land. So the more we can do in these areas of the county, the better. I'll show you. Here's a zoomed in piece. You can kind of see these irrigated pastures that are going to be protected. We are allowing them to put in low impact loafing shed if they need to, somewhere close to the road. We've also said if they do want the allowance for a machine shed or something, they could do it in this.
For what?
Like a machine shed or something. they could put something like that over here in the corner, but that's all we're allowing on this place.
Wow.
It does have a really nice riparian area west of the creek here. It's pretty wide. An Open Space and Trails Board and staff are in favor of this. The Open Space and Trails Board heard this at their last meeting and voted unanimously to recommend approval of this conservation easement. I can answer any questions that you have.
Anybody have a question?
No, I could make a motion though.
Okay.
I'd make a motion that we accept the deed of conservation easement for 2211 East Soapers Creek Road.
I'll second and set for public hearing on the 24th.
Okay, we have a motion by Greg and a second by Patty. Any more comments or questions? All right, I'll look for a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. And it passes.
All right.
Okay, Madam Chair,
Yes.
I will be recusing myself for the next two items on our agenda, which have to do with the Aspen Skiing Company and the Pandora approval, because to be consistent with my prior recusals, I am recusing myself in these two items. So I will be outside in the hallway.
I will text you.
Thank you very much. I will take my phone.
Good. Take your phone. Okay, so number 7 is the ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners accepting a winter road easement from the Aspen Skiing Company, and we have some people from the Aspen Skiing Company here. And Rye.
Hi, Francie. I actually have a couple handouts for you. The first is an update to the public road dedication from the time it went in the packet. Tom Todd is here on behalf of the Ski Co, and he and I worked on an update to both the winter road agreement and the dedication since the packet went out on Friday. Both of the changes are the changes to both documents are relatively minor, and in my opinion do not substantively change the documents. They are largely edits from the ski company that clarify things and are cleanups to those items. So if you don't mind, I will address both of these agenda items at the same time, if that's okay with the chair.
Okay, let me just announce the other agenda item, which is the road dedication from the Aspen Skiing Company.
Correct. So on the agenda, this is the newly arranged items 7 and 8. The first being an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado, accepting a winter road easement from the Aspen Skiing Company. And the second being an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado, accepting road dedication from the Aspen Skiing Company. I will ask that the board take separate actions on each ordinance after you have any questions or whatever. But generally, these two actions combined serve to satisfy a condition of approval in BOCC resolution number 80/2021. This is generally the land use approval that amended the Aspen Mountain Ski Area Master Plan to allow the development of what is commonly known as the Pandora's expansion or the Pandora's area on Aspen Mountain. This condition of approval, which was condition of approval number 4 in BOCC resolution number 80/2021, was intended to facilitate the relocation of the terminus of Richmond Hill Road, or the intersection of Richmond Hill Road, Aspen Mountain Summer Road, and Midnight Mine Road, all of which are county roads and public highways. The Pandora's expansion relocates the upper terminus of the new Pandora's lift in such a way that the old connection between Midnight Mine Road and Richmond Hill Road will now be in the operational boundaries of the ski area. So as part of the approval of the Pandora's expansion, this board also included a condition of, well, two separate conditions of approval. One is that a new dedication for the realignment of the intersection of the 3 roads I just specified be made by the ski company. And the second is that during the periods of ski area operation in the winter, there is a connection between the top of Midnight Mine Road and Richmond Hill Road so that folks can ride over the snow equipment and not enter into the operational area of the ski boundary. So both of these ordinances in conjunction serve to effectuate both of those goals. The ski co is, the ordinance, if approved, would accept a dedication for the roads as realigned, and I don't have a map for you right now, but there is a map attached to each, both the dedication and the road easement, the winter road easement. And also serves to grant an easement for that 60-foot right-of-way for a winter road to bypass the ski area during the wintertime operation. So that's generally what those do. Both the grant of easement is included in your packet, as is the road dedication, and the terms of those are updated by the documents I just handed out to you today. If you have any questions about that, I can answer those, and then I think these gentlemen may have something to provide as well.
I only would love to see the picture of it again. I know what we're talking about, but I think it'd be useful because it's kind of ambiguous for the community. I think it just would help them understand what we're
I
talking
don't
about.
have a copy of the map, do you?
We do. Let me join the. Let me get through technology here real quick.
That's all right.
And join the.
Maps are in the packets.
Yep.
Yeah, I just wanted to see it on the monitor, just so it's part of the presentation today.
Right, maybe the easiest way. Do you want me to email you?
Sure.
Just the exhibit.
Let's see if I can upload that.
This is that hairpin corner at the top, right
Correct.
when you get up to the back of the gondola building.
Correct.
It is, and I did intend to mention that the county engineer's office reviewed both the plans for the realignment of the intersection of Aspen Mountain Summer Road, Richmond Hill Road, and Midnight Mine Road, as well as the location of the proposed winter road easement, and from a functional and practical perspective has provided the opinion that what is being proposed will work both in the summertime and in the wintertime. In particular, the turn in the winter from Midnight Mine Road onto the bypass, I guess I'll call it, for Richmond Hill Road is sufficient to make the turn there for members of the public.
It was a pretty tight, miserable corner to begin with, so anything you do will probably be an improvement.
I imagine these guys will have it figured out pretty well.
Should be there.
Haven't received it yet, but then I'll have to figure out how to share my screen here.
Sorry to cause a delay.
No,
I should have had it ready to go for you, Greg. I
We love
apologize.
pictures.
Yeah,
Bubbles and pictures.
I was going to say I can just Mac Keeling, Aspen Skiing Company. Good to be back in front of everybody here. Yeah, and happy Mother's Day as well. That's I liked that portion of the meeting. Just want to echo Rye's comments. The ski company and Holland and Hart and the county have been working together on this. This is part of the conditions of what was approved, and we're following through on that commitment. So, yeah, road easements are being dedicated, and over the snow easements, so that the general travel of the community is going to, from a layman's perspective, go unchanged to what it has been. So.
All right, I should have this for you momentarily.
You have your road open from bottom to top now?
we have I'm going to go check that out right after this meeting. I know I'll at least be able to get within about 200 yards of the gondola storage building. So, at the top. Yeah.
How deep are the snowbanks?
There's spots where I've been told it's over 15 feet tall.
That's awesome.
Like after the plowing through on the summer road. Yeah, it's the World Cup race venue provided the most challenge because of how dense that snow is for the crew. It's
super dense snow.
Yeah. And that was about a week ago, so I'm sure it's receded a little bit, but
And we're clear about working starting on after June 20th?
absolutely, Francie.
Great.
But on the right-hand side of that line, yes, as you can see on the drawing that Rise got up right now, we are doing work on the pre-existing ski rec zone, but we are not crossing that previous ski rec to current ski rec boundary.
And Greg, as you can see, here's Midnight Mine coming up. Here's where the newly granted winter, and this says winter trail on it, but Tom provided an update to this drawing at my request that says winter road easement. And this is where the easement, 60 feet wide, connects up with Richmond Hill Road. And this area outlined here is the dedication to the county for the realignment of the intersection of these three roads. The old intersection is really this kind of jumbled area in here. So functionally, this should work better than what was there in the past.
So we have a summer road and a winter road there. So that's a winter road alignment it's going to be over the top of the snow. And it's a different alignment than the summer road.
That is correct. The ski area boundary, and either Tom or Matt could probably tell me better, but I assume that it's going to be somewhere in here, largely for safety concerns, so that there aren't folks trying to ski down to the gondola in the sun deck while public users of Richmond Hill Road are trying to ride snowmobiles or cross-country ski or head out to the public and private land to the south of the new Pandora's terminus, upper terminus.
Can I ask just about the summertime use of that road? Is there any conflict potential with the summer road and the terminus in its current alignment?
In the proposed alignment you're seeing up there, is that what you're asking, Greg?
Yeah.
It's a fairly low traveled road as far as traffic is concerned, and it turns into a three-way yield, if you will, when you get up there.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, I was just worried about the proximity to the actual top of the lift.
Oh, no, that's not an issue at all.
It's not going to be a problem for the traveling under it.
No, yeah, we did an analysis with Andrew Knapp and Leitner Palma to show the finished grade of the road and then where the chairs would be hanging above, and I don't remember the exact height, but it was plenty high that it wouldn't affect any of the traffic that goes up there.
Great. Okay.
And the mound is going away or has gone away?
The mound,
The
like
big-
where the top of the lift will
The
be?
one to make the winter road access doable from Midnight Mine Road onto there.
Yes, the mound will be regraded following this spring and this summer.
Okay.
So,
Steve, did you have a question?
Yeah, could you point out where the marina is going to be relocated to? I was just trying to remember in relation to the winter road.
My understanding, and these guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but the marina location
No, I don't
is right
think.
here, I believe. Is
It's
that
going to be
correct?
on the other side of
yeah,
the.
Steve's correct.
Steve knows
Somewhere
more
on the
about
other
this
side,
than I
but-
do.
So in that winter trail or winter road easement, you see the little square that is just. Do you mind if I drive?
Yeah, no problem.
C13?
So this little square right here
Oh, down below the road.
is that is where the bluegrass deck is,
Uh-huh.
and near there, roughly in this area, is about where it's roughly in the same location that we communicated during the entitlement process, which is a little further west or up the ridge than the existing marina, which is more located in this area right now. So.
And then people who come on their snowmobiles and park there, I presume the winter road would be probably well packed with by your snowcats, or is it going to be just packed by private snowmobiles?
Yeah, the terms of the winter road easement that are in your package include a clause that the ski company is responsible for grooming that with our cat, so long as we're still operating our Powder Tours operation, because that Powder Tours cat is what'll be
Gonna be
driving
going on
by
that
that
also.
on a daily, every other day basis.
Okay, so if someone comes up Midnight Mine Road, they park their snow machine there, and they can walk on the pack trail back to the sun deck to get lunch or whatever.
You got it. Yep.
Or if they ride the gondola up and they can walk over to their snow machine.
Yep.
Okay.
That's the intent.
Question too.
Okay.
Could
Go ahead,
I ask
Greg.
another one, just regarding, it's not on here, I don't think, but just the ACES Snowshoe Tour operation, I don't know if they have a trail alignment, what's the plan for them?
So we've been meeting with ACES, and both the summer and winter trails are going to need to be realigned. And basically, we're working together. We walked last August or September on our idea for the relocated summer trail, and then there'll also be a relocated winter trail that'll most likely follow a similar summer path. But in general, they'll still hit both sides of the ridge. They'll still get very similar distances to what their guests expect and can handle, if you will. And
A sense of
still
remoteness.
the same kind of opportunities to see nature.
Great.
So, yeah.
Great, thank you.
Any other
Okay,
questions
that's it
for
for me.
Skiko? Or for Rye? Okay, I'll look for a motion.
I'd make a motion, let me figure out which number it is, it's
Number 7 first.
7, that we approve winter road easement, accepting a winter road easement from Aspen Skiing Company, number 7.
I'll second it.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 And
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve on number 9, the ordinance of the board accepting road dedication from the Aspen Skiing Company.
I'll second that.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 That also passes 4-0.
And this will
Thank you,
be
guys. Nice to
Thanks,
see you
everybody.
back.
second reading on May 24th.
See you in a
public
couple weeks.
hearing.
Yeah, thanks, Steve.
Great,
Okay.
thanks for
Thanks,
coming.
Right.
guys.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
See you then.
See you.
Thanks for showing us the map.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, now we're going to move on to number 8, which is an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners amending the Pickens County Code, excuse me, Titles 8, Chapter 2, Section 2-30-30H7, Road and Easement Vacations, and Section 630-70, GMQS exemption for large lots, 50-plus acre parcels, and Rye is going to talk to us about that.
I'm up again. Thank you. Ryan Ely, Assistant County Attorney. As Francie said, what I am presenting today is an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado, amending the Pickens County Code. Titles 8,
got it.
specifically Chapter 2, Section 2-30-30H7, which is related to road and easement vacations, and Section 630-70, which is the GMQS exemption for large lots of 500-plus acres. I'm going to address these two topics in order, and
We're on number 8, Patty.
Thank you.
I will also add that I was just looking at my AIS for this today, and I had a couple of typographical errors in there, so I'm sorry.
Why?
I was scrambling to get this out on Friday, and I didn't want to keep Jeanette waiting too long, since we all know she runs things around here.
Did they ding you for that in law school?
Exactly. So let me talk about road vacations first. Pickens County Land Use Code at Section 2-30-30H7 provides a land use code procedure whereby a property owner or other interested citizen in Pickens County can file a land use application requesting that a public road, a public county road, or a public easement, it does not specify what kind of public easement, may be brought to the Board of County Commissioners, and that individual may seek that the road be vacated. That provision of the land use code includes language in there that makes road vacation mandatory if the applicant can demonstrate that their property or that all properties served by the road are adequately provided access to a public right-of-way through essentially substituting an easement or other property interest for to maintain access. That provision of the land use code is in conflict with state law, which makes the decision to vacate public county roads a discretionary act of the Board of County Commissioners. So in short, what the land use code does is take away the board's discretion to vacate a road or not, while the state law maintains that discretion. And the state law is not only the codified law of the state of Colorado, but in accord with the common law. That's always been the case, that the decision to vacate a county road is that of the Board of County Commissioners, and you have the discretion to do that. From a practical perspective, it also doesn't make a lot of sense to have a road vacation procedure in the land use code. That type of an action is usually handled by a petition to the Board of County Commissioners, and community development, the Community Development Department really isn't the keeper of public roads in Pickens County. As far as maintaining and managing those roads, that's usually handled by Public Works, and this body has jurisdiction over county roads. So removing it from the land use code helps conform to state law, and also kind of removes it out of the land use code where I don't think it really belongs to begin with. If anybody has any questions about this, I'd be happy to. Oh, one other thing. I just want to emphasize that removing this from the land use code does not remove citizen or other interested parties' ability to pursue a road vacation. They just need to comply with the state statute to do that, and there is a procedure for that in state law. So folks can still pursue this avenue and request that you all vacate a county road. They just don't do it through the Pickens County Land Use Code and an application process for doing that. So.
Great, thank you. Any questions for Rye?
Kelly looks like he has a big question.
I thought so too.
I just wonder, for people who've processed these in the past and might look to the land use code, if it makes sense to make that reference to state statute.
Oh, I can give you the reference right now if you would like. Yeah,
you know, like
the Colorado Revised Statute is section 43-2-303.
Like, is that something we do in the land use code? If it's out of our purview, or we've moved something out of our purview, that we would direct people otherwise, or no?
So you're saying included in our land use code to refer them to the state?
Right.
Leave the language in there.
Do we do that?
There is not I do not believe there is a reference to the Colorado Revised Statute in our existing land use code right now.
Mm-hmm. Regarding any issue?
Well, regarding this issue.
Okay. I'm just wondering if that's a norm for us to put it in for any other issue in the land use code.
There are many other instances in the land use code where there is either stated intent or requirement that the state law procedure be followed, and this is not one of those occasions.
Mm-hmm. But if it's not going to come through us anyway, why would we have something there? I mean, we won't have a heading there that says road vacation or anything, right? So there wouldn't be a place to really refer people to the state statute, correct?
Correct. Under the action that I'm proposing right now, the entire section vacating county roads will be struck from the land use code.
Okay.
And folks will either need to rely on state law or an attorney or whomever to give them advice on the procedure for that to take place.
Okay, yeah, Steve?
So I think if I'm hearing Kelly right, she would like to put just a one-sentence referral in there to refer people to the Colorado State revised statute.
Or like I would just
So then
maybe-
if they're going through the land use code looking for it, how do I vacate a road? Then they find that in the land use code. It refers them to the state statute, and then they go there to.
Right, like
I
the
think it would be a
BOCC may
service.
vacate a road or easement per CRS.
That is
Blah,
easy
blah,
enough
blah.
to do.
That's a good
Yeah.
idea.
If somebody
And
makes
that would be a service to the public. It might save somebody a lot of headache searching around trying to figure out if they're trying to do that.
Or they may just vacate the road on their own.
Or just call up ComDev and say, what do I do?
Yeah.
Or you drive up and then there's boulders across the road that used to be a county road. We've had that happen before too.
Any other
Sorry, I
questions
didn't
for Ryan?
understand that's what you were suggesting, but Steve got me.
Well, if there's no more questions, I'll look for a
Well,
motion.
I gotta finish up.
They're
Nancy,
both
sorry.
in one
Wait,
motion.
he's still,
Oh, they're both one motion.
Yeah, they're both in one.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's go on to the next one.
Yep. And of course, the board could make an amendment to address one or both of these, or however you'd like to handle it. But the second land use code text amendment that is being proposed is to 63070 of the Pickens County Land Use Code, which provides a GMQS exemption for large parcels having acreage in excess of 500 acres. So the existing GMQS exemption allows for the development of a single-family residence on lots of 500 acres or larger without going through GMQS to establish the development right or to exceed allowable, the presumed allowable floor area of 5750. And the exemption allows development up to 15,000 square feet of floor area. The Pickens County Attorney's Office is recommending removal of this provision of the land use code because the GMQS exemption, in my opinion, is contrary to the county's goal of offsetting the impact of large-scale development in sensitive areas of Pickens County. In providing exemption from GMQS in this manner, the provision encourages the development of single-family residences having an allowable square footage up to 15,000 square feet in the most remote and ecologically sensitive areas of Pickens County. The impacts of luxury home development on large lots discourages clustering of development in location where infrastructure to support such development already exists. Thus, the cumulative impact of this provision is development of homes and attendant infrastructure such as agricultural buildings and other outbuildings, as well as miles of roads and driveways, utility improvements, and the need to provide government services miles from the urban growth boundary. This development oftentimes occurs in sensitive wildlife habitat, high wildfire areas, and increases local and commuter vehicle traffic in rural portions of the county. So in my opinion, I believe removing this GMQ exemption serves the goals of Pickens County to encourage development and growth in a smart and paced manner. And that is the reason that the county attorney is suggesting removing this provision from the land use code. Both of these items do need to go to the Planning and Zoning Commission, or this ordinance does need to go to the Planning and Zoning Commission. And I'm going to work with Suzanne sooner rather than later to schedule that. I haven't had an opportunity to check in with her, but I will need to go to the Planning and Zoning Commission to get a recommendation on these prior to bringing it back to you all for second reading. Today is not a public hearing, and it is first reading. This has been noticed for a public hearing on May 24th.
Go ahead, Patty.
Yeah, I'm definitely supportive of the vacation of the road issue vacation issue. And I would like to suggest that we include Kelly's suggestion as to keeping a note in there in our land use code to refer people to the state. I don't have a problem with that at all. As far as the 500-acre, it's a more complicated decision. I think we need to move it forward to, I would like to see us move it forward to planning and zoning to see what feedback we get from them. But for me, as of right now, waiting to hear from planning and zoning and public comment at the next hearing if we move it forward. I would like to see it removed from the land use code with the understanding that we will bring back something hopefully in the very near future that may address large parcels, large acreage parcels, and how we can make an effort to encourage, incentivize, et cetera, conservation easements over portions of those parcels as part of development.
Steve?
Rye, I'd like to find out about the timeline. If we have our second hearing and public hearing on May 24th, is the P&Z going to hear it before that, or is it going to be after our second reading?
That is a requirement that the Planning and Zoning Commission makes a recommendation on this land use code text amendment before that time. There is not currently before May 24th, there is not currently a Planning and Zoning Commission scheduled before May 24th. I need to talk to Suzanne about that. There is a presumptive meeting of the Planning and Zoning Commission on May 16th, although that at the last Planning and Zoning Commission, we informed the Planning and Zoning Commissioners that there wasn't going to be a meeting that date. In the event I'm not able to make it to the Planning and Zoning Commission before May 24th, the item will necessarily need to be continued until I do have an opportunity to go to the Planning and Zoning Commission with this.
Okay, so we'll leave it the 24th. If the P&Z doesn't meet before then we just continue it.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Kelly.
Yeah, I've been thinking about this, and you know, I guess my paradigm on thinking about these things is like, we want to make development that we want to happen to be easy, and we want to make development that we don't want to happen more rigorous, have a more rigorous review. And you know, it seems to me like one house on 500 acres is preferable to a 35-acre subdivision, which has we have a lot of process around, because we obviously don't like large parcels being chopped up into 35 acres. So we have more arduous process related to that. So, you know, I would think we would want to encourage 500-acre parcels to only have one home. And I'm wondering if we're conflating concerns, and we should be focused more on how we site homes, and think about more rigorous standards of how we site homes, so that a home on a 500-acre parcel our criteria would land it in the best spot that avoids, you know, wildlife habitats. And I feel like we do a pretty good job in the code already. So if we're not doing a good enough job, then I wonder if that's where we should be focusing our conversation. Because I'm not totally sold that this is a tool we want to remove from the land use code at this time, simply because of that goal that I have. And so I'm just trying to work through, like, is there a better approach here that, you know, that is applicable across multiple parcels?
Yeah. Are you going to tag on to that?
Yeah, I'll need to say I thank you for that. I agree with Kelly, but I believe this is the first necessary step. And there's always the possibility that we could come back and replace this identical passage, you know, part of the code, or modify it to address your concerns, which are, once again, it's like, at this point, we want to be able to have some say in where a house is located, especially if it's in wildlife habitat or a riparian area or a critically, you know, a bad place to build, which is often where somehow it seems like people want to build. This gives us more control. But I think this first step is that we have to remove this. That doesn't mean we can't bring it back in at a certain date, and we can discuss when this will come back, you know, with a modification. But I believe this is the way it has to happen.
So I guess, can I just tag on
Yeah,
to
of
my
course.
thoughts here? Just, you know, I wonder, again, as we send this to P&Z, I guess, some feedback I'd like is, should we be thinking about whether something like this is not an administrative approval, but is something that would come back to the BOCC in order to apply that discretion? You know, rather than getting rid of the kind of 500-acre parcel. Because as you know, I actively try to get rid of, I want the state to get rid of 35-acre subdivision requirements and let us actually zone for larger parcels. So I'm hesitant to undo that in our own code. And I guess I would have another question sort of procedurally. This is a little tricky because we're voting on them both together. I think if the board's amenable, is there a way to have this come back to us as two separate things? Because I'm happy to support the road vacation change, but I have to agree to both of these to send them both on, you know, to send them on. So I don't know if that messes up the process at all to split them for second reading.
So historically, we've brought land use code text amendments in a package like this. And we could split these up into two separate ordinances. We would need to renotice each ordinance, likely for the meeting in June as opposed to May 24. As it was a stretch to make it to the May 24 meeting, we could certainly break the two items out into separate ordinances and renotice them for
June 14th, I think is.
June 14th.
Well, I'll leave that to my fellow commissioners to decide if that, because
Yep, June 14th.
I know that there was
I'm
some
gonna
interest
jump in
in
for this
moving
one.
these along, but if they have
This
to
one,
be,
on this issue.
if we can't do the planning and zoning prior to May 24th anyway, then maybe that is a good reason.
So I'm wondering if we're going to do that, if we decide that we're gonna move it forward, and especially if we have a conflict with P&Z, can we actually write in different requirements for the 500 acres now rather than taking it out and then bringing it back later? Could we include, has to have a conservation easement, the siting of the house has to be approved by ComDev or whomever is the
CC.
appropriate people, and the third one is that it is a discretionary decision rather than administrative? Is that possible?
It's possible. I won't be able to accomplish that by June 14th. We'll have to do first reading again, at least on the item, on the 500 acre item. So we could potentially get first reading on the GMQS exemption on May 24th, potentially followed by, no, I don't think so. I don't think I'll be able to generate that kind of criteria by May 24th. So we could potentially get it done by the end of June or sometime in July, potentially. So.
Nancy?
Okay, Steve's next, and then I'll come back to you.
I had my hand up too.
I don't-
Patty.
Patty also.
Yeah, Steve,
I
Patty.
don't remember what I was gonna say now, so go on.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Go to
It'll
cue-
come back to
I'll
my.
cue you in.
Right, Patty, go ahead.
Yeah, I think with Kelly, with the placement of the house, that is a key issue, because if you have a parcel that has 500 acres, you know, multiple parcels of 500 acres, you know, my concern would be the roads, you know, and would they each have their own, you know, miles of driveways and infrastructure and ag buildings, and, you know, what are we doing to the continuity of this beauty of the conservation and the wildlife and all that of that large parcel? So I would definitely like to see I'm not saying get rid of the 500 acre issue. I'm saying let's tweak it to make it work so that we do have the conservation easement values in it. And I agree that it's gonna take some time to craft that language. So I would not have a problem removing the 500 acre GMQS exemption provision now with a time frame to bring back a well-crafted provision to address the concerns that have been raised.
Greg.
Thank you.
I think this is a multi-part process, and I think we have kind of we've got something before us that we can pass today, and we know we're going to be working on this. And I don't want to rush Rye, and I don't want to rush a conversation with this board, because this is a big deal. It's important. But I also know it's important that we do this now. And so I don't want to delay it. I want to pass it, and then we can, it'd be nice to fix it, but this is the only way we can see to fix it on a timely manner. So I would encourage the board to pass these without stalling or delaying, and then it'll give Rye the opportunity to take a breath and craft something that works based on the conversations we'll have at a future date. And it's super important. I'll definitely would advocate putting it on an agenda to work on this sooner, because this is important stuff. But I certainly think this needs to be passed today.
Steve?
So I would like to keep them both in the same ordinance. We can always amend the wording of one of them or change it around if we need to. And it's just a regular amendment to the ordinance, and it doesn't matter if there's 2 or 10 different code changes in there. It's possible to do that. And I agree with Greg that there is some amount of urgency in getting this current ordinance passed, and then coming up with new language for how to deal with the large lot or large acre parcels.
I have a question, Rye. If an application came in for some piece of property to just a sec, let me see how I want to ask this. If an application comes in and then we enact or write a new land use code about a 500 acre piece of property, would that be imposed on the application if the application came before we approved it?
No, the way we have historically contemplated, or the way we have historically effectuated the land use code is if that a complete land use application comes in based on a current code criteria, we apply that current code criteria to the application. So
No
if
matter what we do before the application is approved?
Correct.
Does the application have to be deemed complete?
It does.
So you could submit an application, it could take a day, it could take 20 days, it could take 100 days for that application to be deemed complete. You just never
Well,
know.
if the application was complete when it comes in the door.
If it's complete when it comes in.
Then it's complete. We can't, I believe the land use code provides that we have to deem the application complete within 10 days of it coming in.
Is that what you wanted to say, Suzanne?
Yeah, there is a limitation.
Oh, okay, so it's not 100, it's 10, but I knew there was a time frame. I just was exaggerating it.
Okay.
I'm ready to make a motion.
I think I'm ready to second
Right ahead,
it.
feel free.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we amend the Pickens County Code, Titles 8, Chapter 2, Section 230H7, Road and Easement Vacations, and Section 63070, GMQS exemption for large lots, 500+ acre parcels, period.
Second.
We have a second. Thank you.
Okay, I have a motion by Greg and a second by Patty. I'm going to do individual votes on this. Patty?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Greg?
Yes.
Kelly?
I'm going to vote no, because I still have policy and procedural concerns on this one.
We'll give you the no.
Well, with great trepidation, I will say yes.
It still comes back on the 24th, after P&Z, if P&Z.
Okay.
And we thank P&Z for.
And this is only that's the first reading on the 24th, right? So we'll have 2 more
Yeah.
readings of it.
This is first reading
This is the
today.
first reading.
This is first reading.
Yeah.
There'll be a meeting
Thank
with
you. Yes,
Planning
you're
and
right.
Zoning Commission, and then second reading on the 24th, if I can make that happen.
So the P and Z will hear this, and
They
then
will.
we
Yeah,
get it back.
and then we'll have their comments before we have second reading.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Ralph.
Thank you.
And for clarity on the P and Z, they will have a hearing on this as well, so there will be opportunity for public comment at their hearing on this. Okay, thank you.
Okay, now we have a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners approving contract amendment number 1 with the State of Colorado Department of Human Services, Behavioral Health Administration for funding for the Pickett Area Co-Responder Teams program. And
We need to see if it's,
do we have somebody to?
Is
Is
Jenny
Jordella
Lyons
online?
on, speak?
Is Jordana on
Oh, yeah, there she is.
There.
Jenny Lyons.
We know they're out there in the ether.
I saw her just a second ago.
There she is.
There she is. Okay, good.
There
Hi.
I am. Hello.
Hi.
Hi, Jenny.
Hi.
So if you'd like to go ahead and talk to us about this, that would be great.
Absolutely. Okay, so we are here for the first reading to continue accepting a grant from the Behavioral Health Administration's Co-Responder Grant Program in support of the Pitkin Area Co-Responder Teams, or PACT program. We first received this funding in 2018 and have had a co-responder in the field since 2019. This year's amount is $380,000 in support of the program. And the resolution would allow us to continue accepting funding for 5 years. It supports most of the mental health program administrator's salary. That's the person that manages the program for Pitkin County, turns in data, et cetera. I will note that this position is currently open because I have begun transitioning into the planning and programs manager position. So that's posted on NeoGov if you happen to know anyone who might be interested in working with PACT. The grant would also support 2 members of the PACT field team, as well as funds for training, travel, client support, and office supplies. To talk a little bit about what the program's doing right now, we have 3 PACT field team members currently out in the field, with co-response occurring 6 days a week with our 3 Pitkin County law enforcement agencies. We do have an open position as well for the PACT case manager, which is posted on the Mind Springs website. That's funded through a different funding stream. And we're also in the process of bringing on a new co-responder in the final stages of hiring that person because one of our co-responders has been promoted to another position within Mind Springs. We're also wrapping up our 2022 annual report, and we'll bring some of those findings to all of you in July, along with the other public health programs that are funded by CDPHE. And that is the second piece of our PACT funding. PACT works with some of our most vulnerable community members, working to keep them out of crisis, connect them with services, including healthcare and supports for daily living. And this request is to continue to receive this grant funding. If you move to approve the funding, we will be able to continue providing PACT services through the co-responder and peer support specialist positions that are the field team positions funded, as well as the mental health program administrator position, which supports that field team and administers the program. And I'll pause for questions.
Okay, Patty.
I just want to say this is an exceptional program. It has been since it was first initiated in 2018 and it came into effect in 2019. My PAT is one of my favorites. I wear it with great pride. I think this was something we needed greatly in intervention with our first responders due to the nature of most of the incidences they respond to. So I want to thank you. And again, having this funding is just, it's extremely needed in our community to fund these services. So thank you.
Any other questions or comments for Jenny?
You guys making a mess over
I'm wearing
there?
my PACT hat today. I just want to
Oh,
point
you
that
are?
out.
I figured that
That's
was
right.
why
wearing
you
my
put it
PACT
on.
hat.
Yeah.
I support this, and I'm really glad to see the PACT program, I think, is is really helping.
You had to one-up me on that.
I know, you didn't bring yours.
I didn't bring mine.
But I just think PACT is great, and I think we're setting a standard that hopefully will propagate throughout the West. Thank you.
Kelly?
Hi, Jenny. Thank you. This is wonderful. Of course, I support it. I'm wondering, how are the vacancies affecting the program right now?
So at the moment, the co-responder who's been promoted is still co-responding 2 days a week, which is how we are still providing that co-response 6 days a week. So we have dropped by 1 day per week. So we don't have co-response on Saturdays, but we do Sunday through Friday. And then the case manager, Mind Springs has had some folks that are able to work from other offices with particular clients who need help. And then the rest of the team is filling in some of that, but we do definitely want to get that filled. So the peer is still in the field working with folks, and he's able to do a few of the things that a case manager would do. And then some of the other referrals and administrative work is being picked up by those co-responders. So when we have more people, we will be able to do more and probably have more of our client encounters. Just to give a reference, we had over 2,500 client encounters in 2022. And having a full team, I could imagine that going up.
Great. Thank you, Jenny. I appreciate it. We'll keep in mind good people to send our way.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Jenny? Okay, I'll look for a motion.
I'd make a motion that we, that one still works. I'd make a motion that we approve the contract with the State of Colorado Department of Human Services Behavioral Health Administration for funding of the Pitkin Area Co-Responder Teams program.
I will second.
And that is for moving it forward to a public hearing on May 24th. So we have a motion by Greg and a second by Kelly. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you.
And it passes.
Could we take a short break?
What?
Could we take a short break? I just have to run to the bathroom.
Sure.
And if we're gonna take a short break, if I may make a statement right now, the next item we'll be dealing with is the short-term rentals in the rural and remote region. And I must recuse myself from this discussion and decision because the land that we own is, both lots are partially in rural and remote zone district. And the fact that the more restricted zone district affects how the entire lot can be used. So any decisions on rural and remote does affect where my house sits actually, which is in a different zone district. But so anyhow, I will be recused, and when you get done with it after the break, call me back in.
We have one more item. We have to continue
Well,
the
that's
district.
removed from the agenda.
No, 11 we deleted.
11
Oh, it's
is
deleted. Okay,
Yeah.
sorry, I thought we already did that.
Yeah, we did that at the beginning. Okay, well,
need to remember
let's
that.
take a, let's see, let's go until 1:45.
Thank you.
7 minutes.
Welcome back to the regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners on Wednesday, May 10th. We are moving on to item 12.
Children.
Which is an ordinance from the Board of County
I'm
Commissioners.
very ready for this conversation, yes.
Amending Title VI, Section 6.50, Short-Term Rental Code of the Pitkin County Code to exclude short-term rentals in the rural and remote zone district. And, are
Unless
you John
Mr.
Ely?
Ely is on the Zoom call, I will cover this item for him today. I don't believe he is. I'm not
don't
anticipating
see
him
him.
being there, but again, Ryan Ely, Assistant County Attorney. I'm covering this item for John Ely, the County Attorney, and this is an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners amending Title VI, Section 50, which is the Pitkin County Short-Term Rental Code. The general effect of the proposed code amendment is to prohibit short-term rentals in the rural and remote zone districts in Pitkin County, zone district in Pitkin County. As you're all aware, this conversation has generally been going on since the short-term rental code was adopted in June of 2022, and the board gave the county attorney's office direction to bring an ordinance back to the board to prohibit short-term rentals, or at least consider prohibiting short-term rentals in the rural remote zone district. And that is what this ordinance in front of you does today. To date, the county has knowledge of at least 3 properties in the rural remote zone district that have been used for short-term rentals and or have advertised for short-term rentals in the recent past. Some of those properties have sought through an application process a license to engage in short-term rental activities, and some of those have not. John's recommendation is that the board consider this item on first reading today and set it for a public hearing and second reading on June 14. I will attempt to answer any questions that you may have, and otherwise this is a point of discussion for the board largely, I believe.
Thank you. Patty?
Yeah, in light of, we've received lots of comments from the public, and I just want to be clear, I don't necessarily disagree. I think that the rural remote, since I was part of rural remote zoning when it first, shortly after it became rural remote, which was back in the late 1990s.
94.
Yeah. So I've been involved with it for a long time, so I've seen, changes come about as we learned as the process went along. And but as far as how we are addressing rural remote short-term rentals, I believe that it's a fair process, that they are required to come back to the BOCC when the people apply for a license, for us to individually consider each application on its own merit. I continue to support that. And I think we need to be very clear that, and help me with this, there's a deadline that you have to have proven that you have used your property for short-term rental. I think it was sometime in May. So it doesn't mean May 5th?
5-year period.
5-year period prior to, but you have to have shown that you used it during that 5-year period, and that deadline should not, that last date should not move. It should still be that. So anything that comes in now and says, well, a year later we rented it, no, I think we should keep that deadline in effect. But I think we should continue to review rural remote short-term rental applications individually on their own merit, because I think it's in the best interest of our residents and of our visitors to allow us to do. There may be some that are on the fringe that might be appropriate or have a good history. My gut feeling is we would have heard from those by now if there are some out there. that had a previous rental history that would qualify them to submit an application for a business license for short-term rentals. So that's it. Until I hear differently from the board and may change my mind, that's my coming into this discussion, that's my position. But I
Okay.
appreciate the fact the board has been trying to bring this forward, and I'm glad it's here at the table today.
Thanks, Patty. Other comments? I'll jump in. I was of the same mind as you until I had heard from a lot of people that they think that STRs are completely inappropriate in rural and resort areas.
Or remote.
What did I say? Resort?
Resort.
Well, that's weird. We're that too. But,
If we
rural
were
and
in a
remote.
resort, we wouldn't worry so much about the remote.
And I feel like the only people I've heard from are in opposition to allowing STRs in rural and remote. And it's, I feel it's my obligation to respond to my constituents, and that seems to be the overwhelming sentiment, that they would like the county to prohibit STRs in rural and remote. Anybody else? Yeah.
Well, thanks, Francie. No, I'm grateful we have this here today. I have wanted this prohibition to be in effect since we first took on the regulation of short-term rentals in Pickens County. And so, I continue to think that is the most appropriate way to look at this activity in rural and remote zones. It is, private property rights continue to be preserved, people's use of their land continues to be preserved, the opportunity to request a TDR or come in for a small unit continues to be preserved. And that this limitation really, I think, keeps our community safer, and I think it adheres to what the long-standing intent of the zone district has been. So I would love for us to move this forward. And I do have a procedural question, I guess. Do we normally compile a list of comments for ordinances like this? I mean, I know we've received them all individually or through our public comment portal, but I don't know if it's something that we would generally attach to the packet for public
It's in the public
review.
record, right?
Generally, Julia Ely and Jeanette Jones help compile the record for the BOCC, and that is included in the BOCC records for today's meeting. Whether if comments just came in today to you individually and not through the county's public comment portal, then perhaps those aren't in the record yet. So
But the record
anything-
is just retained in the ether. we don't.
Would you like it
I think-
attached to the next
Maybe.
packet?
My understanding is that if the comments come in before the packet deadline goes out, then those comments are generally included in the packet under a public comment heading. If they're not, they come in subsequent to that, they should be included in the record, but it's unlikely that they will be in the publicly available packet to view on the website.
Sure. Okay. I don't think that they were included for this ordinance.
They're definitely not.
So
Okay.
maybe for second hearing, I think it would be helpful.
I'll make sure that
Okay. Thank you.
you're aware of that.
Yeah, thank you.
I would
Greg?
just add, there are plenty of good reasons for this. I would agree with Kelly and Francie in this case that I think, and Patty as well, really, that there are so many reasons why it's not appropriate in rural remote. And I don't really think we need to hear each case individually. But we do have issues with neighbors. Say you're out in the hinterlands and someone who's not familiar with four-wheel drive or snow conditions gets stuck. It may be up to the people living nearby, if there are any, to get them out. We have issues with safety response, emergency response, whether there's a fire or an ambulance is needed. It's just really hard. Rural remote is not the sort of place where you have nightly renters showing up, and then perhaps also the housekeepers and the chef and the florist and whoever else visits the place to service what really turns into a mini hotel. Another concern letters we've received were regarding wildlife concerns. A lot of the reason of rural remote, I think originally, was that we were trying to protect habitat, and when you have a constant flow of people coming in, it changes the patterns by which people move, because it's a different group every day, and then it changes the patterns. The wildlife do not respond positively to that as well. So we'd be creating areas that were no longer appropriate or optimal habitat, as well as all the safety concerns and the other concerns we have regarding county road wear and tear, things like that, where all of a sudden it brings a lot more activity into areas which were never intended for that in the original rural remote. So I'll support that, and I would make a motion to approve if we're ready for that motion.
I have another comment.
Of course.
Yeah, I'm not in any way saying that the comments we've received are not valid. I've had those issues, especially with first responder and emergency access. But I'm just saying there might be some areas along the fringes that might be appropriate. But I also believe that I don't think there's many out there. I think we would have heard from them by now. So this, to me, allows us the discretion, which I think the board values our ability to review things at the board, at this table here, to review them and then make that decision. I'm not saying we would automatically approve. Chances are we would be very careful if we were to approve any more in the future. That being said, my question is, what happens? Do we have existing, I'm looking at staff, you might want to, do you mind if Alex comes up?
No, it'd be great if Alex came up. Thanks, Alex.
Do we have existing rural remote short-term rental licenses out there now?
There are no current approved rural and remote STR licenses.
And that answers my question. My question would have been, if there were, would we then say next year you can't apply? So that would be giving somebody and taking away. So I understand the board's position. I would, again, still like to see the discretion come to the board, because chances are we wouldn't have any to review in the future. But if there was one and it might make sense for us to approve, it could come forward to us and we could use our discretion, which I think we value and use wisely, to move that forward or to not. So, but I appreciate where the board stands, and I truly appreciate the comments that have been submitted by the public.
I have a question for you, Alex. So we don't think that there are any rural and remote properties that have been doing short-term rentals because they're not on the public sites and so on, but does that exclude the possibility that there are some that could then come to us in the next few years?
So there are, as Rye mentioned, 3 properties that we have tracked. 2 had come in through the licensing process. Another one was one that was listed on the major. So we are currently aware of a few within rural and remote. If the regulations were to pass to prohibit, I don't think those could come in in the future. But if we would still allow it, then I assume they have the opportunity to come in under the current regulations, which would be brought before the board for your final review and decision.
But there might be some other rural and remote properties out there who have been doing STR that we just haven't been able to pin down.
Correct. If they can prove that they were operating as an STR from May 2017 to May 2022, that is one of the requirements. And if it was operating, then yes, they could come in.
So there could be some out there.
Yeah, can I add to that? If they operated without a license this last year, then they don't get to approve. That's a violation, and they can't come in and apply for a license.
Yeah, that's just the last year, though. They could have done it before that.
So, but if they did it before that, but continued to do it after that date without a license, they're in violation. So, they've already X'd themselves out of the game.
Well, I appreciate your hands-off approach, Patty. That is normally my inclination, but another board might not be like us. There might be other boards of county commissioners who have friends that live in rural and remote and
they could
approve some STRs.
You're absolutely right, and they could also, a future board could reverse this and allow them again.
That's true. So. I have to sneeze, so go ahead.
I would like to second Greg's motion to approve.
Bless you.
Everybody.
I think that was an okay from Francie.
Any more comments on this? Yeah, I'd like to pass this also, because I think that we don't, even though another board could change it or other things could happen, in the meantime, it insulates us from further encroachment on open spaces. So, all right. So if we don't have any more comment, I'll go for a vote. I think I'll take individual votes. Patty?
No.
Greg?
Yes.
Kelly?
Yes.
And I am a yes, so it passes 3-1.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alex.
For a public hearing on June 14th.
Thank you. Yes, there will be a public hearing for those of you who'd like to come to speak to it on June 14th. All right, now we do have a public hearing. And the first one is an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners approving the purchase of 608 Lakeside Drive in Basalt, Colorado. And is Jody here or online?
I don't see.
There she is.
Oh, do we call Steve?
Can you come back yet?
I'll get him. Thank you.
We'll call him at the end of the, see, we just adjourned, you can go home now.
He probably went for a walk. He's like, this will never take
He
me
took
that
his
quick.
computer with him.
Thanks.
I think that's the shortest conversation we've had on short-term rentals.
Out of
in
sight, out of
4
mind,
years.
you know. Okay, Jody. We're just waiting for Steve to come back in. If you could wait about 20 seconds, I think he'll be in the door in just a second.
Very good.
You gotta tell him you missed him.
Francie, my sister just said renting that place was too expensive. I'm like, oh God, it's the chance of a lifetime.
I don't see Steve. Let's go ahead. Go ahead, Jody.
Thank you. Jody Smith, I'm the Director of Assets and Employee Housing. And today I'm here to, for a second reading public hearing of an ordinance to purchase a condominium located at 608 Lakeside Drive, and that's in Basalt, Colorado. We are using the funds derived from the county's deed restricted program and the housing fee assessment to purchase this unit. The unit is a 1-bedroom, 1-bath condominium, and it will be used for our employee housing unit inventory to help recruit and retain our employees. The one nice thing about this unit is that it is at Willits. It's near shopping, entertainment, markets, medical centers, and most importantly on the RAPTA bus route. So that's what we're here for today, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Does anybody have any questions? Yeah, Kelly.
Jody, approving this today, how many units would that bring into our inventory, our Picken County housing inventory?
We have 18 with this one.
And the lease will come back to us as well, right?
Our policy does not, we now do 1-year leases, and our policy does not require them to come before the board.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we voted on that sometime this last
I know, but then I felt like we got a whole bunch of leases that came to us, so I was confused about how that went.
Yeah, I think the way we set it up was that Jody would bring back all the leases in one time for approval by the board.
Okay, got it, thank you.
So she wasn't seeing us every other week.
Do we have any questions for Jody?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll
Thank you,
second it.
Jody.
Okay, we have a motion by Patty and a second by Greg. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oh, it was a public hearing. We need to.
Oh, it's a public hearing.
sorry.
Is there
Yes,
anybody in the
right.
public
I
who would like
jumped.
to talk about that? Thank you.
Move to reconsider.
I'll make a
We'll
motion to
see if there's
reconsider.
anybody, if there's no public, we don't have to.
So Steve made a motion. Do you want to?
Yeah,
I think
second.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so
Call the vote on
do we have,
reconsidering.
anybody want to vote to reconsider?
All in favor?
Yes,
Yeah.
let's reconsider.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so now
Public
we'll open
hearing.
up the public hearing on the,
For all those public waiting to comment.
yes, I know, there are just so many of them. And I'm asking you to do public comment on the purchase of 608 Lakeside Drive in Basalt for our employee housing program. And I don't see anybody online. Anybody in the room? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second it.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, Number 14 is the ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners adopting the 2023 addendum to the North Star Nature Preserve Management Plan, 2020 RE, United States Forest Service Wildwood Recreation Management and Enforcement, and we have Gary and Jesse.
And
Francie?
one more,
And
could
Ryan.
you elevate?
There's a letter was submitted today, and I asked Charlotte to print it, and it's all on your desk. You'll have a copy of a comment letter.
Oh.
From
To
the
Kevin
neighbors.
Warner. Yeah, I think he raised his hand.
Kevin's here too, yeah. And I just want to commend Gary Tannenbaum, if you can, if I can have a minute. His son had an awesome picture in the paper today.
Thank
And is
you.
moving on to state, I believe.
In what?
What?
In the one in track and field, 110-meter hurdles, and maybe
Congrats.
the 300 too. So
But the picture of him gliding over the,
Oh, great.
he just doesn't look
that
like
was
that
Chris
baby I
Lane's
remember.
great photo. So
It was a great photo.
yeah.
Congrats, Dad.
I sold Chris Lane that camera, so do I get any credit?
Did?
I did, actually.
Well, now you know you can't
Well, it
come back
works.
to you and say it doesn't work.
We have proof it works, yeah.
It worked well. All right, let me share the screen. Well, before, I'll just introduce myself. I'm Gary Tannenbaum, the Director of Picken County Open Space and Trails, and I'm here with Jesse Young, who's our Planning and Outreach Manager. And also on the screen is Kevin Warner with the U.S. Forest Service. He's the District
Hi,
Manager.
Kevin.
Kevin.
So, let me share the screen. Come on. Okay, so this is second reading of an ordinance by the BOCC to add an addendum to the North Star Management Plan so we can include the Wildwood area into the management plan. We have found a way with the Forest Service to create the Forest Service. If the BOCC creates this ordinance, and Rye is always here to make sure I stay in my legal bounds, but if the BOCC creates an ordinance including the Wildwood area into a management plan of North Star, the Forest Service will be able to create a special order that will allow us to enforce county regulations in the addendum on the Wildwood parcel. We have been working for years to figure out a way to really be able to have our rangers enforce at Wildwood. You know, to give just a little bit of history, back in 2015 when the use started to increase, we redid the North Star Management Plan through a big public process. And in that North Star Management Plan, you know, we worked with the Forest Service and we were trying to find ways to help them manage wildwood. And since that time, you know, we've been able to find really cool, unusual ways to do this. We were one of the first to be able to fund a forest protection officer, which is a federal employee. And so we were able to do that, and that's been in place for 7 years and has helped a ton because the rangers couldn't enforce at Wildwood. We needed some type of enforcement from the Forest Service, and we were able to get that position included. You know, it's just one position. They can't work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So it helps a lot, and they work directly with our rangers. We also have created and fund ACES Naturalist program, which is really cool. We get the ACES Naturalists out there. Supposedly they were all going to be for educating the public. It became kind of some parking attendant type positions, which, you know, is not really what we wanted to do. And we also fund Roaring Fork Conservancy to do guided floats for the public through that area. And so, you know, in 2020, we amended the North Star Management Plan, and in it, we put action items to continue to work with the Forest Service on ways to better manage wildwood. This is just one of those action items. It's kind of, you know, it's just an addendum, so we could just make this happen so our rangers can enforce. Since that time, you know, you've heard from the public, and we also went to the Open Space and Trails Board and presented this all to the Open Space and Trails Board.
and they approved it unanimously, but they did add to the addendum, the addition to the addendum is for staff to come back with capacity management recommendations before issuing any permits for commercial use in 2024. So because the commercial permits are issued for this year, I'll let Kevin explain some of the details of potentially the parking that we're going to do there, but parking was also an issue. And on the parking piece, we're working with the Forest Service. We're going to work with the neighbors on figuring out ways, and I think this will be a good spot. Let me stop sharing so everyone can see Kevin. Just wanted to have him just weigh in on this addendum and the special order, and also commercial use and parking. So Kevin, sorry to put you on the spot, but.
No worries. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks. Good to see you, at least on the Zoom screen. Sorry I couldn't be up there in person, but yeah, so a couple of things. We've got a meeting that we're arranging to actually sit down and talk with the neighbors and the school coming up here soon. I think next week, hopefully, if everyone's schedules can align. So that's something we're going to sit down. We're going to hear more. The Forest Services directly. Gary's been doing that already, but we're going to do that as well and do it all together. So, but one thing that I've already heard through these meetings that you guys have had, through Gary's interactions with the neighbors, is that some double parking that has been happening in the near the put-in there at Wildwood is a concern of the neighbors, that it's causing additional congestion with all the moving around and all the parts and pieces that it takes to move one vehicle and put another one in spot and everything that goes along with that. It's kind of a weird thing. To be honest with you, I wasn't aware of it in the first place. And so we're going to, we've already removed the double parking encouraged kind of signage that was out there. Not entirely sure where that came from, but we've removed that, and we're actually going to work with Gary and his staff to get first some temporary signage and then some permanent signage in place as well, to actually not allow and to discourage the double parking that was occurring there. We recognize that because it's been occurring for a while, we have to not only just take that away, but let people know that it's not allowed anymore. So we're really hopeful that with taking that away and including some additional opportunities for enforcement and education around the double parking, that we'll be able to resolve some of the congestion issues and such there. So that's something that we've taken the first steps of that improvement already, and we'll continue to work through that into the future. Should be in place here before things get too crazy up there. So, and then like I said, starting I believe it's next week, but I think we may be still working through scheduling, sitting down with the neighbors and the school to talk through and listen to some additional concerns of theirs. And then Gary and I have already talked about this commercial use aspect, and we're on board. We are on board with using this season to better understand what that commercial use is, to better understand what our abilities are to work together to address and ensure that we're allowing the correct amount of commercial use, whatever that correct amount happens to be. Don't know what it is yet, but considering that and looking at it, and this, my opinion anyway, approving this addendum is a huge step towards additional enforcement and education opportunities at the put-in. So like Gary mentioned, we've got folks who are up there, Forest Service employees who enforce the regulations and do that work. But like Gary said, they're not there all the time. And so being able to have open space and trails rangers also be able to do that is just going to be able to help increase the presence there of folks who can help to do that. So I think that's a good stroke, and I think I genuinely think that will be helpful towards getting better parking compliance and addressing some of the concerns of the neighbors. So.
Thanks, Kevin. Hey, I have a question for you. This is Francie. So if there were so many cars that they were double parking, and now all those same people presumably this summer are going to want to go up there and paddleboard as well, what do you anticipate will happen to that second row of cars? Where will they go, or will they just not go paddleboarding?
I mean, it's a great question. That's why we're going to watch it. And, you know, what we have the ability to do is deal with the parking areas and some of the side of the road, especially at the takeout. And so, you know, we're not going to encourage any more. The whole goal of the commercial use in the first place was a transportation kind of limitation thing, because we knew we were going to start limiting the parking in a big way. And so we were hoping that, you know, we could use some of that commercial use to get people there and not have tons of people drive. Now, is it, you know, achieving that? We don't know. We're going to look this summer. Wayne Ives from our office, who worked for the Forest Service for many years, put the suggestion out there, and the Open Space Board kind of agreed that we should find a way to survey some of this commercial use to be able to get their opinion of, first of all, how did they hear about it? And secondly, would they have come here if they didn't have commercial use? So we could just get some feedback from that. But in the end, we're not going to allow parking in places that they shouldn't be. And so if it creates another problem, hopefully we'll be able to stop that sooner than later. There are places that people can park. You know, the double parking thing, you know, when it's just, if it was double parking from the same group, it's different than double parking, leaving your keys and letting other people drive your car. And so we just feel like, you know, when we really talked about this with Kevin, and we were like, I checked with all my staff, we didn't put the sign up. No one has recollection of that sign going up. Let's just, now that we just really, let's deal with that and see if that changes things. And honestly, there is parking. There's north lot parking. You just have to sometimes change your thinking of how you're going to do this. You need to kind of think about one car and bikes and ways of getting around. We're going to do a lot of education around it. Obviously, I think we're not going to magically say goodbye to it all at once, but, you know, we're going to really push to make this disappear for now. So, sorry, long answer, but it's a bigger answer on all of North Star, because the goal has been to reduce the amount of cars out there and get people to shuttle and to use bikes to help them get around.
Yeah, and I just wanted to add one thing to that. I know there's people who might be listening and people who will probably come back for the public hearing. To speak at the public hearing. That's right, today, and call in. I just want to say that this actually is not a decision point for how many paddle boards will be on the river and what the regulations on the river are. This is a decision point just for maintenance of the parking lot and allowing the open space and trails rangers to be able to enforce the parking. So it would be great if we restrict our conversation to that.
Thank you, Francie. That's exactly what I wanted to clarify. And it is enforcement of the management plan by our open space and trails rangers, so it's a little broader than just parking. And that is, and I want to thank the Forest Service. Thank you, Kevin, for providing us the opportunity to have our rangers be able to enforce. I think that's going to be a huge positive for the people up there. We will now be able to do more than just tell people where to park or not park, but actually educate and enforce the rules and regulations that we have in place on a broader spectrum. And I'm really excited about looking forward to the upcoming meetings, and I'm hoping that since it's my district and I'm, you know, my caucus at the East of Aspen caucus, be part of these meetings to help, you know, facilitate or whatever you guys might need me to do, or the members of the board, but, you know, because it's my backyard, literally. I just think this is really critical for us. And I appreciate all the information, again, the public comment we've received. And we're gonna have a broader discussion, as we're known for doing. We're gonna have a full public process as far as any capacity-related issues up there. And what we may be able to do and what we've learned over this season, I think it's key. And I think, again, it's in the best interest of the residents up there and of our general public, that we do what we can to preserve the environment up there, and also provide, and I don't know at what level or what we might decide at the end of the day, for public access to the waters, but in a respectful and well-managed manner.
Well, and that's why I brought up this, just to show you what the use numbers are looking like. And so, yes, there was, the COVID year was the COVID year. That was 2020. But use numbers are, you know, kind of in that average of about 8,000, 80, you know, maybe about 8,500. And so, you know, the one piece of the puzzle is, you know, the percentage of commercial use. And that's what we're going to try to get to. But thank you, Francie, that is not today. Any capacity issues will be a bigger process and brought to you and the Open Space Board and to the public before
2020 number is, I remember when that happened, we were like,
well, that was the year that just,
that was the year.
But it's an asterisk, because it's just, everyone was stuck here, and everyone drove here to get away from everywhere else. So anyway.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's plenty of sympathy among our board and Open Space and Trails about the effects of recreationalists on local people. And so we all have sympathy for that. But today we're going to talk about whether or not Open Space and Trails has the right to enforce the parking issues up at Wildwood. So is it okay with you guys if we open up the public hearing, or did you want to go first?
I have a question about something that Gary talked about related to, you know, what is the criteria that you think you guys will use for assessing capacity?
You know, the criteria is to kind of try to figure out, are people just coming there for the commercial use? Or are they using commercial use to help the transportation? Because the goal is not to basically promote use. The goal is to still, the North Star, the main management action in North Star is always to preserve the natural resources, but also the quiet. Because there's a social piece and then there's the natural resource piece. And is the social piece being compromised? Because the natural resources, we monitor the natural resources, and we have not seen any impact. You know, the herons left their roosting area, but they're in a different one. They're still using that area. And so the reality for us is really to go, I think it's going to be a social, and it's also the crowdedness. Not only on the river, because we did a survey, and once people said they got out of the parking area, that the crowdedness on the river wasn't as big. But is the parking area being overused? And if it is, and we can reduce the amount of commercial traffic that's going in there, including the public traffic, then I think those are the criteria we're going to use to really come down to it, because it's really difficult to say if you can't come up with a specific number saying, you know, let's go back to 5,000 users. Is that enough? I think if we can really get the parking areas under control better, both the put in and the takeout, reducing that a number of use will only make the preserve quieter.
Other questions before we go to the public hearing?
Yes, I have one. Only just our packet is page 272 has the list of the actions that the rangers will be able to take, and I was just wondering if you could rattle those off before we have public comment. That might just help clarify what we're doing here today.
Thanks, Greg.
Paragraph
there you go.
3.
Okay.
Rattle.
So I will rattle
on.
Carefully say what it's going to authorize Open Space and Trails Rangers to enforce adopted regulations, including the parking regulations, any parking regulations that we institute or the Forest Service institutes, commercial use permit violations. So any commercial use from this year, whatever you do for next year, we'll be able to enforce those. Non-permitted commercial or special event use. So, you know, if there's a huge wedding that decides to put on there without a permit, we can enforce on that. We've had that in the past, so that's why I brought that up. No glass, it's already in their special order, but we'll be able to enforce that. No dogs, it's already in their special order currently, but we'll be able to enforce that. No playing music audible to other people or wildlife. That's a big one because that's trying to keep the quiet of North Star. And then all users must pack out what they pack in, no littering, so if we see anybody doing that. Illegal camping, no camping on that parcel. We already have no camping on North Star and in the parking areas, but this is for this specific parcel. And then closed from dusk to dawn. And so, you know, once it's dusk and nighttime, we can catch people who are trying to put on late at night. Float through only, no beaching of watercrafts. That is something that we have throughout North Star. While the parcel's not that big, but if you beach somewhere, if you take off and immediately beach and you're still on Forest Service land, we could get you moving and potentially ticket you for that. So those are the ones.
Right, and just to clarify then, what you've only could do in the past is the next paragraph just describes it fairly succinctly, and I can just say it's the daily patrols were limited to providing educational information. You didn't really have any enforcement capabilities, so that's what this is going to do.
Right.
Exactly.
Right.
So like
Thank you.
To give you a great example of the change is if we see, you know, a commercial issue or, you know, or a glass issue, and we're not getting compliance by education, we can just go straight to ticketing, where before we'd have to either call in the forest protection officer or the deputies. And now we could just do it directly and do it through the county tickets.
Right, and it begs the next question, are your rangers up to the task?
They've been wanting to do this since, so they're there. Usually we have a ranger there a lot of the day, every day a week. And you guys approved an additional full-time ranger in the budget for 2023. Almost the entire reason to get that extra ranger was to be here, to be in the East Aspen, so we could still have capacity. The amount of ranger time we spend on North Star during the year is disproportionate to a lot of other areas that need it. And so that's why you guys approved another ranger, so we can still have rangers out and about doing the other areas, because we do have another lovely issue at Penny Hot Springs that we have to monitor. and those, you couldn't be as far away from Pitkin County as you could be there. So honestly, this is just one piece of the puzzle. We dedicate a ton of resources to it, but this allows us to stop it. Like if we see a commercial operator putting in 10 people, we could stop it right there. We don't have to wait for them to float through and then count the people coming out and then get them there.
Got it. Thank you. Thanks for the clarification.
Right?
Well, I just got a couple points of clarification, and as the board will recall, when you approved this ordinance on first reading, I had neglected to include a penalty provision in the ordinance at that time, and that was part of the motion that was made to approve on first reading, and that has been added to the ordinance, making a violation of the ordinance a civil infraction with a graduated fine schedule that will go up to $1,000 per occurrence. I also want to make sure that the list of items that the county open space and trails rangers will be enforcing is the one that we have agreed to with the Forest Service, that they will enact through their special order. And I heard a couple that Gary listed just now that I do not believe they are able to implement through a special order, specifically the beaching of craft and the dawn to dusk closure. So I have a list of the ones that I believe are the ones the Forest Service can enact through the special order, which are parking or leaving a vehicle in violation of posted instructions, placing a vehicle or other object in such a manner that is an impediment or hazard to the safety or convenience of any person, possessing glass, possessing dogs, operating or using in or near a campsite, developed recreational site, or over an adjacent body of water without a permit, any device which produces noise, such as a radio, television, musical instrument, motor, or engine, in such a manner, and at such a time so as to unreasonably disturb any person, causing public inconvenience, annoyance, or alarm by making unreasonably loud noise, possessing or leaving refuse, debris, or litter in an exposed or unsanitary condition, failing to dispose of all garbage, including any paper, can, bottle, sewage, wastewater, or material, or rubbish, either by removal from the site or area or by depositing it in a receptacle or at places provided for such purposes. Camping is prohibited. Operating without a commercial use permit issued by Pickens County is prohibited. And as Gary was just discussing, violating terms of commercial use permit issued by Pickens County. So there's a little bit of a disparity there between what Gary just read off. So I want to make sure that we had that clear for the record, along with the penalty provision that was added as well.
Okay, thank you, Patty.
But the sheriff's deputies, because I know we've had issues in the past with people floating on a full moon or whatever, and those are issues that people can call in, the sheriffs can enforce. Is that
The
correct?
sheriff can enforce any of our
But
regulations.
just so if we're losing that with this, because of with the involvement with the Forest Service, that is not gonna go away as far as enforcement. It'll still be enforced through the sheriff's department or rangers if they're up there before dawn or after dusk.
Yeah, no, and we have changed our patrols to actually be around a little later, not necessarily in the dark. We just don't, we have a camera out there, we don't see a ton of it, it happens. But yes, with this provision, you know, currently the sheriff's office can enforce Forest Service. It's a, you have a IGA with the Forest Service, so the sheriff is able to enforce some of the Forest Service stuff. However, the dusk to dawn closure is not in the Forest Service until they do this special order.
Right.
Once they do this special order, then the deputies can enforce under these regulations.
Because I know we've had calls come in on full moons in the past.
But honestly, yeah, in the past though, it was not illegal. It was illegal to take out, because that's in our regulations. It was not illegal to put in. So,
So if you hung around all day, you could
Look-
still be there after dark.
Exactly. Well, that's why we are trying to, and I have to give Kevin a ton of credit. The Forest Service has figured out ways to work with us on this, and you know, they've been really pushing hard to help us help them manage this.
And again, Kevin, we so appreciate our relationship with the U.S. Forest Service. I think we have an exceptional relationship across this country, and we really appreciate that.
Yes, Kelly?
Sorry if I missed this, but with the change in parking at Wildwood, how many parking spots does that leave?
Well, currently, if you double parked, you could get about 14-ish spots, sometimes a little bit more, sometimes less. So break that in half. So about 7. And we'll continue to work on it and see where we're all willing to go. It's just, as Francie brought up a good point, where do they go, and how do we work on that in the future conversation?
Against a lot of park on the side of county roads. Against a lot of park on the side of Highway 82 up there in most places, so.
There is parking on the side of 82 here and there.
Yeah, it's.
But there's,
Greg?
Just one more point of clarification. Rye, you threw me off, and then Gary, you confused it for me further. The dusk to dawn closure. Can we or can we not enforce this after we pass this?
As soon as they put it in the special order.
My understanding is that the special order is not going
Oh,
to
it's not
include
gonna
a
do it.
dusk till dawn
Okay.
closure.
That-
But our
Sorry,
sheriffs
I
could-
confused you.
our
The sheriff can do
still-
it, but it's not in the special order.
For a
Currently-
point of clarification, the sheriffs could enforce any violation of law up there that took place. So if somebody was trespassing, not necessarily on the Forest Service property, but otherwise violating a Colorado statutory law, or they could enforce these ordinance regulations. But the dusk till dawn item is not something that the Forest Service intends to include in their special order.
And that's not, Kevin could answer, but is that intended ever to be part of a special order, or is that just not part of the?
I'd let
ever?
Kevin answer, but I suspect, based on my conversations with the USDA attorney, that there may just, who helped us with this, which I am grateful of, there may just not be a code of federal regulation, a corresponding code of federal regulation that the Forest Service can utilize to implement that closure on this property.
Okay.
And he would have to, Kevin could confirm that or not.
And does
but
that apply to the no beaching as well?
That's my
So those are the two
understanding as
provisions.
well. These list of provisions come directly out of the United States Code of Federal Regulations, and they are worded that way in the Code of Federal Regulations. And the agreement we have with the United States is to mirror their Code of Federal Regulations in the legislative action that you are taking today, and allow us to implement our fine structure on those items.
Kevin, did you want to speak to that?
Yeah, I'd like Kevin clarify.
Yeah, I believe that I'll say my understanding is the same as Rise. That the challenge is that we don't have anything in place that actually allows us to implement something and put something into our special order that would align with that dawn to dusk regulation that they have on the North Star Preserve. We were able to put a lot of things into that, or we did have opportunities, and our attorney was willing to really try her best, but I think that we got caught up on those two.
So that means
So there is
is no prohibition of dusk to
Well-
dawn, or no enforcement of dusk to dawn?
There's no, well, the whatever's gonna be here in the special order is the regulations at Wildwood. So, even though we push for it, there's not. And
No,
so,
let me, can I,
Kelly?
wait, can I just clarify that really quick?
I was gonna talk on this too. I'm just wondering how we communicate this to the public. So
Well-
you enter in at dusk or dawn, between dusk and dawn at Wildwood, and you cross some surveyed boundary, which now you have broken the law.
so the way we've been doing it every year, because when you adopted the North Star Management Plan in 2020, there is a dusk to dawn closure. So what we've been doing is we'll get you when you come out. Because we can get you when you come out. And so, we can't get you before you go in, because we can't say you can't go in, but we can say, what we can communicate is that, you cannot be in North Star from dusk to dawn. Yeah, and so we will communicate that on signage at the put-in, so people will know, but enforcement-wise, we can't get them there. So if a private neighbor wanted to put in there and get out on private property, they could do that, but if you got out, if you didn't have permission, that's a trespass, and then yes, the sheriff could come immediately and deal with trespass. So, sorry for the confusion, because I've been pushing for dusk to dawn for a long time, but we still have it in our code, so we can enforce it.
And just to be clear, this isn't really a changed condition. Right, like that's the condition we're in now, it's just memorialized.
Right.
in
A
this.
lot of these we're able to only enforce on the way out. Now we can enforce a lot of these things on the way in. And I give Rye credit, that's why I said the legal wording of all of this stuff, I make it sound so simple because it sounds simple, but then you get into the legal jargon of the
Sure.
federal statutes and you go, whoa, it's a little different. So anyway, so sorry for
Thanks
that
for that
confusion, but
Thank you.
we will still be there trying to enforce people not to do that.
Right.
I would just add that a number of OST properties and easements and agreements we have with other third parties include time, season restrictions, time of day restrictions, things like that. And a number of them have dusk to dawn closures, and we handle that through signage. And you may enter the property during the daytime and you're not supposed to leave during the night, and if that's the case, then you are potentially subject to a fine or something like that. So
We have this with the BLM too on Glacier. We have a dusk-to-dawn closure on Glacier. The BLM does not. So we have a big sign up trying to get people not to come out of Glacier after dusk. And for the most part, yes, there are violations. People will do it, but it's not like thousands of people doing that. So anyway, something we want to work on with the federal government.
Anything else, commissioners, before we go to the public? All right, I'm going to open the public comment. Is there anybody who would like to speak to a conversation about Wildwood and North Star and the Roaring Fork River? And
This is specific to the enforcement provision we're talking about.
which I
right?
said already.
Okay, I just want to make sure that. And it's 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Morgan Boyles. And my name is Elizabeth Boyles. And the Wildwood Lane Association has a private road easement on the road. So, and the Wildwood School is located on the road. So, would you mind making it so I could share my screen? Join as panelist, thank you so much. And this is such a complicated issue. It seems like it would be simpler than this, but it's a very complicated issue, and we're so thankful for Picken County and Open Space and the Forest Service who are all involved in this. And there are a lot of people who use the road. My mom and dad use it as residents. The Wildwood School uses it with all the school children. Oh, sorry. Oh, oops, thanks, Carrie. Let me go back to share screen. There we go. So there are many users of here's just the map. So there's a very small piece, Forest Service land is only to put in. You float through some properties and then you get into the nature preserve. So the Wildwood School and the residents also use the road. And one thing that we want to be very clear about is that as river users, we've never been opposed to public access of the river. Conflicts have only arisen when that level of use and parking issues have made it impossible for the school and the residents to access the property. And this was before Open Space and the Forest Service really started paying attention to this issue, and the neighbors in the school, the road association with the road easement, we were able to sign a fire lane and keep the road clear. So we're so thankful for all the progress that's been made. Even though the parking situation has really improved, the river use still has grown quite a lot, as you saw from the 2020 numbers. And so we're so thankful and supportive of the parking regulations that the ranger will be able to support. And we're really looking forward to these future conversations. And I know that that's not the topic of today's meeting, about the levels of use. And I just wanted to mention there's a school bus there. After the 2015 management plan, commercial use really has grown. So it went from there just being one operator that could operate on the preserve to last year there were 15, this year there are 12. And the reason I'm bringing it up is just because it segues so perfectly with the previous discussion you guys had about short-term rentals and the intensity of commercial activity in rural areas, in this case, a residential zone and also a school zone. And so that's just something that we really look forward to discussing more with the Forest Service, and just to put on your radar that we're discussing that with Open Space and Trails, because it, as you can imagine, having 8,000 people in your driveway is one thing, but having a third of those being commercial users from town, some of them in the past have been hotels dropping off guests, it's entirely different feeling of impact and intensity of use. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Morgan. Elizabeth?
Well, I did want to look at the changes that occurred in 2015 with 205 commercial users, and then 2020 they're nearly 3,000. So that's a jump. And so the concept that commercial users would reduce the
auto traffic was a good concept, but it's really put an exploded use upon not only the put-in, but I mean, I really feel like the nature preserve tenants, you just have to go back. And Patty, I do want to thank you for all the work you did in
The first management
the
plan.
first management plan and the conservation easement, and they're linked, those two. And it looks like you spent months going over all of the complicated issues, and it's a fabulous document. And I sent you all.
We have it here. It was fun to see my signature on there from.
Yeah, Patty
2006.
signed it, and then there's a beautiful quote in there about working with the community to establish some limits at that time 23 years ago. And I think to have proper stewardship and for things to be held in perpetuity, meaning forever, how do we pass this on to the next generation? Or how do we just review what were the troubles that we anticipated having and what were the use levels? But how is it impacting the elk herd? It's one of the only migratory routes that doesn't have a lot of roadkill for them to go back and forth from Aspen Mountain to Smuggler. And how is it impacting this level of use, impacting the riparian creatures? Because though, and I would really look at the studies and follow your scientific recommendations, because you've had some great studies, and then we haven't always implemented the scientists' recommendations. Particularly, we're showing a surge there for COVID, but I do think that the lessened use also has to do with beaver dams. And so the beavers they've really altered the river. They have 6 major dams now, and they're hard for the paddleboarders to get around. And there is supposed to be implemented from the 2000 management plan and just recently, your 2018 beaver study, to leave a 50-foot barrier from the beaver activity. So, but we also have moose now, and so I think that you should consider closures due to wildlife concerns when they're necessary, or factor that into the management. That is a factor.
Thank you. And
Thank
just
you,
one
Elizabeth.
thing for Kelly's concern about, I think the real focus about discussions of parking with open space and trails and Forest Service is encouraging people to run their shuttle, like Gary was saying, first. So you drive up, drop off your board, drive down, park the takeout, ride your bike back. So it's trying to make things
Reverse.
flow better. It's not about taking away access.
Well, and you've also, how many parking spaces do you have now that you've just been adding with the new program?
With what we're doing, we adding any?
We're not really adding.
Just reconfiguring.
Southgate, we're adding some spots.
Well, it's just organized, it's really maintaining what's been there, but it's like 24 spots if I remember correctly.
I'd like to move on to the next speaker.
Yeah.
Thank you so much,
Morgan
guys.
makes a good point, but
But I do have a question for Kevin. Since we do have a private road easement and it's up to
We'll
us.
discuss that with Kevin on Monday.
Thank you, Morgan.
Thank you.
It's frustrating, I know, Elizabeth. I'm
No,
sorry,
but I really,
we do have
it's
other people who would
frustrating
like to
when you
speak.
hold the easement and you're supposed to make the traffic regulations to just have something implemented
I
on
completely
top,
understand.
because
Gary knows how much I understand.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else in the room who'd like to speak?
Hi, I'm Tina Person. I'm the director of Wildwood School, and I've been there since 1992. So
Welcome.
we've got some history there.
Why were you
I'm
there?
Ryan Coster. I'm the board treasurer for Wildwood, and our son attended there, and it's a special place for us. So.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thinking of this year, I'm really glad to hear that you're surveying something that our children, we take them to the bridge or to the river, and we will scoot to one side because we know we're supposed to share. When we have paddleboarders come in, they will trample right over. The teachers get so angry that they have to leave. So I'm really encouraged that someone will be there to just really talk about, this is not our little pod. This is all of ours. And so we're really working to teach our kids. Last couple of years, we've kind of avoided going to the river, which is kind of our favorite thing to do. So we've tried to go early before the bulk of the people come. So we're trying to survey ourselves, when we can safely go there. And I think, you saw all of the kids in that photograph. Just coming down the road to turn around is really challenging. We try and keep our kids over to the side, and people speed. We've had parents speed. It happens, but it's kind of scary. So our big focus is safety for this summer, and just getting a feel for how we can manage and how people are sharing the space as well, or the public is.
Well, and I'll put out there that we could get our ranger supervisor to come out and talk to you, because we could work on times that magically they could be there with you, or they know when you're coming and stuff like that.
Okay, that would be awesome.
Can I just add something real quick? Sure. I want to thank you for the month of the young child.
Oh, thanks.
And did you want to speak?
Yeah, I don't have much to add there. I think we're just looking forward to having a little more regulation there. We've talked with Gary and with Kevin on previous occasions to this, and I think we trust them to kind of look after the parcel and make sure it's safe for everybody. So,
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. It is a complex, multi-use piece of property there. Not necessarily the best bedfellows, maybe.
Thanks, guys.
Is there anybody online who would like to speak? And anybody else in the room? All right, I'm going to close the public comment and bring it back to the board. Yes?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate everybody who's come in today to present and share information. I was just thinking about the Wildwood School and the original intent, and to hear that you say you're curtailing actually taking the kids to the river, to me is, goes so against the original intent of the purpose of that school and why it was put there to begin with when Bob Lewis started it back in the 70s, I'm going to say. I was too old to go to the Wildwood School, but I probably would have. But I certainly spent a lot of time with Bob and, appreciate everything he did. And so if the purpose of the school is compromised by it, to me, that's a heartbreaking thing to hear you say. The other comment I was going to make is that it seems as if maybe the beavers and the moose are helping enforce already, but I'm glad you guys are coming in.
Trust me, the herons probably do too.
I love that. Any other comments? Yes, Steve?
Well, while the director of Wildwood School is here, my wife's first job in the Valley in 1976 was working at Wildwood School for several years, working for Bob Lewis. And she has really fond memories of being there. So I just wanted to let you know that it has a place in our heart too also.
Yeah, I want to thank you guys for working with the recreationalists. I know it's just like insane right now. Has been for the last few years, and I know I complain about it a lot, but I want you to know I really appreciate what you guys do. Yes.
I have a question for Gary, but I just want to say hi to Ryan and Tina, because I love Wildwood so much, and so did Bridget, and Aloysius does, and he loves going to the beach. It's interesting to think about this. We're fostering future conservationists, and they're observing conflicts with, recreation from a young age. It's an interesting lesson. I think that we all balance within this valley and with living here. But I want to support Wildwood's, all their efforts and stewardship, so thank you. I do, I think it was interesting to receive this deed of conservation easement. I'm really gonna kind of read this very thoroughly, because I know we're not up for a management update currently, but this does really spark some critical questions, I think, that I'm just reading from this, so I wanted to flag that. But I'm wondering, how far back does our open space user data go? Do you know?
The user data in 2015, the management plan directed us to start monitoring, and we did, but there were issues figuring out how to monitor a river. So your typical traffic laser counters didn't work. So it is an intensive process, and I give kudos to our staff member Janet for doing all of the monitoring, but we use camera now. So working those kinks out, the data really only starts in what you've seen on the screen today is in 2018. So we had a couple of years where we had incomplete data that really wasn't representative of what we see out there. And we still have some gaps that we're filling in, a few days here and there when the camera goes out or something like that. But generally, our data that we think we're pretty confident in begins in 2018.
Mm-hmm. And just to respond to something we heard, I thought that we did do closures for beavers and moose.
We could do a closure if we have a moose issue, like if a moose starts acting.
Moose is loose.
Well, because moose are there all the time, but sometimes when they start getting aggressive or something like that, we can do that closure. The hardest part is that we don't own it, so we do have to work with the Forest Service on any closures. We do have a commercial closure, low water closure, so people do not start trespassing and touching the bottom and walking around, and so we have that. But for beaver dams and stuff, we always have to go back to this, Francie, thank you, because it is really difficult to manage all this, because we also really support right to float. And so, the beaver dam thing is a tough one, because you can get over it. I do it, and you can get through it. And so, do you take away somebody's right to float if the beaver dam, if it's an infrastructure issue, like a bridge, getting under a bridge, we'll put that information out. I don't know, Kevin and I are working on it, is when can we just totally, the Forest Service has a very good wildlife issue. If they have a wildlife issue, they can close something. Now, if it's an infrastructure piece of the puzzle, like going under a bridge and you can't fit and you would have to trespass, can we close that? I'm working with Kevin on, because we haven't had the high water enough in the last couple of years to really worry about that. This year could be that. So we're going to have an answer to that. I don't have that. But for the moose is loose and bigger issues, yes. If there's a big wildlife issue, we can close.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Kevin, tell me if I'm wrong.
Not going to tell you if you're wrong.
We're trying very hard to manage this, but it is, in the end, this is federal property. That is public property too, so.
Mm-hmm. And will there be some communication along the lines of what Morgan had suggested about, shuttling?
Yes.
Doing the reverse shuttle?
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
We've been doing that over the years, and it's gotten better. There are people.
And there's bike parking.
Yeah, there's bike parking, so people are figuring it out. We'll just up it this year and try to get, because we're gonna have to do a big. Because Kevin just is basically popping it out today that we're gonna start to. We're gonna not allow any more double parking. So we've got to get a public campaign out there and tell people where they can park, how they should do North Star, and all this other stuff. So we'll get it going.
And don't bring barbed hooks. I learned that last year.
What?
Don't what?
Barbed hooks.
Catch and release, isn't it?
Yeah, the fishing along that stretch is not what people go for.
When you're 4, you do.
Yeah, when you're 4, you just want to throw it in the water, right?
And that's usually when you catch the biggest fish.
Yeah.
And you're going to catch the Loch Ness Monster.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
Yes,
Are you gonna make a comment, or?
I was looking for a motion.
Well, yeah, again, I want to thank Kevin, I want to thank the U.S. Forest Service. Hopefully the neighbors will see better management up there with enforcement, which is key. It's great to have rules, but if you can't enforce them, why do you have the rules? And so now we're going to be moving into that, which I think, and hopefully this year we'll see some positives come out of that, which I think will be good for everybody, all the users and the neighbors, the community as a whole. I think managing capacity, both private and non-private, is probably something that should be part of the discussion moving forward. Because I think sometimes the commercial users have a better management of, it's their livelihood, and I think they're better, in some cases, better stewards for some of them up there as far as the trash and the environment, et cetera, and educating the people about the importance of our water and our wildlife in our valley. And I think that's something we need to look at any of our commercial users who may be seeking permits next year. So I would like to make a motion on this second reading, after public comment, to approve an ordinance of the Board of Commissioners for an addendum to the North Star Nature Preserve Management Plan from 2020 regarding the U.S. Forest Service Wildwood Recreation Management and Enforcement.
I'll second the motion and the comment.
Okay.
This really is the right move to do at this time. I think the management will improve, and Gary, you've done a good job. It's like every year, like working to improve the situation there, and I would anticipate that this would help make more improvements in the situation and make it more tolerable for the other users of the road, the private residents and the school. So I look forward to seeing how things work this year and get a report in the fall or sometime at one of your semi-annual reports from you.
Well, we're definitely going to bring back and do a public process on the capacity piece, and so we'll give you an update at that time of how this year went and where we go. But yes, yeah, we should be. It'll be interesting to see if it makes enough of a change or not.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, we have a motion and a second. If there's no further comments, I'll look for the vote. If you're in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you.
Great.
Thanks.
Thank you very much,
Ry,
guys.
for all your work.
Thanks
This
for
is
coming
huge.
in. It's a tough one. Thanks for making progress.
So Francie, if we get out of here before 8 o'clock, it won't be raining yet, just so you know.
We're gonna get out of here before 8 o'clock.
We're smoking here today.
We're going to move into the land use items now, and the first one is going to be continued, so I'll look for a motion to continue that.
So moved.
Second.
So,
Okay,
this
so we have
is,
It's a public hearing.
public hearing. You need to open the public hearing just in case anyone is here to talk about it.
True.
Anybody here to talk about continuing the Redstone Pastures LLC request for visually constrained and constrained site TDRs? Anybody online? I see Jocelyn. Is that you, Jocelyn? Did you want to comment on this?
She might be here for some more.
Okay, so we are going to look for a vote to continue this resolution until August 9th. Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you. Now we're
No,
gonna
I won't
move
be
on to-
here on August 9th, so I'll let staff know that. Hopefully I won't be here on August 9th.
Okay. Now we have a resolution approving sewer request for constrained site TDR. It was continued from 4/26. And is Nicole here? No. Is she online?
She was, I thought.
Well, I can get us started if you want.
These guys have been waiting a long time.
I know. I'm sure they'll be right down. Sometimes the online
Are you trying to get a hold of
has a
Nicole?
lag behind the actual
There's
timing of the
There's
meeting.
about what?
Let me run up there
part
and
of
go
a
get it.
minute. They'll be here before you
40 seconds.
know it. 40 seconds? Is that the lag?
It's on grassroots.
Should we time them?
We're talking to them from the future.
We'll have 1 minute of the Chair yoga for commissioner.
They're living in the past.
We are. We are.
So I asked Debbie Braun to bring me back from Alaska her red carrot jelly recipe. She didn't think she'd be successful in asking her friends for the recipe. I was gonna share it with Francie. We were gonna be making carrot jelly at Francie's house.
Carrot jelly, really?
So you have a truck that doesn't fit in the parking garage, John?
It has one of those lumber racks on top. That part doesn't.
Did you
You
take
could
out the
park on
park?
the street. It's only like, $25 a day.
Did you take out part of the parking garage with it?
Oh,
Did you?
But
Oh.
nothing I couldn't back out.
let some of the air out of the tires.
Shelley Roy,
That would have worked actually. It was that close.
Shelley Roy did that with the county vehicle when she was down for a CCI meeting. Broke the top of the,
At least it wasn't a bike. I've seen that.
oh, yeah. Or
That's
kayaks,
painful.
I've seen it.
People destroy
Oh,
bikes.
yeah,
didn't
she's
they?
here.
Hey, hi.
I didn't even see you come in. All right, we are ready for you anytime you're ready.
I'm trying to join the Zoom to open a slide. Let's see. We are talking about the Sewell Constrained Site TDR request, which we have, last time staff came to you with the Sewell TDR case, we recommended denial. Through the hearing last meeting, staff got direction to flip the denial to an approval and bring a draft resolution. We have a draft resolution that was included in your packet indicating an approval. There are, I guess, three main points to make on the changes. One, per Kelly's comments, we adjusted the findings to be more clear about the constrained site finding, that conclusion, that the composite of the site constraints, deemed the property constraint. So that was one adjustment. And then the two conditions we added, conditions of approval. One was the requirement for the owner to record an easement for that platted road area that shows up on the second filing of the Crystal View Heights subdivision plat. And then the second was the restrictive covenant that would allow for any and all roadway improvements and maintenance for that road. Since the packet was published, I asked this be passed along to you, an email from Jocelyn Wood, who's representing the Red Dog Road North Maintenance Association. She proposed some changes or specific language to be included into that condition of approval. And I'll read that to you now. Issuance of the TDR shall be contingent upon the applicant's granting an easement in gross to the Red Dog North Maintenance Association over and across the property for the purposes of realignment of Red Dog Road North, which shall include the applicant's written consent to such realignment, and which easements in gross shall encumber the property in perpetuity and be recorded in the real estate records of Pickton County. So that's an adjustment that came in after our draft resolution was put together.
Nicole, can you explain the difference between the way Jocelyn worded it and the way it was in the resolution?
That's a good question. I think her language is more specific. And also in our draft resolution, we do not indicate anything about the owner giving consent for those road improvements to occur. So that would be a substantial change.
What does that mean? That Jason and Alex before the road is constructed would have to walk out there and say, okay, do it, or that it's not implicit in the resolution that there's a agreement to that? I mean,
Well, if you, should I read the whole email?
I read
I'm
it.
surprised I didn't.
Okay.
I read
don't
it this
think I
morning,
got
and
it.
I responded to Jocelyn.
When
about
did it come?
so-
I don't think I even saw it.
But
Yesterday
I-
at 4:30.
Suzanne? You have great body language. I always know when you want to speak.
So I guess if you haven't all read it, then maybe Nicole
Yeah.
should read it into the record. I think it's important to
Yeah.
hear, because I think it's a question about the ownership of the parcel and what could occur in the future. So I think it's important, I guess, and I'm not even sure if Rye has seen it, because I think it would be important for him to be able to respond to that
Well,
comment.
I'll get the
Yeah.
applicant to respond too.
Yeah,
Let's do that then.
Yeah, let's start from the same baseline and just read this email. I think that's a good place to start. Okay, so I read the proposed language to you already about the adjusting that condition of approval. Then she goes on to say, as you may or may not be aware, the applicant has entered into a confidential settlement agreement with the owners of 365 Red Dog Road after such owners attempted to claim an interest in the property by adverse possession. When it was apparent that several of the county commissioners were in favor of resolving the road issue prior to determining whether a TDR should issue, the above proposed language will enable the association to move forward with design and permitting of the road realignment while still allowing the Sewell family to obtain the TDR. This will also place the burden of dealing with the 365 owners on the Sewells, who are parties to the settlement agreement, the terms of which are only known to them. This is the last paragraph. It is eminently clear that should the property be conveyed to the 365 neighbors without first documenting the association's right to realign Red Dog Road, such new owners will block any attempts by the association to improve access and bring the road into compliance with county standards. It is crucial to recall that the solution proposed by Mr. Neil Riley at the BOCC hearing was that Red Dog Road users should avail themselves of chains to access their properties. The association members are not financially equipped to engage in protracted litigation with these neighbors, who have demonstrated their willingness and ability to litigate to prevent the road relocation at the expense of the Sewell family and the association. Thank you for you and the BOCC's consideration of the association's proposed language.
So I don't see that this is substantially different than what we had in the resolution that I asked about the last time we met. That before the TDR is granted, there is a recognition, there is an allowance for the road to be relocated on the original plat, and that goes with the property.
Well, the owner of that property will need to authorize a land use application for the road improvements.
Whoever that owner may be in the future.
Correct. And I think that's what Jocelyn is trying to get at.
I see.
So I have a question. Can we write in there that any future owner has to allow a land use application? I don't know if we have that authority.
So just having heard this in the last couple moments here.
Sorry, Ryan.
It's okay. Typically, the grant of easement for the road would come along with corresponding implied obligations with respect to the owner of the property underlying the easement. That would typically prevent that owner from frustrating the intent of the document. So if the intent of this document is to allow for the construction of a platted road area on Mr. Sewell's property, that easement should cover that. And community development, when the application came in for the realignment of the road, assuming it did come in, would utilize that easement as a demonstration of the right to construct the road in the location presented in the application. that's usually what we would accept as
I get
for
it.
the purpose of a land use application.
I get it. So what you're saying is if an easement says Y holds. That you can't say, well, the easement says Y, but I have a new owner and I don't want Y to be part of the easement anymore. That the easement is what it is, regardless of who the owner of the property is.
Yeah, put another way, if Suzanne sent me an email and say, hey, there's some folks in to build a road across property Y, I would say, okay, please show me the easement across property Y that allows construction of the road.
I
That's
think
what
the
I would do.
problem might be that the application for improvement on the road or relocation of the road has to come from the owner of the property?
No.
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 Somebody else can build the
Holder of
road?
the easement.
The holder of the easement can submit the application.
And so Jocelyn's suggesting that the association owns the easement?
My understanding, at least the way that the resolution is currently drafted, is the applicant is required to grant an easement for the platted road area to the Red Dog North Maintenance Association.
So the association would
So the holder
own
of
the
the easement would be the Red Dog Road North Maintenance Association.
I see.
And those folks would be entitled to submit a land use application utilizing that for the relocation of the road, utilizing that easement as proof of legal ability to do what
Okay.
they're requesting that they do.
So we'd have to reword our resolution to say that the easement would be granted to the Red Dog Den and Association.
That's what it says currently.
The resolution says that?
Correct.
Okay.
So it sounds to me like we're good.
That's what I'm not quite sure about.
Well, Jocelyn
Yeah.
Wood, I believe, is on the Zoom.
She
but
is,
I,
could you elevate her to panel?
See the proposed language.
this is what Jocelyn said.
Oh, that's.
My concern, Francie, is just to
To
go
me,
too
the
far.
additional detail that she's adding is that the applicant provides their written consent to the realignment and encumbers the property, no matter who owns it, for that realignment. So that if it sells to any future owner who may not want it, that future owner doesn't have any power to say this new road can't exist or be realigned.
Right, I understand that, but it's my understanding that if the easement is there and the decision is to the Red Dog folks, that can't be changed by whoever owns the property in the future. The easement is the easement, and the use of that easement is how it is.
So Jocelyn, is
That'd be
your
my-
understanding of the resolution the way it stands that it's not enough? We need to change some wording to meet the goal? Are you there, Jocelyn?
Hello?
I don't see even,
I don't know if her
I don't
audio
s-
is connected.
yeah, I don't even see a microphone. I don't see a picture of a microphone.
It's right here.
So typically an easement of this kind would run with title to the property that it burdens in perpetuity unless the owner of the underlying property was also the owner of the easement, in which case the two would merge and the easement would go away. This language in this resolution does not provide that the county will review the terms of the easement or anything of that effect. And I suppose if that was something that the BOCC would like to entertain, the county attorney's office could review the easement to ensure that it conformed to the intent of what I believe I am hearing right now, is that the easement ultimately facilitate the ability for the Red Dog Road North Maintenance Association to submit a land use application to Pitkin County, allowing the realignment of Red Dog Road.
Yeah.
that is what I understand the goal is to allow the easement to do. So I'd be happy to look at that and say, yes, this fulfills the stated intent in the resolution, and have that be part of this condition of approval prior to the TDR certificate being issued by Suzanne, essentially.
Patty?
So could we finalize this today with the directive to staff to review the easement and ensure the language and make necessary changes rather than continue this again? Is that?
My opinion is that you can do that. The terms of the easement ultimately are not running to the benefit of the Board of County Commissioners or anything like that. So there's not going to be any subsequent action by this board to accept the terms of the easement. If the condition of approval is to merely facilitate the stated intent here to allow the Red Dog Road North Maintenance Association to submit a land use application, to the extent that whatever was drafted by whomever prepares this easement does not do that, I can say, hey, this doesn't look like it does what everybody thought it was going to do. I can work with Ms. Wood and Justin Nyberg, who I believe has submitted the land use application on behalf of Jason and Alex in this case, and make sure that all those things come into alignment, and base this resolution on that understanding moving forward.
Okay, so the intent of the resolution will be preserved even if the wording changes a little bit between now and when it is enacted.
Just to clarify that intent.
Is that what you just said, Ray?
I believe so. However you would like to adjust this resolution, you could state the applicant is required to grant an easement for the platted road area to the Red Dog Road North Association such that they will be able to submit a relocation of the road, of Red Dog Road, or facilitate a land use application for the relocation of Red Dog Road, or something to that effect, to be reviewed by the county attorney's office.
Okay.
So I guess you'd make an amendment to the resolution in that, to that effect.
Oh, she's not on speaker. Oh, now she's got her
Jocelyn,
hand
are you
raised.
there? Oh, yes, your
Can you
hand
hear
is
me
up. Yay, there you are.
Okay, so I just wanted to clarify that the reason I thought obtaining authorization was particularly important was because the road paragraph in the county code specifically states that part of the land use application, will be requires the owner's authorization. And so that's just what we're trying to make sure we have, because we have concerns that we won't get it if we don't get it now.
Right.
And authorization, in whatever form, if I kind of revised the language a little bit and tweaked it, just because I felt like it could be better than it was, the language that I sent in on Friday. Just basically saying that the Red Dog Road Maintenance Association has the owner's authorization to move forward with and it will take time, and we don't want to hold up the Sewell's TDR, while they get the engineering and all the things in place that they will need in order to submit the land use application. But what we don't want is for them to say, oh, the owners don't consent because the Sewells conveyed the property to someone else and they don't want a road next to their property.
Well, as I said previously, and Jocelyn's comments are well taken, the language that she quoted from the land use code, the way the county attorney's office interprets that, is that the grant of an easement would satisfy the demonstration of owner authorization for the submission of the land use application in question. Now, to the extent that somebody, the underlying property owner, were challenging the scope or the allowed uses of that easement or something like that, that is not something that the county typically inserts itself in. The county typically says, okay, you're going to build a road, here's an easement, I want to see an easement for the road. We make sure that the extent of the road as to width or surface type is sufficient to serve the development proposed, but we don't say enforce things like, hey, you can't use the road at night, or very specific provisions. But to the extent that the land use application is supported by an easement for a road in the location, in the location of the platted road easement on the Crystal View Heights subdivision second filing, then the county would accept that land use application as complete based on that easement. Nothing the county can do at this point could ever totally preclude some third party, including a hypothetical third party that Jason and Alex may convey the property to in the future, from objecting to the land use application or filing a lawsuit to try and block construction of the road or something like that. We just don't have that kind of ability to control a third party like that. Whether that's ultimately successful, who knows? But we just don't get involved in between private property owners like that.
So at this point, this is the best assurance that we can give to the Red Dog Road Maintenance Association.
An easement's a pretty good assurance.
Okay.
So we can direct staff to finalize that language upon.
Yeah. Comments? If you want me to, if you don't want to comment first.
I don't have any more questions.
Yeah, Steve?
One other concern, because of the private agreement between the Sewells and the neighbor, that we don't know what the terms of that are. Does the wording of this protect us from any provisions of that we aren't aware of that might have to do with the road or the location of the road?
I couldn't answer that.
'Cause we don't
I don't
know.
know what the agreement is. I don't know if they have an agreement. Presumably they do. I've heard they do. I don't know to what extent that really affects the board at this point as to what Jason and Alex's agreement is with some third party. Again, there's nothing to prevent if a land use application is granted in the future to construct the road, and there's an objection, and then there's appeal to the Board of County Commissioners, and then the Board of County Commissioners does something, either approves it or denies it or approves it with conditions, somebody from saying, hey, Judge Selden, we need you to review what the Board of County Commissioners did. That could be a year from now, 5 years from now, or 100 years from now. Who knows?
Okay. So could be a hot mess in the future, but.
Well,
Everything could be.
and meanwhile, we've attached a TDR to those conditions that has long left the barn.
Right. So if they grant the easement under this current condition of approval, as I understand it, as soon as they grant the easement, the TDR would be, and satisfied the second condition of approval, the TDR would be eligible to be issued.
Jocelyn, is that an old hand or a new hand?
That's a new hand.
Go ahead.
So one thing I thought of that doesn't impact, the issues with ownership of the road, but if we were able to also include in the easement the existing road as built and in place, that is being used, the really steep part, that also traverses the subject property, and I believe that if we could include that as well in this grant of easement, that would be great, because I think the goal is to switch back the road, so it is gonna go onto the platted area and then back onto the existing road. So it would be, there is a prescriptive easement across there. The Sewell people have been using, the Sewell tract owners and Crystal View filing too, they've been using it for a long time. There's an easement there, but if we had a grant of easement that included that road as existing in place, that would be great too, just so we could switch back our road across that property. Right, does that make sense?
I believe Jason's here now. If he's willing to do that, that's fine. I think the board can consider that as a condition if they want, but I don't believe that what was discussed at the last meeting.
Kelly.
Yeah, thanks. I was gonna wait, but I think my comments are directed towards the criteria of, like, fundamentally what this is about, you know, constrained TDRs. And I just feel like we are getting way off track here on this, and the, you know, when we normally talk about constrained TDRs, we're talking about, like, really, you know, poor parcels for development that don't have uses on them currently. And now we're talking about a parcel that is facilitating the use for a whole neighborhood of people that, by decisions made to develop that road in the past, have constrained the site. It's just, to me, it's a precedent of, like, what if someone takes their private driveway and incorporates a road association so they can come in and put that parcel in as a constrained TDR? Like, it's really far afield for me on how we usually think about these. And, you know, I'm pretty confident that any future similar application is not going to dedicate their TDR, you know, monies towards a great outcome like this one is. But based on the criteria, I just am really struggling how this board justifies meeting those criteria authentically. Is what I'm struggling with on this.
Patty, and then Greg.
I continue to support the TDR, and I continue to support the reason we brought back this new reso with the approval of the TDR was to include Kelly's comments about water, and there was another comment you wanted added.
Yeah, I mean, the comment about water
septic?
just says they did not look to see where the wells
and that's
were.
included, but there was another one, and I can't remember what your second one was.
The septics.
Was it septic? So I thought. Well, I have a couple things circled, but so I think we've addressed that. I think I'm ready to myself to move it forward, as with the approval of the one TDR, with directing staff and whoever else wants to get involved in cleaning up the language regarding the road easement. And I'm not sure about crisscrossing and switchbacks and all of that, and prescriptive easements versus the easements that are pretty clear. So I think road improvements in the future may be something that the road association wants to do. They may choose not to, but I think we need to make sure that they retain the right to making safety improvements to some level in the future. Thank you, Francie.
Do you want to go or hear the public first?
No, I can go. I'm kind of vexed by this one also, because it feels like we have a couple at least, if not three different issues at hand, and I think we're mixing things, and I'm having trouble sorting them all out. When this first came to us, it was regarding an application for a constrained site. Staff recommended that it was not constrained and recommended a denial. I think the board, I'll say against my vote, decided to instruct staff to come back with an approval. But the problem hasn't been solved. I think it's great that what we're moving toward is an easement on this piece of property so that the homeowners association, if they choose, can actually put in a road that works better for them. That we're actually going to pay the owner to do that with a TDR is something I just don't quite understand. So I've got to ask the question again, and I apologize, but is this site actually constrained, or is it a constraint that we have fabricated? You know, is the criteria of ComDev about this site, is it a constrained site? Could you build a 1,000 square foot house on it, or a 700 square foot house? I happen to know somebody who's planning to build a 700 square foot house on a site in the Crystal Valley.
Yeah.
And it's a young couple who can afford a 700 square foot house, and they're grateful for it. What I'm wondering is, and I'm taking it back to this, I kind of think there's a free market solution to this whole thing. The Sewells, if they don't, it turns out they found out they own the land, they could put the land on the market, they could get an appraisal for it and find out what it's actually worth and put it up for sale to the other homeowners or to the neighbors who could buy it, and either, or to the free market to put a home on it, possibly, or the neighbors could buy it to protect their views and protect their open space. And so where the TDR comes in is that we're actually going to reward them for to a much greater extent. We were giving a windfall to do what I think could have been solved on the free market. And there was talk in our last meeting about a takings. It turns out there's nothing to do with the takings. We would not have anything to do with the takings. I think that was a false flag, and I just wanted to bring that up because it's bothered me ever since. So here we are. We're about to reward a TDR so that the owner would put an easement on the property so that in the future somebody might choose to build a road there, but there's no guarantee anybody ever will, as Patty points out. So we're not really solving the problem, but we're rewarding a TDR. And the TDR is going to a great group of people who I support have supported in the past and admire greatly, but it's severing the value from the actual property and the issue at hand. And so I don't really think this is an elegant solution. I think it's a mess, personally. and I'm having trouble with it. Let me move forward to our board voted to change the opinion of our staff to support approval. And so from that point of view, I would still like to see a guarantee that we can fix this road for the homeowners association. That would be a positive outcome to me. And I don't see it here. I just see, well, we're going to grant an easement. So I guess we're rendering the property virtually valueless by doing that, because nobody's going to buy it if it has an easement to put a road in, but yet the road will possibly never get built. So I'm stuck. I'm stuck with that.
Francie, can I
you.
have a point?
I just want
I
to
just
say
need a
one
point
thing
of
to Greg.
clarification. I don't think we're granting an easement. I think the easement's already there.
The easement is
The
there.
easement, there's a dedication on a plat. The effectiveness of that dedication is questionable because, for various reasons. But the condition of approval is that the Sewells grant an easement to the road association.
To clarify
So
that.
there will be a new easement placed on the property, and that will contain the terms as to what can be constructed in that easement. In this case, from what I understand, the intent of the easement is to allow the construction and relocation of Red Dog Road and the subsequent submission of a land use application to facilitate that construction. That is the condition of approval as granted. The easement in of itself will not strip the value from the parcel. The restrictive covenant granting the TDR will prevent additional development on it except for the road use, which it's up to this board to determine the equitable considerations as to the value of having that road on the property.
And as far as payment of the road improvements, I think we discussed that, that at the last hearing, and that one of my suggestions was, as we've done with the Redstone, which is the one that, the other, when we did the road, we helped them create a district to help them fund their own road improvements. And I think the county facilitated, John, correct me if I'm wrong, I think the county public works, I know Brian Pettit was involved, helped them facilitate creating their own special district so they could do a property tax to do their road improvements.
Redstone Acres.
And I think this might be another area up on the Crystal that might be worth the county thinking about doing to facilitate that.
I just wanted to respond that in the first application, the staff did admit that the property was constrained in quite a few ways, but they thought there might be the possibility. And when I looked at where the possible house sites could be, I couldn't really see that a house could go there. That was why I thought, yeah, well, this really is constrained. Because one was on the edge, but right above the culvert, and the other one is where the easement is for the road. And that was pretty small also, but anyway, that was my recollection, that they did recognize that there were constraints, but they thought that you could squeeze out a house somewhere. If I remember correctly. I think, should we hear from the public?
Yeah, that's fine.
I have one more point that hasn't been brought up, and that is reclamation of the old alignment of the road. Could turn into a major gully if it is just left as it is, and I think that should be restored to some sort of a natural state with proper drainage so it doesn't turn into a gully. And I'm not sure how that would be accomplished in the wording here, but I think that should be included as something that should be done.
Would that come through with the process of the approval from staff to move the road? I don't think staff would leave a raw scarp,
Yeah,
but I don't.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I don't know, but that's a good point, but I don't.
Go ahead, Nicole. Did you
I
want
was
to
just going to say that in a land use review, we would review the site drainage under Chapter 7, 2030, and the proposed site drainage would have to comply with that. So basically in terms of the historic runoff would have to be maintained, no additional runoff. So I think that would sort of soften your concerns. That would just be part of the land use application component.
All right, I'm going to open the public hearing. Is there anybody here who would like to speak to the application of the Sewells for a TDR on a constrained site on Red Dog Road?
I'm not part of the public, but I represent Jason and Alex Sewell, and I was just wondering if I can make a few comments or
Sure.
however you'd like
Please
to
do.
proceed. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should see if Jason has something to say too.
He might.
You want to invite Jason up?
Do you want to come up, Jason?
Thanks,
Hi, my name is Susan
Brian.
Ryan. I'm with the law firm of Holland and Hart, and as I mentioned, I represent Jason and Alex Sewell in this matter. And just listening to the discussion, I just wanted to make a few comments about, mainly about the language that Jocelyn proposed. And I guess I'll just start out by saying the Sewells recognize the county commissioner's authority here and are willing to abide by any condition that you feel is appropriate to impose on granting this TDR. So I just want to say that at the outset. I think the language that Jocelyn proposed is a little bit broader than what the staff recommended in their memo in two ways. The description of the property in Jocelyn's language is over and across the property. And I guess just looking at that, I don't know exactly what that means. It can mean anywhere in the property. We could be well beyond the road area that we've been talking about. So I just wanted to note that. And then the second issue I see is which shall include applicants' written consent to such realignment. I guess I would just suggest to you, I don't know if that's necessary, that we have the applicant's written consent at this point to the realignment. I mean, the purpose, as you've been discussing, of having the applicants agree to grant the easement is that they grant the easement to the association, and then the association can proceed however they want to. It's difficult for the Sewells sitting here to say they're going to consent to some sort of realignment that nobody really knows what it looks like. Nobody knows if it's going to happen. So that's the concern I have with that particular language.
Are you saying you'd like to strike that?
I would, yes. That would be our
So it
preference.
would remove their consent?
Yes.
But their consent is implicit when they accept the conditions of the TDR award.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that, but I think the problem, the way this is worded, is written consent to such realignment, and that's not really what the Sewells are consenting to now. They're consenting to the easement, and if that's the condition you want to impose, we will abide by it, but it's not the actual realignment
Right.
that we're consenting to at this point.
But the easement's been on the property since Bob severed it from the ranch. I mean, it's been there forever.
Well, I mean, I
On
think
the original plat, right? It was
it's
on-
in the plat. The lawsuit that I think you're kind of aware of kind of gets to this issue of what is this easement? Is it prescriptive? Is it express? So I guess I would say it's an unsettled issue right now.
So, again, I would suggest we have staff work with the applicant and Jocelyn to come up with language that's acceptable to both, all parties, and bring that and put that in as part of this. I don't think we're gonna settle the language specifics today, since Rye just saw this, came from Jocelyn, so I think that would be part of, if we move this forward, part of an approval would be to have staff work with the applicant and create the language related to the easement that's acceptable.
I agree. Okay, did you have
Thank
more
you.
you wanted to add?
No, that's all I had.
How about you, Jason?
I really just wanted to come here and thank you all for the time and consideration in this entire issue. It is very complicated, it is very odd, and it's been around for a long, long time. So thank you for working together and with us and with staff to get to the bottom of it.
Thank you, guys. Is there anybody
Can I
else?
ask a question of
Oh, sure.
council? The first part was just about, maybe it was Jocelyn's words, over and across the entire parcel. The point of that would be, I think, to help them build a road that would be appropriate to serve that community. So it seems that the easement should include every possible way of making that work within the bounds of the property. Is that correct?
Well, I see your point on that. I just think maybe it's an issue we need to work on in wording the easement. I just think over and across the property is very vague.
So perhaps there's more precise wordage that would
Yeah.
allow the designer of that road the greatest ability to design a workable road.
Yeah, I
Is
would
that
agree with
right? Is that something you want to weigh in on or help
That is,
craft?
that I can certainly craft that. That is different than what is in the current resolution right now, which seems to suggest that the location of the easement should be as represented on this document right here.
Right.
And to the extent what I am hearing now is that the location of the easement should be such that it can be located to facilitate a future design on the property, basically in any location. That is different than what I understand the current resolution to say, which is that the location of the easement should be in this particular
Right.
area.
And if it turns out that they didn't do that originally because it was impractical, they may have another solution that would work better. And we don't want to preclude them from actually being able to do something practical to solve a problem.
I understand that's what you're working towards, and I don't know if that is necessarily objectionable to Jason and his team as to the future location of the easement. I just don't know the answer to that.
All right, go ahead.
I just want to respond because we're considering the location of the road as part of our consideration as to whether the site is constrained, and then giving permission to put the road in a place which would perhaps render the site not constrained.
Oh, my goodness.
In your opinion.
Well, a blank check is a blank check, right? I mean,
All right, let's go back to the public comment. Thank you, guys. Is there anybody else in the room who would like to make public comment on this? GR?
They just came to sit through our whole meeting with us.
I know.
Hi, I'm Andrew Horn. I live at 371 Red Dog Road, Sewell Track. What we understand is that this curve at the access that we have now, that was plotted in '74, that was signed off by Sewell and Brewster and Brewer and all the other owners of that lot. That's what we're trying to protect. My wife was the one that slid down last year onto Highway 133. I've slid down there a few times. It's scary. This is a very serious matter. We're fighting for our lives, really, to be safe and try to make this work. And what I think Jocelyn was trying to say about crisscross on land, we're trying to find a way that'll work for both people, for you and for 365 that has nothing to do with the road, because the driveway doesn't even go on there. So we were suggesting possibly snaking it to go back to the road that we are on now. So we're not trying to take over property, we're just trying to find an easy something that we can all live with. that we can drive down the road safely is all we're trying to do. And we want you guys to help us protect our right to do that. Because what our fear is that once these other people get hold of that land, they're going to do everything in the world that they can to stop us. Which, you know, they're the newest neighbors, don't use a lot. They have no fear of sliding down to 133, which we do every winter. This is all we're asking, for you guys to take care of our safety. And I do want to thank you for all your time, Francie, you coming out to look at this lot, and your input on how to save our lives on this, and all the work that you have done. It's just a very emotional thing for us right now. And we want Sewell to be able to make money on this and build his ranch up and, you know, do all the good things. We want everybody to have a good outcome. We're not trying to put anybody down. We're not trying to take anything away from anything. We're just trying to protect our rights. And we're willing to work with 365 to come out with a thing that they can live with and we can all live with. We're just trying to protect our lives. So if you guys can consider that somehow into the language, we would greatly appreciate it.
Thank you,
Thank
Drew.
you for your time.
Thank you, Drew.
Thank you, Drew. Anybody else? No?
No, I just hope you know. You guys heard me before, David 329, and
Please
yeah.
introduce yourself for the public, would you?
Rick Borich. And yeah, it came into about how to, I know the realignment and there's no specific plan to do a snake part on it or anything. What we tried to do is construct a road that might be a little bit less grade on it. And if we were able to do a snake, we wouldn't necessarily encroach all the way up the side of their property at 365, that they may be able to abide to. Now, we also understand that it might be hard to say, okay, if the land gets transferred, who's going to own the land? Okay, who's giving us the right to do that? You guys may say it's in the TDR or in the constraint, but what are we going to do down the road? As soon as this all moves forward, we're going to be in a legal battle, and we can't afford it. The people can't. We can't afford to fight all the time on this. And I don't know, it's probably not you guys' scope to be able to do that with us. I mean, we're just in a hard spot here. We're really in a bad spot because if the land gets transferred, we all wish that it would have been worked out with us right from the start. If the Sewells would have came to us, we could almost help them with their lawsuit originally. Because 365 never did own the land. They never owned it, and it wasn't on their deed. That was always a piece of land that was constructed or left for the association. Because the road that we're on now is going straight up through, and that was there. That other part, and you had the drainage on the left. That total property was left for the road. And now it's getting all conglomerated, or however you want to say it. But we're just, like Drew said, I mean, we're just in a bind. And I don't know what to do because we can't afford to be in a lawsuit. And we're worried we ain't even going to be able to maintain our existing road, you know, if it transfers over. I mean, you heard the guy that owns 365, you know, about the chains and all that. I mean, I don't know. I guess that's our point, you know, and maybe it doesn't even affect you guys, but at least we're on the record of we've all had our say. So whatever happens, I guess happens.
All righty. Thank you so
Okay.
much.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Evan, are you going
I want to check the public on because there were quite a few people on there who might want to comment.
I will.
A lot of them are
Well,
waiting
Charlie,
for their
maybe.
next.
Charlie, did you want to speak, or are you just listening in?
I think she's just listening in.
Okay. Okay.
Well, Ed's coming forward.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Eden Vardy with the Farm Collaborative. And I really mostly just want to speak to not just the generosity and exceptional nature of this particular easement and what it can do for agriculture in the valley at large. But the precedent that can set, there was some talk amongst the commission on setting a precedent, and are we doing something that we may look back on in the future that adversely impacts us. But I think the exact opposite is true. I think by moving forward this easement with a landowner that has an exceptionally generous intent that aligns with the will of the commission and the community in terms of our priorities in this valley, I think we're setting a precedent for future easement holders to do something that really benefits the community at large. And I know that TDRs are on the agenda, and I know that with some of the growth management kind of changes recently, I think there's been some tremendous progress in how we look at really the overall impact of what these things do for our community, and not just kind of adding value to one individual. And I think Jason and his family have really shown an opportunity that can set a precedent for moving forward in the future. And I really, really do hope that you approve this easement. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Thanks, Ed. Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. I think we've heard from everybody who wants to speak. I would like to respond a little bit to the Red Dog inhabitants. That my understanding of this easement is not that they can just build any old road they want, but that we're including the original plat easement as a place for them to build a safer road, and that the intent of what we had asked last time, a couple of weeks ago, was that that easement and the right to build a road there carry over no matter who owns the property. And I think the language of the resolution as it stands actually represents that. But if you think it needs to be tweaked a little bit, that's fine. But I think the business at hand is really whether this is a constrained lot and whether we should grant a TDR. And then the road is just an auxiliary nod to the neighborhood in order to try and increase safety for our residents. That's my understanding of where we are. So, yes, Kelly.
Yeah, I think we have an opportunity to use the right solution for the right problem. I think if the concerns about the road had come up very separately from a TDR application, we would be having a very different conversation related to how we help a neighborhood, similarly to how we heard from Lazy Glen and their, water and sewer issues, similar to how we heard from Pick and Iron on their water and sewer issues. These are not, so it just, my preference would be that the board take the TDR as its own merits, and we work with the neighborhood on the road issues and the safety concerns on their own merits, and find the right solutions to the right problems here, rather than what's happening, which is a conflation of these without any secure delivery of responding to the problems in Red Dog, is a concern. And I will stop talking. You've all heard me enough on this application.
Yeah, and I agree with Kelly that there are two separate issues that have been brought together with no fault of the owner of the property, but just facts and how it is. And again, encourage the people to come forward and see if they can create a special district to address their financial concerns about safety. We are concerned about safety of that road. But that being said, we need to move, I think, forward, and I will put out a motion, if you would like, to approve the TDR with a resolution to approve and directing staff to work with the applicant and the powers that be to create a language that clarifies the easement and future needs if and when the Red Dog Road group wanted to make improvements to that road.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, thank you. Ryan?
I just have some clarification on, or request for some clarification on that. I need to know I need to know from the board whether they're directing me to review as a condition of approval an easement that is located in the location of what is labeled as an existing 30-foot access easement, but that is probably mislabeled. There's a plat depiction of an easement in this location that is either effective or not, but in any event, is this the location that the easement that Mr. Sewell is voluntarily willing as a condition of approval to grant to the Red Dog Road Association, is that the location of the access easement?
You looking at me?
That is what I am asking. I need to know.
I
how to
guess
do it.
I'm asking staff to work on clarifying that in the approval resolution we have before us.
To me, this map looks different than that other one that was the black and white one.
Yeah.
I think this is an overlay. I think it is suggestive of where the easement depicted on the plat, or the dedication depicted on the plat, is actually on the ground located.
That's actually a different plat than the one I've seen before.
So, okay, let me back up on my motion. I'm going to withdraw my motion. I'm going to start it over.
It's been seconded.
That's okay with me. I'll withdraw my second.
And I apologize for the
I want to make sure it's clear, because we want to make sure if mud is clear, this is the mud we're going to clear up. I want to put a motion forward to approve the TDR with the resolution of approval that's attached with future clarification, and I don't know what language you would like me.
That is, as I understand it, then the motion you are making is for an easement as depicted and represented on this Crystal View Heights subdivision second filing in that location. And then I will effectuate the intent of the board and the applicant and everybody that it satisfies the application criteria in the land use code to demonstrate that the owner has consented to construction of a road in this location.
Without a different addendum of consent, it comes with this.
It comes with the
Okay.
easement,
So
as I
signed in
understand it.
blood
great.
by the applicant, I mean by the owner.
Are you okay with the changes to that motion?
Okay, thank you, Rye. Better to make it clear
All
from the
right.
beginning.
Any further discussion? Steve?
So, right from the beginning, to me, the granting of the TDR was tied to fixing the road situation, because the road situation was intolerable for the neighbors who had to, were risking their lives literally to go up and down the road to their houses. And to me, it's essential that I don't want to grant a TDR for a constrained site unless the road thing is solved. And I think what we've done solves the road issue to put it in an alignment that would work.
If they choose to do so in the future.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a motion from Patty and a second by Steve. Any more comments? All right, we can call on people individually. You can say aye if you approve it, please. Patty?
Aye.
Aye.
Steve? Greg?
This is a tough one. I'm going to say no.
Kelly?
No.
Aye. Passes 3-2.
Thank you.
Just
Thank you guys
not
for
my
coming
favorite.
back to us.
Thank you.
Okay. Francie, could we take just a wee break?
Just of the resolution.
Sure.
I gotta warm up. It's freezing cold in here.
You don't have an electric heater like Rachel used to.
I know.
All
Like
right,
sitting
we'll take
right
a
next to
5-minute
you.
break,
Let's-
Andorra.
Rachel had a heater and a blankie and
Okay, welcome back to the regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners on Wednesday, May 10th. We are in the midst of land use items. And now we're on number 17, a resolution granting approval for the Olson and Thompson designation to Historic Register and grant of an historic incentive, activity envelope, and site plan review. Nicole.
Hello again. Yes, I'll be presenting the community development staff presentation for the Olson-Thompson land use application. The applicants are not present, but they are Jennifer Olson and Scott Thompson. The representatives for the application, Ryan Lee, Forrest Lundgren from Forum Phi Architecture, and then Susanna Reed is also joining us, who will also present on the application. So we'll conduct the other presentations after mine. So this land use application requests 3 elements. One is the designation to the Historic Register for the existing architecturally significant single-family residence. And in my presentation, I'm going to refer to the structure as the Brickham House. It's an Eleanor Brickham designed home. The second request is 1 TDR as an optional incentive for the historic designation. And then 3 is activity envelope and site plan review for the replacement of an existing detached garage. First, let's orient where we are. The subject property is located in the Starwood subdivision. It's at 606 South Starwood Drive. The property is about 4.5 acres and zoned AR10. The legal description for the property is lot R-66, and we'll also, near the end of my presentation, I'll also refer to this property here, that's lot R65. We'll start with a little bit of the site history. I want to say that Susanna Reed and Ryan Lee will go into a lot of detail about the historic preservation significance of this application. So in the effort of not duplicating too much, it is necessary for me to provide a basic foundation for you here. So in 1969, the Starwood subdivision conveyed lot R66 to a local architect. Her name was Eleanor Brickham. She designed a single-family residence and a detached garage for her home. You can see the single-family residence on the right, and the garage is behind the site wall on the left of this image. The house was built in 1969 and the garage in 1972. Eleanor Brickham is known as Aspen's first female architect. She was an apprentice with Fritz Benedict and also Herbert Beyer prior to starting her own practice. This application represents a unique opportunity for the county to designate a structure exhibiting modern design principles. That is. So I'm going to focus on the code compliance piece of the application. First, the code compliance that relates to the historic designation, and then the compliance as it relates to activity envelope and site plan review. This is the first section to touch on that includes criteria for approval. This application meets the criteria of approval. The application is submitted by the property owner and meets the criteria for designation in section 72100. And the applicant is requesting 1 transferable development right as an optional incentive that is listed in chapter 7. For these next sections from chapter 6, the community benefits associated with the Brickham House include number 1, you see here, the value and importance of the resource relative to the overall county historic inventory. And then number 6, guarantee of the long-term preservation of resource through a covenant to the Community Development Department and the county attorney. And then as it relates to C, the applicant has indicated that a TDR would be an incentive to pursue the historic designation of the Brookham House. And we'll talk about the benefits that the applicant is offering in a subsequent slide. Now we're getting into Chapter 7, Code Compliance for Historic Preservation. The Brookham House was designed by local architect Eleanor Brookham, and it is located on the property that she owned. Brookham was one of the earliest known female architects to practice in the city of Aspen and the Roaring Fork Valley. I mentioned she apprenticed with Benedict and Beyer, and Brookham thoughtfully juxtaposed modern design principles with the local mountain aesthetic. Brookham completed about 60 architectural projects in the city and county combined. Only 2 of her projects remain intact in the city, and a limited number are estimated to remain in the county. The subject property is particularly exemplary because it dates to the peak of her practice, and the design reflects her philosophy of materials, spatial layouts, and energy performance. Interior remodeling has impacted some of the interior finishes. However, based on the original architectural drawings, no changes have been made to the exterior form and materials. More criteria from Chapter 7. The Brookham House was designed by Eleanor Brookham, which we covered. She's a well-known architect, and this structure is singular in that there's no other examples of this building. The next criteria, the only Brookham design structures that remain are known to be more spare and geometric in comparison to this one that has more complex massing and a material palette that speaks to the rural site location. And given that it's Eleanor's prior home, the subject property is likely to be emblematic of her specific design philosophy in context to this particular site. And then that third criteria there, given that the structure served as her personal residence, the structure has been commonly associated with her career. The structure can be considered to be associated with her as a notable individual. She contributed to architecture elsewhere in Roaring Fork Valley, and a lot of her contributions are currently documented in the Aspen Historic Preservation's Office's Aspen Modern Program. More criteria from Chapter 7. The basins, so this alternative building code compliance, this base incentive could be utilized in the future given a potential remodel later on. That's not requested in this application. For the second criteria, our zoning planner has noted that the existing building is non-compliant in terms of height. And then the third one, the applicant could utilize being prioritized for county programs in the future. We talked about the applicant requesting a TDR, and we'll get to the applicant's benefit package in a later slide. And then I'm gonna sort of skate the surface here because this is sort of getting into the activity envelope and site plan component. The garage, the existing detached garage is being proposed to be demoed and replaced. And the applicants are working with Susanna Reed on sort of the detailing of that and preserving the existing stone wall. We'll get to this in the activity envelope and site plan component. And I have a separate slide about the benefits. The This is about the character. The Brickham House is responsive to the existing rural character and topography on the subject property. The Brickham House is not visible from roadways. The existing detached garage is not historically significant and is planned to be removed, but the western stone wall will be retained. So this, and then this is the slide I have compiling the benefits that the applicant is proposing in the historic designation. This is different than what was included in your packet. This was developed after the packet was published. So 4 items. One, the second one is included in your packet. It's the website content with images and narrative to document this particular project. And then the new ones that you haven't seen is a drone video providing a virtual tour of the property. Another one is in-person annual events hosted by the owners to provide tours of the property. And then the last one is a covenant to cap the floor area to include the existing house, proposed garage, and a proposed storage shed. So those are the 4 benefits. And this is moving into the activity envelope and site plan component of the presentation. And I'm sure you have a lot of questions about Eleanor Brickham and how great this house is in terms of it's been preserved intact. And I just want to say that Susanna Reed and Ryan Lee will have a lot of great content during their presentation. So we'll move on to the activity envelope and site plan component. This is an image coming off of South Starwood Drive down the driveway where you see the Brickham House on the right and a stone wall on the left of this image. The detached garage is located up on the other side of this stone wall, and that's the garage that's proposed to be demolished. However, this stone wall will remain. And this is an image sort of standing in the auto court looking back up the driveway. So you can see some of the massing of the existing garage on the right. This is an image of the sort of scar from previously disturbed slopes to create the auto court that exists at that property. And this is also an image where the new garage will be located. So the proposal is to tuck the garage in the hillside and actually stabilize the hillside by creating a more natural grade over the roof of the garage. So in terms of building mass, it's really concealed in the hillside. And then the rest of the let me go to the site plan of the site walls. So this is the garage footprint in the steep slope area. And then to the left of the garage is a series of terraced retaining walls that could allow plants to grow and stabilize that hillside. So this, and I indicated that preserved stone wall that Eleanor Brickham had in her plans. That's indicated in red, so you can easily see that. There are a few things about the activity envelope and site plan that I do want to go over. Just 5 points. This disturbance associated with the proposed garage could potentially be reduced a little bit on the right-hand side to avoid disturbing those natural steep slopes. 2, the site drainage is represented to be improved with the stabilization of the steep slopes, removal of an impervious auto court surfacing, and an engineered drainage plan. The 3rd point is the wildfire hazard report indicated The existing wood decking on the Brickham house could be replaced with more fire-resistant materials, and this is a condition that is currently in your draft resolution for that decking to be replaced. And there's a mapped intermittent stream called Gavin Gulch that's located south of this site development. I don't know if I have an image of that. No, fail. Okay, and that is called Gavin Gulch, and it is along the alignment of the adjacent R65 driveway. This drainage is not indicated to require a 100-foot setback in the approval documents for the development of that adjacent property. The Brickham house is located within the 100-foot setback if that were to be required, and the proposed garage location is represented to be outside the 100-foot setback. Maybe I can find a better image of that just quickly, because I don't really have a good image of the site. So the Brickham house is located here. This is the driveway that we were talking about, and then this driveway is accessing this lot R65. And Gavin Gulch is along the alignment of this driveway. I reviewed that prior land use application, and a 100-foot setback was not required in that land use application. So that's the finding that we made in the current resolution that was included in your packet. Okay, and then the fifth point I want to make is that the Aspen Fire indicated the existing driveway to the Brickham house is adequate for small emergency vehicles. Large emergency vehicles would need to access the Brickham house from that lot R65 driveway down here. And then the Aspen Fire is requiring a 60-inch wide year-round maintained access path between that driveway and the house. And so that, and then I guess the other requirement from Aspen Fire is to include messaging on the address markers so it's clear which driveway should be utilized depending on the type of emergency. And those are all included as conditions of approval in the draft resolution that you have. So that's really the bulk of the activity envelope and site plan review component of this application. And that wraps up my presentation. Staff's recommending that the BOCC adopt a resolution approving the Olson-Thompson designation to the Historic Register and grant of incentives, and the activity envelope and site plan review. So, and at this point, I'd like to pass to Susanna Reed to do a much more robust presentation on Eleanor Brickham and this particular house, if that's okay with the board.
Of course.
Can I ask Greg? Greg, did you know Ellie?
Mm-hmm.
So did I really well.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
Nicole, how many square feet is the existing house?
Oh, that's a good question. 3,200?
You have that number here.
3361, I've
This
got
is
it.
a little
3361.
Got it right in
With-
front
That
of you.
includes the decks, 767 square foot exterior deck. So if you subtract that, it's about a 2,500 square foot house. Is what I see here on your calculation.
I don't think that includes the decks.
Which?
2,500.
The
It's on-
30
It's on
32?
page 31 of 134 in which packet?
Greg loves having those numbers out there.
I do. I like seeing these numbers. Wow, a modest house.
In Starwood.
I just wanted to have some images while I was talking.
Any other questions, or shall we go on to Susanna? All right.
Thank you, and thank you, Nicole. I think you covered pretty much all of my presentation, so. But I just want to kind of talk about how this is unlike anything that we've looked at before in terms of historic designation. You know, we're used to looking at ranching and mining structures and kind of those more distant past elements of our community. And so I think it's going to be a challenge maybe to understand and appreciate why this building is important and important to be added to the inventory or the register. This is really kind of the first thing that we'll have on the register that represents the emergence of Aspen in the second half of the 20th century and what we would become based on Walter Pepke and Friedel Pfeiffer's vision for skiing and intellectual pursuits, the mind, body, spirit idea. It was designed in 1969 by Eleanor Brickham for her own house. And it's really unchanged from that time. And we know that because we have her original drawings that are existing and document the house very well. And that ultimately will become part of the documentation that we provide people on the website. Brickham started her career right out of school here in the 1950s. As Nicole said, she worked for Fritz Benedict and Herbert Bayer, and she was the only female architect in town up until 1958. And I think what I want to focus on is the influence of both Fritz Benedict and Herbert Bayer can be seen in this house. And it is really kind of a combination of the two most important influences that were going on in architectural history at that point in time. So from Herbert Bayer, we have the Bauhaus. He was both a student and a teacher at the Bauhaus and came to Aspen at the behest of Walter Pepke to kind of be his designer in residence. He did graphic design, painting, architecture, kind of the full spectrum of design pursuits. And his influence, I think, can be seen in this house, you know, in terms of the kind of the concepts of the Bauhaus and international style, in terms of its simple materials, its simple massing, its kind of interior flow of spaces, a very kind of intentional and much more modern way of living than had existed before. I think the other influence is the Frank Lloyd Wright influence that comes down from Fritz Benedict. And her use of materials and being conscious of local vernacular architecture. And even though these materials may not be found on this site, they're very much a part of the landscape, and they don't look out of place in this landscape. Going back to the international style influences, I think the massing, the kind of the way she treats the window openings, the large areas of glass versus the very massive walls of the stone towers is very much indicative of, while it may not be recognizable as an international style, it embodies the principles of that style. And I would submit that that's where she really becomes independent and really synthesizes those two really powerful influences into this building. And because it's her own house, it's really the thing that she built to demonstrate her philosophy. She didn't have to deal with the client's demands, etc. So I think that this is really important for that reason. It's really a work that shows a moment in time that describes the two strongest influences in architecture that were occurring in the second half of the 20th century. I'm not going to skip over some of this. As Nicole said, by the 1960s, she was really at the height of her career, and really we only have a very small handful of work that remains of hers in the county or the city. Two buildings in the city are quite different than this. I think in this house you can see influences of, you know, Italian hill towns and some of the other experiences that she had growing as an architect and thinking about the site and the place that she wanted to make her home. I think there may be one other example in the county that I've heard about but never seen, and I think that that has probably been altered considerably compared to this building. And so this really is a singular example of her work. And it is a very powerful example, I think, because it stands out from the other two buildings that we know of in the city of Aspen.
Can you say where those buildings are?
So there, it's the Patricia Moore's shop.
Oh, yeah, oh, yeah.
And the property that's on the corner there, I don't know what it is now. It's a white building. It's, if you travel toward town from Patricia Moore's to that corner, that's her other building, is
Like
right
right
there.
across from Vector Bay.
Yeah. Yep. The wall and the garage I want to touch on a little bit. The garage itself is not particularly distinctive because it's just basically a wood box hiding behind the stone wall. But I felt that the stone wall was a critical element of her design in this case, and it doesn't really show in these two pictures that I have here. But it really is the entrance gate, you know, where, you know, the ranch gate. This is kind of defines the entrance, but it's in a very subtle way where you just have this opening between the wall, the flat wall on the house and the flat wall of the garage that's inviting you in. And then the entry is a turn off that road, off the driveway into the house. And that's a very Wrightian move. So that's obviously something that she was aware of either through Fritz or through her education at University of Colorado. So I don't have an issue with the removal of the garage part, but I felt that that wall was a significant element that should remain. And I just want to say that we are actively working on the website, so I think that this will be an incredibly important contribution to that work and really diversify the things that people are seeing and understanding about the history of the county. And I'm going to let Ryan talk about the specifics a little bit more, but I just hope that you see that these direct lines from the Bauhaus and from the influence of Frank Lloyd Wright are really integrated into this house, and that's what makes it really significant and an important contribution to our register.
Can I ask a question, Francie?
Mm-hmm.
Post and beam, was that kind of part of her architectural, or was it more, I know Frank Lloyd Wright, because for some reason, I just remember her talking to me about post and beam construction.
Well, I think that goes to the idea of the exposed structure.
But the interior was.
Yeah, in the interior. So post and beam was a way of constructing a building where you could really appreciate the honesty of the structure that you were inhabiting. Yeah.
And what about the waterfall house? Are you familiar with that?
Yep.
Did she have anything to do with the waterfall house?
I haven't heard her name associated with that.
Waterfall house was on Castle Creek, on
Sort
the
of.
waterfall. Greg, I'm sure you're. Yeah.
D.V. Edmonds' house.
Yeah, D.V. Edmonds. Amazing with the dinosaur footprints in the rock.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think Ellie somehow had something to do with that too. Thank you.
I have a similar question, just in a quick search about her, because I haven't heard of her, but, there looks like there's another house in Starwood that she designed.
There may be.
That
I know there was
Stein
one
Erikson
that
lived in.
came up for sale maybe 5 years ago, or the family was considering selling it. And the conversation I had with them at the time, they said that there had been some significant alterations, but they wanted to consider preserving it. I don't know whatever happened with that.
It sort of has the similar stone facades that, in this article at least, said they were from Rudai Reservoir.
Oh, yeah.
That is where, if the stones were similarly sourced
Interesting.
on this house.
I haven't really seen that stone
Yeah,
there, but I don't know that I've looked.
She was part of the Starwood subdivision. That's how she got the lot.
Yeah.
That was her payment.
Yeah.
That funky.
See, I don't
little-
even present anything. We're good to go.
Sorry, I just
and
she just
That's my.
That was gonna be your thing.
she just stood out in my mind for the last 43 years. So yeah, it was kind of interesting to see this come forward.
And I think on the lot, it's really interesting that she selected that lot out of all the choices. And so it really tied into this idea of the tall, kind of stacked structure and, you know.
Way tucked in the back.
Yeah, and the view, being tucked in with a big view looking out. So all of it is part of
Belly.
kind of concept.
Starwood 9, that sounds like a murder mystery, casino, robbery.
Between Nicole and Susanna today, I don't have much. I think we can kind of like breeze over everything again as a summary. Ryan Lee here, Forum Phi. You know, this first slide is she did help develop the Starwood subdivision, and in doing so chose this parcel, which is a very special parcel for a reason. You can see it in the images that were shown previously, that the house is situated up there in a way that's tucked away, but it has these gorgeous views. Again, just to reiterate the intent of the application, generally it's to preserve this historic resource, cap the total FAR of the property. You know, currently you're allowed 5,750 on this, and roughly it would be about 3,700 square feet when it's all said and done. And in doing so, getting an incentive of a TDR, and we're willing to do some public benefit as well with this historic resource. And I will be skipping some slides here.
Go back a couple.
Sure.
I wanted to just go back one more. Go on, just looking at if the TDR cannot be approved line there, is that? So you said it's, just saying it's if I could ask a question, it's designate 3,200 square feet, but you're saying it'll end up at 36 or 3,700, is that what?
Yeah, and I can jump to that here in a bit.
Okay, and then just if a TDR isn't granted, they'll rescind the application and maintain current development rights.
Correct.
Got it, thank you.
I have to ask you a question about that. So it seems a little disingenuous that this house is so amazing in it, and it's historical and everything, but if you don't give me a TDR, I'm gonna make it bigger and add on to it and wreck it.
I don't think that's the intent. I think the owners don't want to change the house as it is, but if they sell it in 20 years, that doesn't stop anybody else from doing that. And I think we wanted to make that point, that, there is development rights that they are getting rid of, right? 5750, whoever comes in and does whatever. But if we can restore this, there needs to be some incentive. And I think that was just a minor point in this application.
Okay. So the development rights on the piece of property are capped at 5750, and it's currently 3,200 or 2,500? I was unclear when Greg asked.
It's 30.
It's 3,300 roughly is where we're at right now.
Not counting the decks.
Correct.
Yeah,
Okay,
sorry,
thank
there
you.
was an exclusion in 15%. I didn't see that. So it's
And
actually,
that's not our intent to say that, but we just want to make sure that, they want to keep this property, but as you know, in this county and in Aspen, property changes hands, and if you can't preserve it, then you'll never know, just like this other home in Starwood. It's kind of something that can't hold on to.
So just to confirm, this will be capped at 3,600 square feet or whatever
36, 37?
in perpetuity.
Correct.
And just a clarification on the total floor area, they had 5,750 by right, but there is no, they could go up to 15,000 square feet with TDRs or growth management, so just.
But they won't be able to go to 5,750 if we do this.
They won't be, or 15.
Right, or 15.
Yeah, they're just gonna skip to
Right, but
57.
just to answer your question, you said,
Yeah.
oh, they get,
Go
but
right to
just
It's just
make clear.
interesting because this is the type of property where TDRs land, not get sent from usually.
I did speak to Mark Nolan. He's like, I have never heard of this. You want to cap square footage in Starwood? And so it's the first of its kind application.
It's a really neat lot. Tucked in.
Okay. Anyway, I didn't mean to interrupt your presentation.
No, you're
sorry.
fine. I mean, I think that, again, we're going to bounce around and it can be more of a conversation here because a lot of this has been covered. This is a slide about Ellie Brickham, the history that Susanna just pointed out, coming to Aspen and training under Herbert Bayer and Fritz Benedict.
That's so Ellie, the polka dots, the plaids.
Here's a slide just showing the influence, talking about Herbert Bayer and the Bauhaus movement, and then Fritz Benedict, obviously training with Frank Lloyd Wright. And when you get to the home that we're talking about in Starwood, it really shows kind of a good mixture of Bauhaus, landscape, and Frank Lloyd Wright. You can see from this image. So back to your original question there, Patty, it was the structure is exposed, it's expressed. You know, the Bauhaus movement was about clean lines, simple forms, making sure that you're using the materials that are there and expressing them. I think another interesting point is that, you know, the Bauhaus movement wasn't very proactive in including women, but she took that and ran with it and became the first female Aspen architect with Herbert Bayer and Fritz Benedict. I think you can just see that in this home.
It's pronounced Bayer, just so you know.
Even the lines of the furniture.
Yeah.
So here's some drawings of the home. We have a full-size set that has been scanned in. Susanna mentioned that this would be something that would be part of the website as public access. You can see these are the elevation drawings, and most of the houses remain the same. There's a floor plan of the main level.
And these were drawn before you had computerized drawing.
Oh, yeah.
These were drawn by hand.
Hand-drawn, pencil, messy.
It's a lot of lines.
You know, I think another key point in these drawings, which is very special, is there's a studio, so she used this as an office as well. So as a residence, she also did her work here for 20 to 30 years after it was constructed.
A lot of stairs. Oh, God, it's beautiful.
Here's some views of the exterior. Is there a way to zoom in on this? You just scroll.
Does that not work? I can pop out and then pop out a presenter and then go back in. You can zoom it.
So there is the existing residence, just to reorient ourselves. The access to the home is north. Smaller driveway, the lower access for larger emergency access vehicles, and also goes to the lot to the east. This is the existing garage. I think as you can see here, it's quite difficult now with modern cars to get in and out of it. In discussions with Susanna, keeping this wall was very important, and we do believe that as well as an entry element. So that's the intent, as we can show you on the next slide. If we can go to the next one.
Where was the entrance to that garage? Is it actually on the far side?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
So you're looking
I
at
noticed that earlier.
3 to 6 point turns depending on what you drive.
Right.
For me, that's a 12.
If you have a guest up there, then it's, yeah, a 12-point turn for sure.
In a little car, it's a 12 for me.
I have a question, Susanna. Can I insert it here while we're looking at this? About the garage?
Mm-hmm.
So it seems like the garage and the house were built together. And so it seems a little strange to me that the house would be qualified for historic preservation, but the garage could be demoed.
I guess I took the attitude that the important part of the garage in this case is the stone wall. That's the thing that contributes to the overall intent of the design. And that the garage itself, as basically a wood box with a garage door, wasn't particularly distinguished. You know, it was more utilitarian. And so the preservation of the stone wall and the way that relates to the house was the important part of that element.
Yeah.
The garage
You
was
know, the
built
historic preservation thing
later.
for me is a little complicated because sometimes we're doing chicken houses and loading chutes, which could be called just boxes or something too.
Right.
And now we're saying, well, we're going to demo this box. It's hard for me to.
I understand.
Can I ask you, I thought the garage was built at a later date.
I think it
Correct.
was. It did go in
72.
later.
Yeah, so
So
it was
it
not
was
part
not
of the original house.
construction.
Greg, did you have something?
I was going to point that out. The garage was built later, and I have
just
no
like 4
idea what it
years.
looks like.
It's just a brown box with a flat roof. Yeah, and I think not to go too deep into it, but you know, what we're looking at here is not so much, you know, how a chicken coop played a role in early life in the valley. It's really about an architectural idea that a person had, and so
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, preserving the
intellectually, it's
elements
just-
of the architectural idea is what I'm working on here. What makes it different than the chicken coop?
Okay.
So shown here is the proposed site plan. You can see the existing residence is to remain unchanged. Driveway area is pretty much the same. We have used this existing disturbed slopes to tuck this garage into the hillside and keep it as minimal as possible from the visual aspect. The stone wall is going to remain the same here, and we're going to place a storage unit on the back side of it that would incorporate into the retaining walls that we're showing on the site plan. You can see these retaining walls, plantings, stone would be matching or similar to the residence, blend into the architecture. It was discussions with Susanna, I think some engineering discussions to make sure that we stabilize that slope. Just standing out there currently, it is deteriorating, but putting in some retaining walls, making it look a little bit more built, having some planting there would help out. And you can see from this view, the only thing that would be visible would be garage doors. Now, with that being said, I think the existing garage wall would cover these up quite well upon the entry of the building. So shown here, the floor area calculations. Greg, I think you're missing the 15% exemption. So right. Yeah, you know, currently right now it's 3361. The new garage is going to add approximately 250 square feet. The shed would add 100 square feet to a total of 3731 square feet. And doing so, that would be the cap of the property if we get a TDR. So some public benefit that we've discussed as well, not only providing information to the website, photographs, drawings. We put together in our packet that was submitted to Pickens County an article that would live on the website as well. We've discussed doing a drone video that would fly through both the exterior and interior of the home. The owner has offered to do a yearly in-person intimate event to provide tours of the property. And again, you know, capping the developable area to 3731. That's just, there's a summary here, and I'm happy to take some questions.
Great photo.
Oh,
Go ahead, Steve.
I don't really
You're
have
trying to read that,
questions.
sorry. Go ahead.
Mine's more comments, I'll save them for later.
I do have a question,
Okay.
except I just forgot what it was. Oh, no, I knew, no. So the square footage created by a TDR, and I know Starwood allows TDRs. Is there any intent to keep that additional square footage in Starwood subdivision?
I don't think that's been discussed.
Because I know that's a concern that Greg always brings up, which is very valid, is to, if we're creating more square footage, it'd be nice if we could keep it in the same.
Where will it land?
Yeah, just a thought.
I'd love to ask a question just regarding the incentives. You know, I appreciate that it's a private home and it's kind of remote, so you don't want to have daily public tours, and I wouldn't ask for that. I appreciate the list you had there. I was just thinking, wouldn't it be great if this could be used as an example for the architects and the home buyers in the valley that kind of demonstrates that small is beautiful and that you can do an elegant small house. And you don't need to build a 15,000 square foot house. I think that's our intent at the end of the day, is to try to rein in some of the insanity of the monster houses. And so I appreciate that this is being kept at a relatively small size. It's still, you know, quite large by typical American house size, but it's within reason at least. It's a fifth the size of a big one. and that it's actually 2,000 feet smaller than the allowable 5,750 is something that I'm paying attention to. So I'm trying to figure out how to balance it. And as Patty points out, if the square footage from the TDR were to land within Starwood, if that could be a constraint on the TDR, I think that's a really interesting idea.
Francie, can I tag that Greg suggest? Greg, that's a really good idea about sharing not the historical architecture of our valley, and in this case, that Small is actually beautiful, but maybe in addition to the once a year public viewing, we could try and create with the Historic Society and with the county a once a year architectural young architect, because CU has a great school of architecture, and have them come up and do a special tour of the Bavarian Inn and the chicken coop and those kind of things in our valley, and share those amazing architectural experiences we have. The Aspen Institute structures in themselves, and that might be something that I would like to see as an additional offering to the public, which I think would be a great opportunity for young architects.
If I could add to that, the other object is that notice she used local materials. Another great thing, she didn't import stone from China. She got it from the Frying Pan Valley, which was probably considered pretty far away back then.
China.
She did?
The stone for the house, they say, came from the Frying Pan Valley, which I
missed that when I read that.
Yeah, from Rudai.
I read it for a different house that she designed.
Oh, from Stein's house.
Yes.
Okay, so
It looks
maybe
very
that's where they were
similar.
sourcing. So maybe they're sourcing it
I wouldn't
from.
be surprised knowing Ellie. I wouldn't be surprised.
Back in the day, they picked rock from any scree slope they could get to.
I don't think there's any more questions if you want to go to your comments.
Okay.
Well, comments. I was really skeptical about doing a TDR for this. One being that the public is totally unaware this house even exists because nobody's allowed to go up there. It's an exclusive subdivision. I never saw this house before, and if they hadn't offered at least the once a year tour, that might make a difference. Looking at the historical significance of it, I'm comparing it to my house. So I designed my house. I have the original drawings on 8.5 by 11 quarter-inch graph paper. Is the plans I submitted to Picken County to build my house. I still have the original ones. It's a unique house. There's none other like it, and there never will be another one like it.
That's because you're unique, and there will never be another.
Mine's about 2,700 square feet. So should I be able to come in and, designate mine a historic house and get a TDR for agreeing to not add on to it, because we're not planning on adding on to it anyhow, restricting it to 2,700 square feet?
If you deem yourself historic, yes, Steve.
So should anybody in Little Elk Creek Village who has a 2,200 square foot house be allowed to do the same thing in exchange for a TDR? These questions are what's running through my head on, the use of a TDR. I'm questioning actually the historical significance of this building that nobody knows exists unless they live in Starwood, pretty much. But the fact that it would be limiting, basically eliminating the possibility of almost 2,500 square feet permanently. In this case.
Yeah, on this site, but it'll go somewhere else.
On this site,
Yeah.
if it could go to another site in Starwood, I think would be, could be appealing to me. If it goes somewhere else in the county, I'm not so certain about that.
Could I tag on it, on what Steve said?
Yeah, I
Because
want
I
you
had
to,
the
but go
exact
ahead.
same thought. My house was actually built by a prominent local architect. It has historic features that would be built 77, 78. And it's about 2,500 square feet. And I was just thinking, wow, does that mean I could go in and ask for a TDR not to do anything to my house? And
I've
it's
had
a question,
similar-
you've had the same.
Similar things. I mean, my house is 2,500 square feet. It's amazing. But what about Harry Teague? He's 78, right? So what about his houses? Now we're going to start doing TDRs for all of his houses
Sky's the
because he
limit.
was a very creative architect. He still is. And so I'm not questioning the value of this woman as an architect in any way, shape, or form. Don't get me wrong. But I have had the same thoughts reading through this, and you know, some of this building I like, some of it I don't, but that doesn't really matter. You know, I don't know. I'm struggling with it when I think of some of the incredible architects we've had here in the valley and the work that's been done, and I don't know.
Well, can I tag on to
Yes,
that very
please
quick? And then
do.
it's Patty had her hand up too.
Okay,
If I
sorry,
could, the one thing that I find really intriguing is that we're neutralizing 2,000 potential square feet. Actually, it's like 12,000 or more potential square feet on this site by doing this. So the issuance of the TDR eliminates potential additional square footage. I'm still trying to figure it out, but it seems to me that capping it at the size it does, this is a location which should easily have a 12,000 square
Could
foot
it? It
house.
looked like a tiny little building site. Could it have that much more?
They can engineer it, trust me.
Don't know.
Another
It's a
good
4-acre parcel, right? So anyway, it does take away potential square
Yeah.
footage, even though it's transferring 2,500 square feet somewhere else at great cost to someone.
Yeah.
Well,
Patty.
And I know, I agree, we have a lot of amazing talent in this valley, this community, that's still alive and some that isn't. But the connections with Ellie Brickham and, you know, Fritz Benedict and Frank Lloyd Wright, I mean, that's a big statement. This is not, you know, I mean, that to me is huge. If you followed architecture at all, I mean, I grew up in Southern California and close to Pasadena, which was a big Frank Lloyd Wright area. And, you know, just seeing those houses and just being in awe of them to this day. And I think being able to now educate the community on this building through putting it in the historic register and putting it out there, you know, adding it to our collection, which we have been adding things to, which I think has been an amazing benefit to this community, I think is huge. And I would like to see maybe working with this homeowner and with our other units that we've put recently or in the past to try and do something for young architects who are training at CU or wherever, DU, whatever, you know, and offering that so they can learn from those amazing histories. And we could include some of our new modern day architects here in our valley who've done some incredible structures, both public and private, and trying to expand that part of our community, especially in the county, you know, because the county has just such an amazing, as this is proving, diversity in architectural history, from the chicken coops and the different types of ranchers and farmers from the different parts of Italy or the world, and now on a more of a local level that, you know, I had forgotten about Ellie's house until I read this, and it was like, I remember meeting her and talking to her, and the polka dots and the stripes, and if any woman could carry it off. And she did, in a field of when women were not known to be architects, not just here, but around the world. And that was an exceptional, and just that she stood her ground, and she wasn't very big. She stood her ground and led the way. And I think if we could try and do a first choice would be to land the square footage, I think in Starwood. I don't know what's going on up there as far as development, but that provides a great opportunity to keep that square footage in that neighborhood if possible. And then to expand the public visits to try and create a program you know, maybe not every year, but maybe with the graduating, you know, I don't know, something to try and offer that for an opportunity for young architects, I think would be exceptional.
I was thinking about the older architects who build the big houses.
We could invite them, they could be driven by the young architects, so.
It's my understanding that we can't direct where a TDR lands because once it sells, it's somebody's
Not
property,
necessarily.
not-
I asked that at the last one and I was told I was wrong.
I think
Suzanne?
Highland Bavaria, we did something recently with
Suzanne
an
knows.
application where we designated the landing area.
The board has
Has that
done
been
that in the
it?
past. I don't have a good example of it.
But I remember I asked that at the last
But yeah,
time.
there have been a few over time where it was specified.
The Bennett
And I guess I
one.
don't remember
Yeah.
if that was offered or
Did you want to
specified by the BOCC.
The Bennetts.
The Bennett
somewhere
application, I
restricted.
believe we specified a landing
They,
area.
and I think in that case, they volunteered that. I
Yeah.
mean, they offered
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
So that is an
Maybe
option.
wait till after the public hearing, too.
I'm not sure there is any. Why don't you go ahead, Kelly?
All right. Yeah, this one for me is a little bit easier than some of the others we've been presented with in the past. You know, not being a person studied in architecture at all, there's just very clear, I think, characters of this house from the time. I mean, I do feel like you look at that side profile and it looks like Bauhaus, you know, and you know, I continue to think that women are not equitably celebrated with accolades in the architecture community to this day. And, you know, I think she has a history here that we should support and celebrate and conserve. So I feel pretty good about this one, as opposed to chicken coops.
Can I talk?
Okay, let's open up the public hearing. Is there anybody in the public online that would like to speak, or?
And I'm sorry if I spoiled your
He's for
presentation.
the next one.
No, that's perfectly fine.
Okay.
I do want to, challenge and make sure that the TDR is okay with the owner to be only in Starwood and not handcuff them, because it is a very small neighborhood, right? The point of the TDR is to get rid of it for value. So I don't want to just say, yes, it's exactly what it is what we're going to do.
Well, and
here.
I just brought that up. I don't know if the board's gonna.
Right.
I just know that that's something Greg usually brings up. I just beat him to the punch, but, yeah, I mean, that we haven't, or the second opportunity for the public to see it through some kind of a special program, which we don't have, but it might be something we could leave the door open to if we do create one in the future.
I'm closing the public hearing, by the way.
Thank you. Does that affect me?
There's no one
No, but
online.
I haven't done it yet, so I had to get it in there.
There's no one online.
There were 4 people online and nobody raised their hand.
Okay.
So I do have a couple little wrap-up comments. I think, you know, if we're lucky, we will see the opportunity to designate more contemporary homes and more examples of the, you know, the architecture, Harry's work or other local architects. But we still have very specific criteria that has to be met. It's not just, you know, it's not as simple as so-and-so's house that they did of 500 houses that exist, and this one is, and, you know, an example of, you know, something not particularly outstanding. So we do have criteria for who we choose to recognize as important. So I just wanted to say that it's not necessarily
Sorry, Steve.
anybody who designed a small house.
Sorry, not my 1967 single-wide trailer.
Yeah.
Pretty fun.
So there's that. I think, as Greg
Makes it
said,
funky.
this is a great example of how to do small well and sensitively. And the preservation of it will carry that message forward. And I think that there are some opportunities. And Harry actually runs a CU summer studio. And there are some opportunities to kind of
Didn't know that.
tie into that.
I didn't know that, Francie.
You know, to expand the message, which I agree is a critical message. And so I think that the preservation of this does go to that mission. Let's see what else I wrote down here. I think that's it.
Thanks.
Okay. so
Let's see,
Steve?
one question. what is the allowable square footage that someone could redevelop this site to? At Starwood on that lot that size?
Starwood is an automatic TDR receiver site, and so,
8250?
someone could come in for
15,000.
15,000.
Oh, any number of TDRs up to
Up to
15,000.
15,000. And that wouldn't come to the board, that's an administrative approval.
Can I ask a question? Just, you mentioned the adjoining property, just behind, who owns that and what is that? And is that part of the same ownership or is that a neighbor?
I think it's another lot.
Is it a separate lot?
Different ownership, and built probably in 2008.
Somebody
so.
said they were gonna get to that and talk about it, but we didn't. Did you talk about it and I missed it?
The only point to mention this, lot R65 is, they had an approval from, it was within the last 10 years to put this driveway in this alignment.
Okay.
And that driveway is along a mapped intermittent stream alignment that has a 100-foot setback on our county mapping. But when I read through that administrative approval, that drainage was not treated like an intermittent stream. And
That-
so
That's an easement that runs through
There
Ellie's
is.
property?
And when this easement was created, this easement to the south,
Get into those driveways.
the owner abandoned an easement to the north. The original plan, when these properties were vacant, was that there would be a single driveway connecting both properties. And so that's been updated with that, with this land use approval that happened. And so this southern driveway is the sort of large emergency access driveway that Aspen Fire would use if they had to take their largest vehicle up there. So that's what I wanted to touch on, is that the driveway to the Brickham house, that northern driveway, is only for smaller emergency vehicles.
What's the square footage of that house? Do we know in the lot behind?
I can
gotta
find
be
that prior
12,000,
approval for
I
you
bet.
very easily.
And they do have a smaller truck, I think, now parked at the new fire station at Starwood.
Can you zoom out and orient me? I'm still trying to figure out where it is. If that's possible. If you can zoom out on that, you can. Okay.
Does this help?
Highway 82.
I did not do that.
That was way out.
Everybody's getting dizzy.
That's my house.
This is the city of Aspen.
My house is on there too.
So it's way up at the top, kind of towards town. It's got that beautiful viewplane of your house, Greg.
Trent has, and then up to, okay, up on the edge of the meadow. Okay, I can kind of tell where that is now. Thanks.
Yeah.
So one other thought. There are a lot of individuals in this county who have given up great value of their property, worth millions and millions of dollars, to do conservation easements, to preserve land, to eliminate house sites as donations to the community. Maybe they got paid some money, but they gave up huge value. And I'm thinking of, I can think of different individuals who've given up a lot and didn't ask for
That's correct.
much of anything in return for that. These owners could do the same. They could designate this house and limit the house size voluntarily, and it probably would hurt their pocketbook way less than a lot of other people who weren't as well-to-do. I'm thinking of my dad being one of those. And I'm just tossing that idea out there that, that's the thought running in my head that,
And I can actually
we're
speak to that a
granting a
little bit.
TDR to a family who probably doesn't need a TDR, and they could just do all of this stuff without that much financial hardship to them, and it'd be a huge benefit to the community. So I just wanted to toss that thought out there.
The designation also protects the house in perpetuity. So while this owner might be willing to do something voluntary, the next owner wouldn't necessarily.
So I think that's something that, we're really talking about preserving this for,
But I think
time.
what Steve's saying is that they could put it under historic preservation without getting a TDR. They don't have to get
They
the
don't have to
TDR
get a
to do
TDR.
that.
That's true.
I mean, there's lots
Unless
of
they're gonna
low-flying
use some
dog
money
ranches.
for
If this
improvements.
house is so special and they love it,
Yeah.
and they could preserve it, and it's not gonna hurt them that much financially.
But that's true of pretty much any property in the valley,
Yeah.
whether it's a chicken coop or for this house, yeah. But
There's
the
actually
other
Craig
thing
who
I'll
first had
mention
the
is
chicken
that
coop problem.
we don't really have, in the county doesn't have an architectural easement program. The Redstone Castle is under a historic preservation easement, but that's held by the Colorado Historical Foundation. So that's a totally different mechanism than what we would be able to do at the county level.
Well, more questions or discussion?
I'll just respond. No, I think that's a great idea, Steve. I don't know if it's quite as obvious. Like there's not sort of the policy infrastructure around an architectural easement that there is around a conservation easement. Like we don't have like land trusts, like a similar body. We don't have like a tax credit program, which is not to say we couldn't invent one.
Tonight while we're here.
I don't necessarily think tonight while we're here, but yeah, I'd be interested if there's foregone opportunities that we have missed or didn't know about, of someone who wanted to pursue that path, but there maybe weren't other incentives in place to, or other ways. Like if the Historic Society is just like, oh, I don't know what to tell you. You can go to the state and try to do it this way, but, maybe there's an opportunity there. Always thinking creatively, Steve.
Does anyone want to make a motion on
I
this
would
resolution?
love to make a motion, now that you closed the public hearing so quickly. I would like to make a motion to approve the Olson and Thompson designation to the Historic Register and grant incentives and activity envelope and site plan review, which includes the one TDR. I want to look to the board before I finish my motion, Mr. Attorney over here. Do we want to ask, I'm not sure we do, that the 2,500 square feet stay within Starwood, since we're actually preserving a property of almost over 10,000 square feet, actually, when it comes down to it, by not allowing this to go to a 15,000, which it could. Does the board want me to include that in a motion?
I would say vote for that.
I don't have an opinion on that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure
Okay,
it's
okay.
necessary.
So I got 3, we're not gonna include that. But, and as far as the visitation for the public, we're at 1, and if we can work with Harry Teague to see if we could expand that to include this property as part of his training for new architects, that would be a great part of the incentives, if you think the owners would be. Okay.
Are you making that optional, or are you making that?
No, I'm making that part of
a
it. The
condition.
staff will look into that with Harry Teague's program that he operates to see if this could be something that's included to share with his young architects. I would like to see that included in the one public site visit per year to see if we can't include that to include young architects.
Without talking to Harry?
No, I asked staff to work with Harry Teague.
But not as a condition.
No, I'm asking, do we want to put that in, or we just want to direct staff to look into that? We don't have to put it as a condition.
I'm okay with that. I don't think it needs to be a
Okay, so I'm going to back this whole thing up. I'm going to have a motion to approve a resolution approving the Olson and Thompson designation historic register and grant of incentives and activity envelope and site plan review.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion from Patty and a second from Kelly. Do we have any more discussion?
Well, I have one more thought cross my mind. There's another shed that was proposed being built that we didn't hear about that. And my thought was, I mean, I have no idea how big it is or where in the scheme of things it is, but could that be just make the garage a little bit bigger with the same square footage and have, not
You're
have.
talking about the new garage they're talking? The new garage is also to stabilize the slope that's
Well, I
sloping.
realize that, but, and I don't know how big the proposed shed was. I'm just trying to.
The shed is 100 square feet. It's on the
100
back side of the existing garage wall. So that'll tie into the
Behind that rock
retaining
wall.
walls. It's a very small storage shed.
Just like that hallway right there.
And honestly, we'll probably need something like that to make sure that that wall doesn't just topple over, so.
Let's just stabilize the wall somehow.
Yeah.
Probably a good idea.
Flying buttresses.
Yep.
And I just want to say, the list of benefits that the applicant was offering, that is not included in the current reso. So we need to add the website, the drone video, the floor area cap, covenant.
So I will add, because I don't have a second to my motion, do I?
I did.
Kelly did. So we'll add that,
Friendly
to
amendment.
the list of incentives
Mhm.
that are being granted by the applicant.
Mhm.
Okay. Greg? Are you an aye or an A?
I'll be an aye.
Kelly?
I'm an aye.
Patty?
I'm an aye.
No.
I'm an A. It passes 3-2.
Thank you guys very much.
Been a day of interest.
Yes,
For your time,
I have
appreciate it.
no idea where that one was going.
I don't think we've ever had a day where we've had such disparate vote results.
I know, it's not a bad thing. And we've done so graciously.
And they're all on land use.
Yeah, thank you all.
Thank you, guys.
Nice to meet you.
So are we done now, or do we have Mr.
No,
Waller?
we have an appeal. It's a land use action.
John isn't asleep back there. We'll continue.
I know my dog is out in the cold.
Do
and
we have
she-
somebody
me to
who's
come
gonna
with him.
present this? Suzanne, are you gonna present this? Okay, John.
John, be careful driving out of the parking garage.
Yeah. He has to go to Buttermilk to get his car.
You wanna take my bicycle?
Is there open discussion?
I know my poor dog is probably
borrow my
freaking out at
bicycle?
home her
Right.
first day. Hopefully the garage, the back door stayed
bus.
open. so
You
she's
can
not
get the
trapped
Burlingame bus
outside.
in 2 minutes right outside here.
All right, the
Right in
last
front of the police
official
department, just to the
item
left
on
of the police
today
department. Yeah.
is
God,
number
I didn't know
18.
Good cue.
It's an appeal of administrative decision number 004-2023, denying a request for issuance of a TDR certificate for the Bonanza Placer Tract B, USMS number 5840. And Suzanne will be presenting this to us.
Thanks, Nicole. She had a big day.
I was gonna
She
pull
did a
up
great
maps
job
and more
today.
for
I have
them
it
to
on my,
put it up
computer.
on the, so I just need to pull it up and then share it? Okay, okay. I just wanted to.
What do I need to plug this thing into the system here? Is there a standard USB on the phone?
Oh, God.
These are just,
Oh, yes, this is that Aspen Mountain thing.
Everybody's typing in Pitkin County
I know, and
Assessor
I'm
these
just
days.
looking at this going,
That's what this is.
might be snowing before, snowing before 8 o'clock.
That's great.
I remember one year on my birthday,
Slow down runoff.
it snowed a foot.
Yeah.
More snow.
When's your birthday coming up?
Sunday.
Oh, Mother's Day.
Yeah, Mother's Day. I was
Happy,
born.
happy Mother's
Mom
Day.
keeps
I love
saying I was born on
seasons. I like
Mother's Day. I
4
don't really know.
full.
This is late
discrete
Mother's Day.
Seasons.
But if my
Mother's
birthday's
Day's
on a
usually-
Sunday,
Came
it's
too
always
soon?
Mother's Day.
Yeah.
And it snowed a foot that.
The 20th is a late date for Mother's Day. Mother's Day started a little earlier. Tracy wants to go camping in Rifle. I'm like, I don't know.
Don't know where to find anything on
You need a
the
goat.
I was like,
Oh, that's what I was gonna ask you.
Bring your goats over.
I want to roast a goat this year.
Oh, my God.
I don't have any goats. I did that one year a long
How
time
do
ago.
I, like, when do I, like, I'm gonna call Dick Elsner.
No, I wasn't born on Mother's Day. I was born on a Friday.
Are you going to slaughter the poor goat and you're going to name it?
do it, but I don't know,
Where are you
like,
gonna get the goat?
between the time where I get it slaughtered and start roasting it, like, how long does that have to be?
I
Well,
have,
usually you go to a
I have a
sale barn
friend.
and you buy a live goat,
Uh-huh,
and then you take it home and you keep it alive until you're ready to kill it.
uh-huh.
And you can't do that.
I can't do that.
you bury it in a pit. You can't do that either. You put it in a
So-
pit.
I was thinking of
You
like
could arrange for
arranging,
somebody
like,
else
in
to
the
do that.
morning and like having them do that in the morning and then go get it.
Who's gonna kill it for you?
She's hiring
Um,
assassins.
Yeah. I hope, I'm
You wanna
assuming
wait
a
at least
rancher.
72 hours.
You mean,
Yeah.
you wanna
After you
buy,
decide.
you wanna buy a goat that's already
Rigor
dead.
mortis.
Yes, and
Oh, I see.
cleaned and ready to be roasted.
Relax.
Oh, okay.
So,
He
Ri-
thinks that, Rye's saying I need to wait 72 hours between when it's.
Yeah, well, you definitely want to hang meat,
Mhm.
but you don't want a live goat, anything to do with a live goat.
one is
You want to.
She's got it in her living
Kelly,
room.
remind me,
But you want to, oh, I think Suzanne's ready.
I have a friend who
Okay.
does that. Kelly, remind me, I have a friend who
We can
does
talk
that, and
about
I'll get
this
you in
later.
touch with her.
But,
She also
yeah,
makes,
you want to arrange
she
for
also
somebody to
makes
take
great
it to the
barbecue
butcher
sauce.
for you. Yeah.
This
So
one
we
is
go over
through Cindy
quite often
Hoopin
to Kenny
from
Cook. So
Suzanne.
if you
Oh,
can
did
find
I
the
not
goat
get
to
rid
put
of
in the
that?
trailer with the cattle, we can do that. But other people do
Just
that too.
through
Yeah.
Cindy Hoopin.
So
Scratch
you
that
want
out.
to
What are
arrange
you
to have
looking
it
at?
then delivered to
the
you,
AOS
packaged, ready to cook. Whole.
Oh, it does.
You want the whole goat.
Is Cindy Hoopin back? Do we hire her back?
I think we're ready.
Error.
Sorry, I forgot we were on, I don't know if we were on a break.
Cut and paste?
Technology now.
I need to
It's
know
like
how
a
to
ghost
plan
from
for
the
this.
past.
All right, let's get going because I am freezing.
Where we're going.
There's the new computer technology. Here we go.
Right, there you go, thank you.
We're talking.
We've got this.
We don't have
Packet,
our,
right?
we don't have our Elmo anymore.
You don't have what anymore?
We used to have an Elmo where you could put paper documents on
Oh,
here, it would
yeah,
scan.
back in the
Yeah,
good
that
old
was
days.
really
That night.
We have
Didn't
it, but
see you
it's
guys for
buried
quite a
out in the
while.
hallway somewhere.
Are you ready, Suzanne? Yes. Let's go for it.
Okay. I will kick off. So Suzanne Wolf, Community Development. What has been appealed was an administrative decision made by the director. A request for issuance of a TDR for the Bonanza Placer Tract B. And I just pulled up the map to orient you as to where this property is. So here you've got Aspen Mountain Road going over here's Castle Creek. So this is basically kind of up on that ridge, or off of Trainer's Ridge, kind of up in that area on the mountain. It's this little blue piece here.
It's where the paragliders fly over. They go off right above that, right up there.
Yeah, let's see where they take off
A lot lower than
from.
that, if I could.
Yeah, I was going to say lower. Yeah, I was going to
If
say.
you were in the middle of the little parcel there, and you had a good arm, you could throw a ball into the Music Associate
Right,
property.
Country Day.
Right,
yes.
you're
Right
like
down
Keno
the- right
Gulch.
down
You're,
here.
it's going dropping down onto
100
on
Right
that
above
side.
the
Country Day,
slide
yes.
was.
I remember
like
this
that.
perfectly.
So yeah,
Big
the music
slide
school is down below, so Keno Gulch is kind of through here.
Okay.
So, and just so to drop in,
Side of the ridge is it on?
it's on the Castle Creek side, the west
Yeah,
side.
it's just above the music
Just
school.
above Country Day, basically.
Yep. And then just, it's within the rural remote zone district, so just quickly, I will drop in the zoning to show you, ooh, this thing moves faster than mine. Where am I? There we go. That's just the zoning layer. That shows you rural remote kind of sandwiched in there. Here, I'll take this out for a second. So it's within the rural remote zone district, right in this central area there, but I'll take that away. So that's my only fancy graphic for you today. So I'll just leave that up for now. So again, just to familiarize you all, because these are one of the TDR things you don't see. A property in rural remote submits an application to community development. Under the land use code, that's set up as something that, as long as they meet certain requirements, the TDR is just issued by our department. It is a use by right, essentially, if you're a property in rural remote. If you decide you don't want to develop, you'd rather get a TDR, that is an administrative process we go through to issue that TDR. You have to demonstrate that your property is legally created and it hasn't merged with an adjacent property, in which case it may not have a development right. So
And it has a development right.
it has to, right, you have to demonstrate that you
Right,
have a
okay.
development right, exactly. So that's the analysis, basically. If you check those boxes, a TDR is issued administratively. So again, just, you guys don't see those. Other than when
How
you.
often do those come by your desk?
When they got really expensive, when they started going for a lot more money, many more of them were coming across my desk. But I mean, if you look in that TDR report annually, the number that have come out of rural remote are the majority of the TDRs that have been issued by the county over the life of the program.
So it's something like 129 outstanding now for the last 20 years or so.
That's what's outstanding, but in terms of out of the total number of TDRs that have been created, the largest portion of those have come from rural
Okay.
remote.
Thank you.
Sorry, I don't have that right at my
all
fingertips,
right.
but I could grab it for you.
No,
But
no.
so again, the ones you see, the historic designations, other things, is a smaller portion of the actual total number of TDRs that have been created. Most of those have come out of rural remote. So in this case, in our review, and that staff with the attorney's assistance of reviewing the application, our determination was that we could not issue a TDR. We denied the issuance of a TDR, basically, essentially on the finding that the property had merged with the parcel had merged with the adjacent property. There's a sort of involved thing we go through looking at title chains to determine during a certain time frame, which was 1975 through 2003, if the property had come into common ownership, the adjacent properties had come into common ownership, those properties merged. Under state statute, 2003 is important because that's when statute changed and required that an action be taken by the county to merge properties. Prior to that, we would, when properties came forward, we'd analyze the title documents. If there was a determination there'd been common ownership, we would say those properties had merged. But there was a change to the statute in 2003. But we've always looked at anything that had merged within that time frame when our regulations stated that properties would merge if they were in common ownership. From 75 to 2003, if they'd come in common ownership, that was still considered to have merged, and then not have a separate development right. So essentially, that's the basis of the denial in this case, was that we found that there had been merger with the adjacent property. So again, sorry, there's the Bonanza B. So with this property. I would
When it
have
came under common ownership?
to look back at,
I got it right here, Suzanne.
thank you, Rye.
Looks like the period of common ownership began in 1942 and lasted until 2004.
19 what, two?
1942.
That's what I thought you said.
So
And
can I-
that's
can I-
in
can I ask a
finding
quick-
number 11 in the administrative decision. Sorry,
Quick
now that
question.
Rye's
So
got it.
after the state statute that in 2003 changed, so some action needed to be taken in order to merge. It didn't go retro and say any properties that merged prior to 2003 needed to then go through some kind of an action to be deemed merged. It was pretty much in 2003, anything moving forward had to have an action taken to merge the properties.
Correct.
correct?
In fact, the enabling legislation from the General Assembly in 2003, when they enacted Senate Bill 0367, which implemented the current statutory requirements, specifically stated that the notice and hearing procedures set forth in the statute are not applicable to mergers that took place prior to the effective date of the bill.
So if you merged prior to 2003, you were still merged,
It's October 1, 2003.
to be specific.
Suzanne, is there any development on any of that common property or not, or separated
Sorry, the adjacent property?
Yes.
Not currently.
They have a development right.
Correct.
And you're asserting that the development right for that rectangular thing, plus the trapezoid, is now one development right.
Right, exactly,
Okay.
yes, right. And there is no development on either piece currently.
Yeah, okay.
So that was the basis for our denial. That was appealed by the applicant, and John and counsel are, I think, is Josh online? I think so. They can speak to the basis for their notice of appeal to you. So I will just say that basically today we're looking for the action from you is to make a decision based on that appeal, as if there has been a clear and demonstrable error, abuse of discretion, or denial of procedural due process in the application of the facts in the record to the standards of the Land Use Code in the Community Development Director's decision to deny the request for a TDR. So then, once you make that determination and then would give direction to staff to bring back a resolution either finding that that there was an error, then directing a staff to bring back a resolution denying the appeal, which you would consider at a later date, or a resolution affirming the appeal. Either of those resolutions would come back to you at your next meeting. That's what I'm trying to get at.
I have a question. But on the other portion of that property, not the little turquoise, but there's not been a TDR severed off of that or any action taken on that property?
No.
Okay. No. So if it's deemed merged, my question would be then, who gets to transfer off a TDR? Wait, now I'm asking staff, so.
Okay.
If it's merged, there would have to either be a joint request. Okay. I mean, right now, if they are in two different ownerships, if merged and, they agreed that they wanted to get a TDR, they could come jointly.
So in 2004, the property, there were two different owners after 2004, prior to 2004. So that's interesting, somebody
Right.
sold off a portion of the property that was already merged with the other portion of the property?
It was separately sold.
Yeah. So
In 2004.
That's a nice way of saying it, thank you.
I was like, let me.
I know.
So when it was sold, was it sold as a developable piece of property?
I can't answer that question.
It was sold as
It
a
was
separate
sold.
piece
It
of
was
the
sold as a
property?
separate piece of property.
And it had its own title?
I guess I should, at that point, I have not looked at those documents, so I don't know that I can speak to the various, how they were split out and.
Can I ask a point of clarification?
Yeah.
Right,
Please.
can you advise us on this process? What's in bounds and what's not in bounds? Because
Yeah.
appeals are a little more rigid than a typical land use.
So you're looking at the application that was submitted, the determination of the community development director, and the notice of appeal in the documents submitted therewith. Typically, on appeals, no new evidence is presented at the hearing with respect to the property in question, although argument from the applicant and or any party opposing the application or opposing the appeal are considered by the BOCC. The BOCC can, based on what's in the record, supplant its determination, the determination of the community development director with its own. It can modify the prior approval, can affirm the approval that was granted by the community development director. It can remand the application back to the community development director for further findings if there's not sufficient findings in the record to support the determination. And it can, like I said, supplant the determination with its own determination. The BOCC can make its own adjudication of the application.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Do we get to hear from the applicant now?
Yeah, let's hear from the applicant, I think, and then.
Francie's in
I'm
deep
just
thought.
trying to reread these documents and figure out.
While you're reading that, I have
Share your.
two people joining us via Zoom. I have Josh Kruger in Denver, who's the legal team for the applicant. And we have the Ray Wall is just going to be viewing as far as I know today. Okay. And Bean Blackwell should be in there also.
I didn't see,
Okay.
All right.
Okay, and there's Beam. I've been involved with this property since 2004, when I helped old Ed Smart, who some of you remember Ed, who was in these, getting in kind of bad ways, and I helped him with an unsolicited offer from this group that bought the property there, bought the bigger property, which you just see a little pencil of. It's actually 6 claims. It's sort of, it's a separate property. And then it was sold and went for development rights up on the upper part, which was off of the area that the infamous Jim Blanning had taken over. So it's had a lot of history of things like that going on. It originally was part of the biggest mining claim ever, and I like to think of it as the little claim that could, because it's only 1.05 acres. But it is part B of the biggest mining claim ever, which is the Bonanza Placer, which goes all the way along for almost a mile down Castle Creek there and houses the MAA, houses some of our biggest houses, and that sort of thing. And it's just sort of been part of the hill. That whole area was part of the ski area, and it was under ski area easement until 1976 from the original Friedel Pfeiffer ski area easement. In 76, Darcy Brown, who owned part of these claims in there, decided we'd never ski in there, it's too steep. I think some of our powder skiers today would dispute that. It's all north-facing and pretty popular with the adventurous type. But anyway, I don't want to diverge too much. That's a little bit of the history. So the Aspen Ski In Ski Out LLC, this is their only little parcel. And I felt that its best use for them would be as a TDR. It does have access through the music school, and it has public access and all of that. You're all welcome to hike in there. That's under easement forever. And so anyway, getting back to the case here, we would like to have a TDR. We don't feel that it was properly ever merged. Individual taxes have been paid on it since the beginning of individual taxes on property here, which I don't know what year that was, but pretty far back. Because it has been part of the 40 or 50 mining claims in that area, it's been bounced around from corporation to corporation for years. Not in a necessary idea that they were merging properties together to form a larger property. It was a mining property. And, you know, as you've seen all the mining maps, there were, you know, thousands of them here. And these are the residual. I don't know for certain, but I think they need to be treated somewhat different than like a tract in what you were just dealing with in, on Red Mountain or in Ellie's house, in other words. That's part of a design tract. The only design here was mining. I don't know if you have any other, I have all the history questions right here, if anybody has any questions there. And if you don't, then I'll ask Josh and Beam to chime in here. Hi, guys. Okay.
Unless the commissioners have history questions for John, I can say my piece on the anti-merger statute issues.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. The 2003 statute was brought up, and that's really my focus here, to fill you in a little bit on that statute. What has been referred to as an anti-merger statute. 2003 Senate Bill 67, as mentioned, located at Colorado Revised Statute, Section 30-28-139. Now that statute requires, and I quote, prior to the completion of the merger, that certain notice, hearing, and consent requirements are followed. And Pitkin County's Land Use Code, Section 2-40-90 largely mirrors that. My understanding is it was adopted following the statute. And our position here is that the completion of the merger language from the statute has to mean something under statutory principles. And completion is what we're focusing on here. And this administrative decision is such a completion of merger in our view. I I've had the privilege, if you're interested in this sort of thing, of listening to the recordings from the passage of Senate Bill 67 in 2003. This was not some obscure tax issue. This statute, or this bill was passed and became statute as direct response to the exact circumstances here, which is that development rights might get stripped from a parcel due to automatic merger as a result of common ownership. Now, Pitkin County, Boulder County came up a lot during these statutory hearings, had similar automatic merger principles that Mr. Neely discussed. And these were situations where the property has always been taxed, assessed, and taxed separately. There have been no prior decisions or recorded notice of merger. The question was posed from commissioners, why would someone convey a property that had merged? Well, it's because people don't know they merged. There's no notice. They've been taxed separately. And I can tell you that the thrust of the comments during this statutory debate was private property rights, and repeated comparisons were made to unconstitutional takings, where unbeknownst to a landowner, either the current owner or a future owner, automatic merger by operation of law has occurred, and no notice has been provided. Now, retroactivity did come up a couple times, and I can send the recordings from the statute to the commissioners and Suzanne and staff if desired. Retroactivity came up a couple of times, but this was in context of administrative decisions that had already been issued declaring automatic merger, such as, the primary example was in Boulder County. There's a building lot determination, and an owner was informed, look, your property merged, sorry, you don't have a development right here. And these were people's nest egg properties that may have been attached to their main parcel. So a question was posed is, and so those decisions were issued, appeal timing had run, there were no more appeal rights. And a question that was posed but left unanswered during the debates on this was, can we go back and rectify those wrongs of decisions from before the anti-merger statute, where it was never appealed, but that was kind of lost. It never came back up during committee hearings. But I think that's different from what we have here today, where the spirit and letter of the law require that after the effective date of October 1st, 2003, that the county provide notice, hearing, and the landowner consents to this process. So otherwise, there's been no formal determination of merger here. It's kind of a catch-22 chicken or the egg situation. But I think it's clear that under the statute, completion of the merger requires notice, hearing, and consent from the landowner, which has not occurred here.
I have a question.
Yeah, Kelly.
How would you respond if I were to ask, is it fair to say that that process had not occurred because they were merged legally prior to the requirements of that process?
If this administrative decision had come out on September 31st, 2003, I think that the county would be able to point to its automatic merger accumulation regulations. But as soon as that requirement was imposed, I think that the concept that an automatic merger occurred, but nobody needed to declare it, that it's always been taxed and assessed separately, which has never really been explained satisfactorily, how the county can, on one hand, represent that this county is a separate parcel via taxation, but then have an unannounced, sort of undeclared, just waiting in the wings merger determination. That's a fairness issue in my mind.
So the person who owns this piece of property, the smaller piece, was unaware that it had been merged in the past?
To my knowledge. They purchased it in 2004 after the 2003 deadline we were just talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, this property was conveyed from Ed Smarts, or the conservator, via separate legal description as a separate parcel, always treated as separate, and then spun off into this current owner for marketing and in planning purposes with, you know, the belief and expectation that it was a separate developable parcel.
Kelly.
So I guess for Rye, the October 1st legislation that went into effect in 2003, did that require past deliberate effort? I guess I'm not being very articulate.
what I had asked.
Anything that existed under those conditions up to October 1st, 2003, was that preserved under the prior merger statutes, or the absence of a statute addressing it, and therefore our land use code? Was that all preserved, or did that statute then require a specific action in order to retain, you know, how our land use code had treated mergers up to that date?
Well, I can say that the Pitkin County has historically and up to today considered mergers that took place prior to October 1, 2003 as having been in effect as of that date. The provisions of the statute, or the note from Senate Bill, make sure I get it right, Senate Bill 0367, provide that provisions of this act addressing the requirements of notice and hearing shall only apply to mergers that take effect on or after the effective date of this act. Okay. So the county has historically interpreted that particular provision to provide that mergers that were in effect prior to that date were in effect and not changed, or there was no further action that the county was required to take to effectuate mergers of those parcels. Okay. And that has been the county's interpretation of that language many times over.
Okay.
Issues of statutory interpretation and constitutional takings type of things are certainly items that are best left to adjudication by a judge. And if
Sure.
that is, I don't think there is any clear demonstration in the administrative decision that Suzanne put together that is contrary or a demonstration of a clear error or abuse of discretion in application of the land use code. I guess I'd make a couple notes as well, that in 2004, in connection with another land use application, there was a statement that this property had in fact merged with the larger Imago parcel, which is the property that's adjacent to it. I'd also note that people convey property by deed all the time and there's no requirement for the county to review that or anything. So what the party's intent was when they conveyed it, what they knew when they conveyed it, are somewhat irrelevant to the analysis. Properties conveyed by quitclaim deed or special warranty deed or any kind of deed for various reasons, and the county doesn't review those various things until they come in for a development approval. And that's what we're looking at now.
So the quitclaim deeds that are recorded, they don't establish that it is a separate piece of property?
And I haven't looked at the text of each and every quitclaim deed, but it would be atypical for something like a quitclaim deed or a special warranty deed to include in it that we are guaranteeing that this has development potential or whatever it is. I don't know what the language would be because it's not something you would typically see in a deed.
Well, I guess what I'm asking is that, and I don't know if I'm allowed to ask this, but so if they were merged, but then this one is sold separately several times, can you not unmerge once you've merged? I mean, doesn't that establish that there was some recognition that this property is a separate piece of property?
I think you'd have to subdivide.
I mean, I'm not sure I fully understand your question, but I could give you a deed to my half of my lot where I live right now and say you own half of this lot, even though the subdivision regulations in where I live would prohibit subdivision, but that doesn't prohibit me from giving you a deed to half of my lot and you taking it. And there's no county review process that is involved with somebody granting or accepting a deed of any kind.
I see. But it wouldn't bestow on me the right to develop that half a lot just because you gave me a quick claim deed for it.
Right, then you'd have to prove ownership.
Yeah, okay.
The other thing is title searches, and most people on mining claims, I don't know how they perfect a title search.
I know, that's why I was asking about titles, because that's what we usually think of.
A lot of mining claims are just done by simple deeds. I was on the board prior to October 1st, 2003, and we had many discussions about mergers prior to that because people came in and their properties were merged. They said, I didn't know that, and we said, well, they were under joint ownership, neighboring properties, and they automatically merge. And then the state statute came out, and so we then had a different, process or whatever for those mergers. It wasn't an automatic action had to be taken to merge. So you could own 3 properties that were all under the same ownership after 2003, and they didn't merge unless you chose to merge them.
Right.
Say for square footage allotments or et cetera, et cetera.
But legally now, properties that were merged before 2003, whatever that date was, stay merged.
That is how the county has historically considered properties that were in common ownership prior to October 1st, 2003. And based on my review of the statute now, that seems to be the correct interpretation.
Okay, Steve?
So, using an example of Capitol Creek Ranch, that my parents bought part of it in 1961, they bought another part of it in 1965 or 66. The previous owners prior to 1961 had acquired a couple of pieces of BLM land that they purchased from the BLM that were added to it. So then the whole thing, when my parents owned it, is all one meets and bounds description with one property tax bill for it. It had all been common ownership of adjoining parcels that had been acquired separately were all merged, and this is all in the 1960s, so it was, way prior to any of this stuff. But it was one tax bill on it. So what I don't understand is how this parcel that was owned by the same company starting in 1942, but it had a separate tax bill from the rest of the parcel, and that's the part I don't understand. Why was it not one tax bill for the whole thing?
Who knows by history if anybody ever challenged that? Sometimes people get a tax bill and they didn't know that it had been merged and there should be one, so they paid it. Mining claims are very different.
Maybe mining claims are different, and that's why. And John, you
That's
had
what I
your
was
hand
just-
up.
yeah.
Could you
It's because
explain
mining
from your?
claims are so different, and because even when you have them contiguous, sometimes there's different owners. Because of the mining rules of veins and things like that, there's all sorts of complicated rules that came along when they were unpatented claims and they were actively mined, and then eventually you could demonstrate that you had some worthwhile ore, and you'd eventually become a certified mining claim, and you'd have your deed. People tended to, back in the days of Darcy Brown, pre-ski area, where all the thousands of claims, they were traded around in all sorts of classic business fashion because they were in the mining business. And Ed Smart, who got this because he was part of the Statesman, I think it was, mining company that owned all those mining claims that were under lease. So they were tied up in a ski area lease from 46 to 76 when they came out. and they dissolved that mining company because they weren't going to do any mining. The different owners of the company, including Smart and Darcy Brown, each got different parcels, and they could divide them up easily because they'd never been merged in the sense of what we talk about now, because their merger rule, to me, was based on the concept of housing, which is the business we're in now. When they were in mining, it was a different ballgame completely. And that's part of the reason that.
So were the mining claims for a vein, might be 1,000 feet under the ground where the vein is, and maybe their mining claim is actually there.
Oh, yeah.
They went in up here on the surface and went to follow a vein, so maybe their mining claim is
That was one of the
actually
rules.
an underground right and not a surface right.
But there's also leasing versus ownership.
So is that the case in this, that this,
Well, this goes
one was a
back to-
placer, which means a surface mine, is
Exactly.
that right? And
So
then the
this properly-
adjoining ones were a deep mining claims?
You had it exactly right with the regular load claim, that you were following a vein, and if you were following it before the other guy got there and it went under his claim, you still had rights to it. That was one of the oddball parts of those
Like
sort
directional
of
drawing,
claims.
but-
This one has been different by rights. If we were still a mining district that was active, these claims could never be merged because the Bonanza B is part of the larger Bonanza Placer. It's a surface mining claim. The mineral right is the surface versus subterranean. So they technically aren't even the same kind of claim. But since we're in the housing business now, all that stuff, all those old mining rules, people just poo-poo them and they go away. And Josh, I'm trying to make a short story long again. Do you want to jump in here and clear this up a little bit, maybe?
I don't have anything to add on that, only that the language from the enacting bill that Mr. Neely has discussed, the effective date, I don't think it's as clear as the county's position is here that these circumstances, these existing automatic mergers take effect on, what is it, September 31st, 2003, let's say. It does say that that those mergers that were in effect prior to the effective date do not need to follow the notice and hearing requirements. But again, the statute makes it clear that we're talking about the completion of a merger, completion, and I quote the completion word here, on October 1st, 2003 going forward. So there needs to be some sort of action there. And that's all I have on that.
And these claims being merged, when the corporation that bought them from Ed Smart bought them, the title company was on top of this because they titled it, or excuse me, they did all the closing documents as three separate properties. The Bonanza B was its own little separate property. The other properties they bought over on Midnight Mine area was separate, and then the part that it's supposedly merged with above was titled separately. So that wasn't taken into consideration by the title company, I guess. That was my first or second year being a broker, and I was, trying to figure a few things out at that time. But that is the fact of the way it was sold.
So one other question, are these all patented mining claims where they acquired the surface rights where, even though the vein was far underground, but
yeah,
they all show up as rectangles on our maps on the surface?
Once they're patented, then
And
the surface rights for housing, et
were
cetera,
conveyed with what,
go right along with it.
where it was underneath.
Well, if it didn't, think about all those big houses all along between the music school and the Midnight Mine Road Bridge. Virtually every house almost was part of the main Bonanza Placer.
Okay, and all of these ones in question here are all patented?
It looks like these ones were all patented, Stephen. Typically, although not all the time, but typically, when you had a patented mining claim that was owned by a consortium or an individual, the assessor would set up your own unique assessor's account and tax that mining claim separately and the ownership separately, and generally would not take into consideration the county's mergers provisions. And to the extent that the property remained in that account and paid taxes on that account, the assessor really had no reason to change anything. So it's not atypical to see a merged parcel that potentially has more than one assessor's account set up for it. In fact, there are deeds conveying property that are not reviewed by the county, and an individual can approach the Pitkin County Assessor's Office and ask them to set up an account for the property, and the assessor very may well do that without any review from the Community Development Department or the Pitkin County Attorney's Office or anything like that. So there's multiple ways that a separate assessor's account or a tax account could be set up, and the fact that it may have been taxed separately, and I don't know that for sure with this particular property, but the fact that it was taxed separately for years is not determinative of the question of merger.
So the last page of our report, our packet, shows the claim of title. And is that just for that little piece that we're in dispute about?
Correct.
That claim of title is
Yes.
just for that little
1 acre parcel.
trapezoid?
Yeah.
And so, on this claim of title, I'm not exactly sure about the legality of a claim of title compared to a title that you actually have in your hand that shows that you own something. It would suggest to me, and correct me if I'm wrong about this, Rye, but it would suggest to me that this piece of property was a separate piece of property sold 7, 8 times as a separate piece of property. I mean, I don't know how else to judge this other than in that way.
I don't
You
think
know,
it's,
with Edwin Smart turns up several times on it. I don't know why, but
He probably sold it several times
Well, there was a
to different people.
It's an interesting Ed Smart story. When any of you that knew Ed, he could be pretty zany.
Most of us do know it.
He did have children, and he had a daughter who was pretty problematic. And for years, he thought he was going to have her settle down, and that was going to be her cabin site. So you'll see on the chain of title that he titled it over to her once. Then I think he may have gotten mad at her and took it back, and then he may have titled it to her again. I forget how that title report goes, but it goes Ed and Mary, and eventually, obviously, they never built a cabin there.
they haven't built
Did
together.
he sell that parcel to the Osmond family at one point?
No,
That wasn't part of that
Donnie
deal.
or Murray?
He was gonna make a big deal to sell a big
Yeah.
part of that to the Osmond family at one point, and he had a big public meeting about it, and they were gonna save the town.
So to answer your question,
Thank you.
Francie, the chain of title and the opinion from the title company submitted with the application, and this is Attorneys Title Insurance Agency of Aspen, concluded that this property was under common ownership with the adjacent Black Bear Lode and other mining claims throughout most of the period between 1942 and 2004. So that was the information that was submitted with the application, that the property we're talking about was under common ownership with the adjacent parcels during that period of time. And based on that, the provisions of the county's merger prior provisions would state that that property was merged during that period of time.
In spite of having separate title.
So do we have, this is a public hearing, right? Do we have any other public? I would like to make a motion.
I don't know if this is a public hearing. It says land use
Not a public
action,
hearing?
and
Okay.
it doesn't say anything about public hearing.
So can I suggest a motion?
You guys ready for a motion?
I'm not ready yet. Is there a page reference that shows what the Colorado Revised Statute says, the CRS 30-28-139 in the packet?
I did not include that in the packet.
Is that what Josh read to us? Is that what you read to us?
It's been referred to, that's the pertinent statute, the anti-merger statute.
From, they took effect on
And
October.
I certainly summarized it, but I did not read the full language of that. I can potentially share my screen and pull up a copy of that bill.
I think the significant parts of that Rye read to us that say anything prior to October 1st, 2003 was deemed merged, and you didn't have to take any action to clarify that merger. Anything after.
And I want to see that with my own eyes in the.
Well, if you don't trust our county attorney, he's got it on his screen.
It's coming up. It's coming up.
Well, I will say that it certainly does not state that it's deemed merged in these circumstances. It says that mergers that were in effect prior to that date aren't subject to the notice, hearing, and consent requirements. And our whole argument here is that there was no merger in effect because as of October 1st, 2003, and now we're in 2023, as of October 1st, 2023, or 2003, completion of a merger is going to require the notice, hearing, and consent requirements.
Steve, I can share my screen with you here.
Yeah, do you have a copy of that, the section, I think it's B language of that bill, Mr. Neely?
It's going to take me a moment to share my screen, but I can do that.
No, my thought is we are being judges here today, is what we are.
Right.
Quasi judicial hearing.
Well, we all in all land use.
And the judges get to see all the material, and maybe they don't make the decision that day even. I don't think they might have to take the material home and study it more thoroughly before making a decision. And that's kind of where I am right now.
But Kelly, I thought you asked for clarification as to what we can consider as part of this appeal, and it's information that had been submitted. But
Generally, that would be factual matters in the record. I think reviewing the applicable statute is
Okay, so that's
probably
different.
within the bounds of the BOCC's consideration for this particular item.
Yeah, I would
We can
agree on that. I
remand
think
it
that,
to the staff to
within abusive discretion
represent
standards are,
that.
you know, whether it comports with law. So I would say that the county is entitled to
see if I can track
to review this.
All right, trying to share my screen. I got up the door. Screen's open right now.
Well, then I have another question to ask of staff if we're gonna do that for more information, and that's how many other claims did Ed Smart sell that had already been merged or were not under his
I
ownership?
think a more logical question to ask would be how many more TDRs would be created by that interpretation of the statute? And I believe the answer would be many, 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 many.
Many thousands, many thousands.
Pretty good
So-
point there, right?
I had,
Let me see.
but the
because of that
applicant-
answer, if I can interject, the merger rules as relating to all these mining properties, especially since a lot of them were held by people thinking, well, the price of silver will come back or whatever. Because of the bulk nature of people owning mining claims and companies owning them and people owning multiples, people were holding on to these claims. And I think over the years since we've had the merger rules, it's been really unfair to properties that started out as mining claims, especially in multiples. Because if they knew ahead of time, they would have been smart and divested and split them into giving them to anybody, you know, just to not have them be merged. But this law came along. It wasn't directly noted for a lot of people that, especially in this area, there's tons of mine ownership interests that don't live here, don't even subscribe to the Aspen Times or whatever. So a lot of this stuff went, you know, right by their heads because it is technical in nature, and who knew what was happening. Even people like the Brown family and Ed Smart and all these people that own multiple claims might have acted differently at different times. I don't know, the Brown family may be a bad example because they put everything into the ski company pretty much, into the Aspen Mountain.
But parcels that are appropriate for a mining claim may be completely inappropriate for housing. Like you said, well,
That
they
point
turn over
exactly.
to housing, but, I mean, that hill is
There's Steve.
not very friendly for housing.
Oh, yeah. Hold on, Steve, I got it.
I know that
I
hill
don't
pretty
like it
well.
on that side myself
I used to teach
either.
at Country Day,
Yes.
so I know that hill really well.
Mike, why did we need to do it even? That's a question we don't need to do here, but you can take that home and think about it. What was the point? Especially in a mining community.
Yeah.
All right, Steve, here's the text of the Senate bill, 0367.
Is this like today's Senate bills that are like
Yeah, it's probably about an
110
hour's worth
pages
of
long?
reading.
So Steve, are you proposing continuing this meeting, or do you want to read this whole thing?
Well,
right now?
I mean, I
So it's
personally
approximately
would
2
like to
pages.
read it. I wish it had been in the packet, but I
I
didn't.
don't have a problem continuing so Steve could read the full statute, but I don't know if we're gonna garner from reading it as it's scrolling by what,
Well,
Your call, Francie.
I understand Steve's not
I'm ready to
comfortable
make a
making a
motion.
decision.
you're ready to make a motion. Are you ready to move on this? Or would you like some more time?
Oh, well, I don't need more time, I don't think. But I'm happy to honor Steve's request.
So
as
someone is
others have done for me.
welcome to make a motion, and we could vote on the motion.
I'll make a motion then that we deny the, let's see, we're going to, that we deny their appeal.
Actually, what you would do
You're
is you would
denying
make
a
a
request
motion,
To affirm
that
the
the,
determination.
that the Community Development Director in her denial of the TDR did not commit a clear and demonstrable error, abuse her discretion, and or deny procedural due process. Then the BOCC shall direct staff to draft a resolution denying the appeal, which resolution shall be considered by its BOCC at its regular meeting on May 24th, 2023.
Is that actually what we would be making the motion for, or do we need to repeat what we see in the actual listing here, which is to deny the appeal of the decision denying a request for issuance of the TDR
That is
certificate?
BOCC action on page 3 of the packet.
It's just what I was looking for, was BOCC action.
So I'd make that motion.
I'll second
So
it.
in English, which the motion you're making is in support of the determination of community development.
Correct.
That this
And in this
property
case, it's,
should not receive a TDR because it's merged.
that's correct.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Kelly made a second. I'd like to make a quick comment, very quick.
All right.
This provides, there's other opportunities the applicant has now, it'd be my understanding, which would be into the guys next door. If they chose to challenge the merger, would they have a next step?
So the applicant has the option to have a judge review the determination of this board that's being, if it's made today.
Okay.
They have an opportunity to pursue that.
Okay. Are there any more comments? Do you want to make a comment, Steve, before we vote?
Well, I'm going to vote against the motion. I
Okay.
would continue it,
Mhm.
but it's up to
Let's
the
get through this
majority
one
So what
first.
we're doing
whatever.
today is splitting all our votes, so.
Yeah.
Okay, so all those in favor, please say aye.
Well, can I comment?
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
please.
No, I just would comment this, you know, like lots of things in Colorado law, you might not do it this way today if you started at the beginning. But I do think that Suzanne properly followed what is in our land use code, which is also not always a perfect document either. But that's not what we are deciding today. We're deciding if Suzanne properly followed the codes and ordinances which we as a board have adopted and put into place. And I do think she has done that.
I have another question for Rai, and maybe Suzanne. So if we deny the application before us today for that motion, is it 6 months before an applicant can come back and maybe at that point provide more information or different information, or?
On an appeal?
There
It wouldn't
is
be
a-
an appeal, it'd be a new application.
There's a provision in the code, right, if you've been
If you've been denied,
then,
there's a
right,
period of
There's
time.
a 6-month right, delay before you can submit another application related to
Want to
that
make that
property.
clear.
So
Bless
one-
you.
One more technical question. They could come back and apply for a TDR with the adjoining parcels with other people owning them, but they jointly could apply for a TDR, is that correct?
Theoretically, yes, that is correct.
In fact, the other parcel's not owned by the same owner.
Different owner, I realize
They
that.
have different development, the people that own it have different development rights, as far as I understand, or not rights, but interests in whatever they're doing, so that wouldn't be a
I
possibility.
think where I'm getting confused
it's
is
merged,
that
then
there
you-
are, Picken County is part owner in a mining claim where we have a fractional ownership in it. That's what I was thinking of, that if the
Should we order
TDR
dinner?
was sold, then we would split it because they
Let's
both,
just order dinner.
two different parties own the same
You could call it any time.
property with different fractional shares of it. This one is not that case, though.
They could come back, because if it's, we're deeming it a merged parcel, they could come back with the full ownership of the parcel and apply for a TDR and do with it
Or
what
they
they
could
may.
go to court.
Hasn't Pitkin County's position being in the 2% ownership to block any action like that?
I don't know,
Okay.
we don't have the specifics in front of us, so.
You okay?
Mhm.
Okay, so all those in favor of the motion to support Suzanne's decision?
You want me to read it again?
No.
We got it. Aye.
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 So,
Nay.
It passes 4 to 1.
so I'll bring back a resolution to that.
Right.
effect
She brings back
on
the
24th.
resolution at our next meeting for us to discuss again. Just to
Really?
read the
It
state
gets another
statute.
crack at
It
it.
doesn't say this is the first reading?
It's not, it's,
It's a
is
land
not
use
a- this is-
action. The action is to direct.
they have to come
her
back again.
On what resolution we want.
All right, thank you gentlemen for joining us.
No?
Thank you.
Ron, thank you.
for
I know this
sticking
is
it out
tough.
this evening. Last item, we really appreciate your time today.
Right, thank
Thanks
you.
for coming.
Thank you.
I appreciate the history lesson.
So we don't have John
She
Peacock
was
for open
really
discussion.
He didn't have anything, he said.
I
Oh,
asked him
good
while I was
boy.
walking out.
Is any-
Okay, it's time for open discussion.
No.
I think that you made a mistake. Oh, you weren't talking about me, were you?
You're done, sorry. Thank you, thanks for coming, good to see
Couldn't
you.
help that.
Nice try.
Thank you, John Waller. We appreciate your sense of humor.
We needed some more support. I'm
Okay.
Sorry we didn't.
Thank you for being patient with us today, John.
No open discussion? Okay, I'll look for a motion to
I
adjourn.
will move to adjourn.
Second, third.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you.